By this point, Han Sen was very weak. But so too were the three super creatures, who were now robbed of the protection that the now-slain Holy Light Shield bug had given them. Han Sen was prepared to allow Little Angel to slay the rest before they left, but a horrible roaring soon sounded. And when he heard it, he sensed the foreboding dread he felt when he first encountered the Devil Blood King. It must have respawned. Without hesitation, Han Sen ran out of the shelter under the protection of Little Angel. He brought with him the body of the Holy Bug and the life geno essence of the witch. The Devil Blood King was strangely powerful. Han Sen had barely succeeded with his assassination attempt, and he didn't fancy his chances if he were to fight against him head-to-head. Factoring in his current exhaustion, he thought it best to get out while the getting was good. After leaving the shelter, he met up with Moment Queen. Wang Yuhang's clothing was tattered and severely bloodied. Still, he gleefully ran up to Han Sen and excitedly asked, "Tell me, boss man, what was your final tally in your rabid slaying of super creatures on this day? How many beast souls have you amassed?" "I killed 2 super creatures and I didn't receive any beast souls." Han Sen shook his head. Wang Yuhang was severely disappointed upon hearing about the lack of beast souls. "The lint that has accumulated in my coin purse is not sufficient for the purchasing of another high-class angel gene fluid, you know." In response, Han Sen said, "Little uncle, I managed to obtain 2 life geno essences. One of them is yours. How about I provide you with a high-class angel gene fluid in exchange for your life geno essence? That way, I'll have both." "I accept." Wang Yuhang agreed without hesitation. Wang Yuhang previously had 2 life geno essences, but he believed it was better for him to have the angel gene fluid. With angel gene fluid, they could continue killing super creatures and hold out for the prospect of better rewards. Han Sen handed the angel gene fluid he owned over to Wang Yuhang, and then came into possession of 2 second-generation life geno essences. He fed the Holy Bug's body to the Spirit Owl and Death Knell, in the hopes they would soon evolve. Fortunately, these pets did not disappoint Han Senator. After eating the body, they both began evolving, and their battle modes activated. Now, Han Sen merely hoped they would finish their evolution process before the golden chests matured. If the stars aligned for this, Han Sen had confidence in his ability to protect the tree. Searching for a safe place, Han Sen refined the 2 life geno essences inside him. This time, he managed to gain 15 super geno points, all in all. His total tally reached 78 now. As Han Sen snuck away to do this, he could hear Wang Yuhang screaming in agony over the shocking healing he had to accept from the Silver Fox. After what he witnessed last time, the last thing Han Sen wanted was to be healed by the Silver Blighter, so he always made sure to heal himself with his holy light after a battle. When they had both recovered from their weakness and exhaustion, they returned to the shelter, wondering if they would have the chance to kill another super creature. But this time, no matter which way Wang Yuhang attempted to attract the residents of that shelter, they would not come out. After what had happened, the super creatures did not dare leave, and so Han Sen and Wang Yuhang had no choice but to exit the area. The Devil Blood King has 14 super creatures left. We most certainly can't draw them all out, but if he wants to try to steal the golden chest fruit, he'll definitely have to leave a number of them behind. If so, I really do think I have a chance. Back at Moment Shelter, Han Sen found himself in deep contemplation over the trials to come. "Bossman, might you tell me which class this shelter of yours is?" Wang Yuhang asked, his eyes glistening with awe as they scanned the surroundings. He was curious about everything. "It's a king-class shelter, the first one ever gained for humankind," Han Sen said, with a cocky look. "'Tis a shame, though, I must regretfully confess. Without people to populate its cobbled roads and luxurious palaces, a remote shelter such as this is useless," Wang Yuhang said, upon hearing Han Sen's boast. "Do you think I need others?" Han Sen laughed, as he looked at Silver Fox and the rest of his pets. Wang Yuhang eyed Big Black and Little Black, and his heart sank. He said, "Why do these super creatures follow you around and follow your commands?" I am wealthier, smarter, and by all accounts more handsome than you. So, tell me, why are no super creatures inclined to accompany me? It is because I am luckier than you. Han Sen laughed. Wang Yuhang opened his mouth to speak, but the words never came. Instead, he just gritted his teeth and went to inspect the jade gold tree. What do you suspect will reside inside the golden chests? Wang Yuhang said, casting a famished gaze at the fruit as saliva drooled from his mouth. He could not wait to see what treasure was inside, either. Who knows? But it'll take another 2 months for it to mature. I suppose we'll find out then, Han Sen said, as he looked at the tree. By now, it was 3 feet tall. And you said this little shrub of yours can lure a number of super creatures? Wang Yuhang asked. You saw what happened with the empty vine, yes? This will be even greater, I assure you, Han Sen answered. You consider this a good thing? Only the ethereal rulers above know how many crazed super creatures this thing will have descending upon your shelter. The Devil Blood King and his zealous lot were difficult enough. Wang Yuhang frowned. Han Sen knew he'd have great trouble if the Spirit Owl and Death Knell didn't finish evolving, but if they were active and ready to fight by the time that day came, he fancied his chances in repelling an invasion. Still, if he couldn't, he wagered he could simply steal as much fruit as he could before fleeing the zone. Han Sen and Wang Yuhang both resided in Moment Shelter for the time that remained, but they also returned to the Alliance on occasion. They had to prepare in anticipation of giving the defense of the tree their all. A few days later, the purple mountain below Moment Shelter developed a new spring. The spring didn't flow with water, however. It ran with blood. And it wasn't only one spring either. All across the mountain, springs popped up. It was as if the very mountain itself was bleeding. Han Sen went to find out what was going on and examined the blood-red water that came out of the earth. He noted that it smelled like actual blood. Bossman, I think a blood spring is a bad omen, Wang Yuhang said, as he looked at the blood spring alongside Han Sen. Little uncle, if I feared bad omens and rotten luck, I wouldn't be standing here with you today. While Han Sen said this, he used his Dongxian aura to scan the blood spring and see what he could learn. He did not learn anything, strangely. Nothing organic resided within the blood springs, and there was not a single life force to be found. After finding them all, Han Sen counted a total of 7 springs. The blood springs only lasted 7 days, and after that, they all ran dry. The day after the blood springs stopped, menacing clouds formed to conquer the skies. For hundreds of miles around, the clouds roofed the lands encompassing Moment Shelter. A thunderstorm raged for an entire day. And for all those miles around, all the plants were destroyed and burnt to ash. Only the peak of the mountain was okay, save for the suffocating smoke that tainted the air. After a day of thunderstorms, it began to rain. The rain was torrential and blood-red, too. Countless streams of blood formed at the coming of this rain, and it set the scene as a moody and foreboding one. It was quite terrifying. Something evil must be at work to transform the lands like so. The jade gold tree must be birthing something most peculiar, Wang Yuhang said, as he observed the downpour of blood like rain. Han Sen's heart was filled with worry, acknowledging the spookiness of the scene. He understood something foul was at work, too. Maybe I shouldn't have brought little uncle here with me. Han Sen was also overcome with regret. Still, he knew that despite how unfortunate Wang Yuhang could be, even he could not cause something like this. It very well could have been the work of the jade gold tree. The next day, the blood rain stopped and the clouds dispersed. The horrific bloody scene portrayed the night before had come and gone, and it was as if the blood water had been willfully absorbed by the mountain itself. The blood rain that had soaked the earth of that place had also made the lands teem with life. Plants were abundant once more, growing to maturity over the course of a single night. The black and charred landscape was now vibrant and green once again. Han Sen and Wang Yuhang both observed the jade gold tree with a perplexed look, for they had just been delivered a shock. After the blood rain stopped, the tree had switched to metric and grown 3 meters tall. The 7 golden chest fruits were each the size of an average shoebox, and they were each illuminated with a strong golden light. Between the jade and gold colors, a purple mist developed. The tree did not look like any ordinary tree they had seen before. It seemed holy. Moment, do you really not know anything about this jade gold tree? Hansen did not believe something so strange could grow there for no apparent reason. Moment Queen shook her head and replied, if you believe this tree's existence has something to do with me, you are wrong. And for it to be here like so, I truly cannot explain the reason why. Hansen eyed Moment Queen for some time. Then, he frowned and said, well, the chests have yet to mature, and we've just had a spout of weird events. Is that a good sign or a bad one? Do you think we should remain here, guarding this place? It is difficult for me to determine. Moment Queen shook her head once more, confirming her lack of knowledge concerning the curious tree. A few days later, the sound of crying came from the Purple Mountain. It was loud, as if someone was crying at the top of their lungs, hoping the high heavens could hear. The sun rose, and with it came snow. For a few hundred miles all around, it was like an icy, snowy kingdom. The lands were blanketed in virgin white snow. It was beautiful. But overnight, the snow melted, leaving as quickly as it came. When the sun rose the next day, many flowers bloomed all across the mountain. The day after that, the sun rose to greet lands of decay. The pastures that were previously filled with stunning, blooming flowers were now all dead. The mountains were gray and lifeless. Hansen was very concerned with what was going on. Wang Yuhang returned to the alliance, as these strange occurrences continued to unfold. Little White possessed snow-white antlers, but they suddenly began to appear red. A mascot monster turning red is a sign of something awful that is to come. Hansen's breath was taken away by this sudden revelation. For something like this to appear on Little White, it had to be an ill omen. This time, Hansen returned to the alliance. He wanted to research the weird events that had transpired recently. However, the texts he normally read had been written before sanctuaries were known to exist. That being said, he was educated in similar things. If a sign involved blood, it was almost guaranteed to be bad. Hansen was getting very paranoid right about now. He went on Skynet to read about feng shui, in search of an explanation for what had been happening back in the lands of his shelter. Unfortunately, few people believed in such ancient arts in that age. But people did discuss supernatural things on forums. As a result, Hansen made a post on Skynet, hoping individuals could educate him on what he needed to know. After he explained his predicament, however, people believed he was crazy. They did not believe what Hansen told them, and made sure to ask where such zany events had taken place. There were others who tried to be more helpful, but unfortunately, they weren't of much use to Hansen either. Purple Mountain is bleeding blood? Crying sounds at night? A mascot beast now appears to be covered in blood? According to what you have told us, OP, something evil will be born soon. It is said that if any one of these signs showed up, the world will be thrown into chaos and turmoil. That being said, it's just a myth and nobody has actually seen such things happen before, lol. Someone with the username Nighttime Stargazing replied, and what he told Hansen struck fear into his heart. Hansen only spoke about a mountain bleeding and the crying noises at night. He did not name-drop Purple Mountain or the fact Little White had bloody horns. How did that peculiar poster know so much? It was too accurate, and what the poster said shocked Hansen. Hansen quickly added Nighttime Stargazing as a friend and asked him what the signs meant in more specific detail. Nighttime Stargazing told him he had read an ancient book. From it, he had deciphered something evil was to be born, but that was all that he had understood from the manuscript so far. Hansen spoke with him for some time, and it truly did appear as if that was all he knew. Therefore, Hansen didn't push him anymore. According to what Hansen had been told, if any of those signs appeared, something evil would soon be born. Yet bad things had been occurring each and every day on Purple Mountain, so did that mean the evilest thing ever would be born? Still, Han Sen could not bring himself to believe what he had been told. To him, it was just a jade gold tree, plain and simple. He found it hard to fathom how a tree such as that could birth something so inherently evil. Han Sen had even experienced firsthand the empty vine, so a jade gold tree couldn't be half as bad. While this was how he felt, he was still nervous about the entire thing. He went for a walk around the mountain and realized there weren't any creatures living in those lands for several hundred miles. That also applied to super creatures, something that scared Han Sen even more. Back in Moment Shelter, Han Sen decided to bring Little Black, Big Black, and Little White with him to leave. He would rather return there at a later date than hang around, twiddling his thumbs waiting for something bad to happen. The Purple Mountain was too scary, and Han Sen feared he'd die if he were to remain. Han Sen did not want to stay until he could learn more. He and his crew had to walk 400 miles until they laid eyes on other creatures. Feeling relieved, Han Sen decided to establish a camp there. He could see Purple Mountain in the distance, and from this safe distance, he could watch for changes. 10 days later, clear skies returned to Purple Mountain. He could see it from his camp. Not only that, he could smell a pleasant fragrance that had carried on the wind. Perhaps the golden fruit was beginning to mature. When the smell grew stronger, Han Sen felt the gourd in his pocket move. With surprise, Han Sen took a look at it. In his hands, however, the movement stopped. Inside the gourd, the heartbeat felt faster and livelier. No longer did it feel as if Han Sen was holding a gourd, instead, it now felt like he was holding a heart. Is it going to hatch? Han Sen wondered as he fingered the gourd. At this strange moment, the gourd was having some sort of reaction, whether that was good or bad had yet to be determined. If a super creature did end up jumping out of the gourd, there was no certainty over its allegiance. Only after it emerged would it become apparent whether it was a friend or foe. Han Sen waited a while as the gourd continued to beat with the rhythm of a heart, but there didn't seem to be any cracking. The Purple Mountain, meanwhile, became brighter and brighter. When the day Moment Queen calculated for the golden chests to mature rolled around, the bright light made the sky look like pure gold. It was a stunning sight. I think the fruit is maturing. Should we check it out? Moment Queen asked Han Sen as she observed the gold light. Just as Han Sen was about to speak, he saw a crane flying through the air towards Moment Shelter. Of course. It'll be okay, even if it turns out to be evil. And if there is some good loot up for grabs, I won't allow anyone else to nab it before I do. Han Sen stopped to think for a brief while. After that, he turned to Wang Yuhang and said, I will scout. When the time arises, I will contact you for your aid. If I deem things to be too difficult, I will run off by myself. Regardless of how things may seem, exercise caution. My stomach is a nest of butterflies, so to speak, Wang Yuhang spoke with surprising gravitas. I'm only going to take a look, nothing more. I'm sure I'll emerge unscathed. Han Sen, with Moment Queen in tow, began walking back to Purple Mountain. Aside from the silver fox and the fairy, the other super creatures were to remain at camp awaiting Han Sen's signal, too. Moment Queen led the group, slowly but surely. With how little they knew of what was going on, they wanted to be as careful as possible. Along their way, flowers grew in abundance. And beneath the golden light from above, everything else appeared gold. It was difficult to discern the true, original colors of anything. The closer they got to Purple Mountain, however, the more a presence began to hang over Han Sen's mind. It was heavy and unnerving, and it became worse with each step. The others felt it, too, and their pace slowed some. The gold light began to fade, and with it, the Purple Mountain's energy. As the gold light lessened, the frightening presence increased with a greater acceleration. It consumed Purple Mountain. Han Sen was unsure of how many creatures had come. When the gold light was at its brightest, the origin point at Purple Mountain must have been visible thousands of miles away. If something wretched was being born, he believed the number of creatures attracted would be even greater than the turnout for the empty vine. Hansen's sensation of a scary life force increased. Super creatures were intelligent, and they made sure to keep a distance between each other. They wouldn't start a fight before they got to the fruit, and risk some other creature stealing their prize. As the super creatures approached, Hansen followed. When they stopped, so did he. Half a day later, they were on the foothills of Purple Mountain. The gold light had disappeared, but a pleasant scent came from the peak. The perfume mist could now be seen descending the slopes to veil the mountain. Hansen saw many hidden creatures. None of them climbed any further, and they seemed to just watch, waiting in suspense for whatever might happen. The Devil Blood King. Hansen saw a group of super creatures heading towards Purple Mountain. Taking a closer look, he noticed they were the creatures owned by the Devil Blood King. The silver ape, the big dragon, and the golem were amongst the 6 that accompanied the Devil Blood King. After the Empty Vine slaughter and Hansen's attack, his number of super creatures had been drastically reduced. The river of pleasant fragrance soon ran dry, however. The smell weakened considerably, revealing the presence of far more creatures than he had initially expected to see. A black bull was the closest to Han Senator. Its black body was like metal, and it was at least 10 feet tall. Steam came out of its nose, and a pool of magma seemed to swirl in its eyes. With each step it took, flaming hoof prints scorched the ground. A trail of fiery flowers followed in its wake. The fire did not last long, though. Each flame print extinguished after a minute or so, and it did not cause a wildfire or anything of the sort. Looking further, Hansen saw a giant, colorful snake slithering its way to the mountain. It spit out colorful gas, and all the plants that came into contact with the gas died. The Devil Blood King included, the creatures did not dare tread further than the foot of the mountain. Something frightened them, and stayed their desire to ascend. Hansen counted the creatures, and with the Devil Blood King included, there were at least 20 super creatures in the area. Most of them were solo, but still, it was a scary number to think of competing with. Hansen was glad that he decided not to remain in Moment's shelter, guarding the tree. The power he had at his disposal wouldn't have been sufficient to stem the tide of super creatures, even if the Spirit Owl and Death Knell finished their ongoing process of evolution. I am out of ideas. I will have to stay mobile, and if the golden chests do indeed contain good loot, I'll have to nab as many as I can. I should at least try to grab a few, but getting them all does not seem likely. Attempting to obtain each and every golden chest seemed like a bad idea. While Hansen was thinking, he suddenly heard an instrument being played at the top of the mountain. He wasn't sure what instrument it was, but it made a heavenly sound. When Hansen heard the music, he felt dizzy. Without realizing it, he began to ascend Purple Mountain. But it was only for one moment, and after quickly snapping out of his daze, he turned around from the shock to see Moment Queen ascending beside him. It wasn't only her, either. All the super creatures in the area appeared to be hypnotized, walking up the mountain in a trance. Hansen quickly returned Moment Queen to the Sea of Soul. The Devil Blood King included, all the other super creatures continued to climb the mountain. The Devil Blood King woke up after taking a few steps. He looked surprised, and after noticing what had just happened, he tried to reassume control of the super creatures he had brought with him. But the super creatures paid no heed to his commands, and they merely continued on their merry way up top. Some creatures did manage to snap out of their hypnotized state, one of which included the silver ape. The majority of them continued walking up, however. A complicated look fell across the Devil Blood King's face, as if he was weighing whether to proceed or fall back. Although there was a very strong and organic life force to be found up the mountain, it was strange to see even a spirit such as the Devil Blood King hesitate and consider his options. As he juggled his thoughts, the music from up the mountain came to a stop. The mist atop the peak spread as a life force expanded to consume the mountain. 6 golden lights lit up. Are the golden chests maturing? Hansen was shocked, unsure whether or not he should call for Wan Yuhang. This scene was entirely too creepy for him to comprehend. Roar. The creatures were awoken from their daze. Hansen didn't know which monster began roaring first, but after that roar, they all began rushing to the peak. Every creature ravenously raced towards the gold light. Each and every creature there had an insatiable appetite for the golden fruit borne by the jade gold tree. The energy that consumed the mountain top was like a fountain, and it seemed to energize every creature that walked upon its slopes. Gritting his teeth, the Devil Blood King now rushed up the mountain and into Moment's shelter. He had come to a decision, and that decision was to not give up on the potential treasure that resided within. Unlike the rest, Hansen was still quite hesitant. He felt as if something bad was still going to happen, so he hadn't sent word for Wang Yuhang to come. Hansen summoned Moment Queen again and asked her, "Observe the situation there and report back to me." Moment Queen did as she was commanded and went up. At the peak, she was able to see the energy that consumed the area. She told Hansen an energy burst like this would suggest something good is being born. Perhaps we should go take a look. Hansen nodded but still decided against giving Wang Yuhang the signal. Stroking the silver fox's head, he let Moment Queen lead their way up towards the golden light. He traveled through the mist towards Moment's shelter, a place he had come to be both fond of and familiar with. There were no visible changes, from what he could initially tell. All he could see was that the tree had grown to be about 100 feet tall. It basked in a holy presence, and the chests beamed with gold light. Hansen, seeing those 6 chests, was shocked. Before, they looked fairly ordinary. Now, they looked different. All 6 of the golden chest fruits were of different sizes, and they were all shaped differently. The combined light of the chests was so bright that looking towards them was difficult. But still, each golden chest emanated with a certain scary energy. The crane he had seen before screamed. It flew past Hansen's head and collected the golden chest that was the furthest from the ground, and then flew away with it. The big dragon and a 4-winged beast quickly flew forward to stop the crane and retrieve the chest. The creatures, seeing the crane grab one of the chests to no ill repercussions, began rushing towards the tree in the hope of nabbing the rest. The Devil Blood King brought the silver ape with him to grab a golden chest. After retrieving one, they looked to take another. Within 15 minutes, the 6 golden chests had found new masters. Hansen was too far away, and due to his initial hesitation, he was unable to procure one for himself. But this was just the beginning, for even if he did get a chest, escaping the ire of the surrounding creatures would be a bigger challenge by far. The shelter was in utter chaos, as creatures battled for ultimate possession of the chests. The sounds of combat, the screeches and the roars, it was all deafening. There was fire, toxic mists, and thunder being cast out, all into one dangerous melting pot of anarchy. It was fortunate Moment's shelter was tough, because otherwise, it would have been reduced to nothing but rubble. Should we join the battle and attempt to procure a chest for ourselves? Moment Queen asked. We should wait a little longer. Hansen was not yet ready to strike. He stared at the Devil Blood King, who had managed to acquire 2 chests and was still not satisfied. Leading his pets, he went to try and steal another. Hansen had fought him once before, but he had yet to determine what his true strength actually was. Amidst this raging battle, Hansen believed he'd be able to accurately gauge that strength through observation. After a while, Hansen smiled. He could now tell exactly how the Devil Blood King was able to close the gap and eliminate the distance separating the two like he had in their previous fight. The Devil Blood King vanished from sight, and when he reappeared, he punched a super creature away and took its chest. Hansen saw this happen many times, and he was now positive the Devil Blood King could not teleport, he traveled through shadows. The Devil Blood King had to stand in a shadow. When he was in a shadow, he could melt into the shadow and move freely within. It was as if he was traveling through another dimension. He could not get hit, nor could he be detected. That's why. After managing to observe the Devil Blood King's power, Hansen felt relieved. Although that shadow ability was effective, it was not unbreakable. He had to be in a dark shadow, not one that was faint. And to move efficiently, the shadows had to be connected. All Hansen would have to do was keep an eye on his shadow and not have it connect with anything else. If he did that, the Devil Blood King could not warp around and would instead have to approach him like any other combatant. But this shelter had many palaces, and thus many wide and strong shadows were cast. That gave the Devil Blood King a big advantage, and he could practically travel freely with that skill. He had already taken 3 chests. Because he had taken 3 gold chests, other creatures focused their attention on him now. But the silver ape was a valiant defender of its master, and it prevented anything else from getting near. I can't allow him to take everything. Hansen, seeing the Devil Blood King become so greedy, became extra happy. Hansen was not going to focus on attacking the Devil Blood King. Instead, he was going to focus on the big ape. The silver ape was powerful, that much was clear. Its body was tough, and it was surprisingly quick for its size. It didn't possess elemental powers, but its physical attack strength was through the roof. Its nails could tear through a super creature's body with ease. It was clear to Hansen that other super creatures were unable to touch it. Regardless of what element hit it, the worst that happened was a faint scorch mark upon its fur. Nothing truly damaged it. If I kill that thing first, I rob the Devil Blood King of its muscle, Hansen said to himself, as he watched the violent, murderous ape. There was another reason why Hansen wanted to kill it. The ape was a second-generation super creature, and he'd get a mighty reward for slaying it. But the silver ape was too strong for a prolonged fight, so Hansen tried to think of a way in which he could one-hit kill it. After a bit of thinking, Hansen noticed something strange after it slew a dragon with one swipe of its claws. Its invincibility may have been overstated. Hansen noticed it was strangely protective of its ears. Whenever a heavy attack came its way, it made sure to protect its ears above all else. The ears looked like silver snails, and were about the size of eggs. The blood of super creatures not only stained the plaza, there was so much of it that a pool had formed, flooding the paved area. The bluebell was already in the midst of evolving, so Hansen thought it was a shame to see so much blood go to waste. The airborne crane let out an ear-piercing screech at the precise moment the dragon swooped in to tear its head off. The golden chest fell to the ground, and was quickly taken away by a centipede-like worm. The crane was the first super creature fatality of the battle. The body decomposed as it fell back down to the plaza, and as it fell, a life geno-essence went with it. The dragon quickly consumed the life geno-essence and attacked the giant centipede. Hansen watched the grand battle for a while. When the opportunity arose, he summoned Moment Queen and Little Angel and then sent them over to attack the silver ape. Dong! The silver ape used its thick arms to block Little Angel's greatsword. She had been buffed by the Steel Knight King, but even so, all her strike could leave behind was a light scratch mark. Its body was incredibly tough. As this occurred, Moment Queen teleported behind the silver ape and punched its left ear. Catcha! The sound was as if a snail had just had its shell cracked, and the sound indicated she had broken his left ear. The ape shouted in pain and moved one of its hands to protect it. Hansen, in the meantime, drilled his flaming Rex spike into the silver ape's right ear. Roar! The ape thundered in pain. It grabbed the flaming Rex spike and threw Hansen away with tremendous force. After its ears were both injured, its face began to bleed. The silver color of its body seemed to wash away, and the power it once exuded began to fade. Little Angel attacked again, and the ape sought to use its arms to block the incoming strike. Unlike before, its entire arm was lopped off. Following the breaking of its ears, it seemed as if the ape's body had become weaker. When the Devil Blood King saw Hansen assault and damage his silver ape, he became infuriated. No longer caring if the golden chests ended up in the possession of others, he ran towards Hansen with fuming rage. As he went, he issued a command for the rest of his super creatures to surround Han Senator. They circled him, and the dragon guarded from above like a lid. The Devil Blood King flashed and melded in with the shadows. When he reappeared again, he was standing behind Hansen. When he struck, the Devil Blood King's attack hit nothing. Somehow, Hansen had evaded his strike. Better learn a new trick, 'cause that one's getting old. Hansen picked up his flaming Rex spike and swung it down on the Devil Blood King. Hansen had already deduced that the Devil Blood King moved through shadows. Now, he could use his Dongxian aura to predict his destination. Even so, the Devil Blood King did not believe Hansen could beat him. Repeatedly, he disappeared into the shadows for spring attacks. After several more repetitions, he was taken aback to see Hansen dodge them all. When he realized Hansen truly could track his movements, his face looked dire. Roar! The silver ape screamed just as Little Angel brought down her greatsword to hew its head from its body. Super creature Silverblood Macaque killed. Beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is edible, and you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Hansen heard the announcement and was pleased to hear that he had finally obtained another beast soul. The Devil Blood King's reaction to this slaying wasn't quite the same, though. His blood boiled with anger. His determination to kill Hansen doubled, but just as he was about to attack once more, a super creature barred his way. From the sides, other wild super creatures attacked and tried to maul him, in a bid to take his golden chests. Moment Shelter was in a diabolical mess, and amidst the chaos, the silver fox thought it was a good time to depart Hansen's shoulders and chowed down on the dead silver ape. While the Devil Blood King was preoccupied, Hansen took the opportunity to flee to an area that had fewer shadows. If his nemesis came after him again, things would be significantly easier. Although Hansen could dodge the attacks, one mistake was all it would take for him to be destroyed. It was better to be safe than sorry. The Devil Blood King's fury showed no sign of lessening, however. Shaking off the super creatures, he followed after Hansen through the air, screaming. The dragon, hearing its master scream in the pursuit of his most despised human, accompanied the Devil Blood King. It flew high above Hansen, forming a shadow. The Devil Blood King used this portable shadow to warp towards Hansen. To this, Hansen coldly smiled. He did not dodge, instead, he swung his fist. His fist was like a silver sun, one that illuminated the area and forbid the approach of any shadow. Pop! The Devil Blood King could not make use of Hansen's shadow to pounce upon his foe. Spilling blood, he exploded back through the dragon's shadow as if he had been banished from its premise. Moment Queen used her teleportation-like abilities to swoop behind the Devil Blood King and smack his head. The Devil Blood King's head was driven through the stone platform beside him in a squishy mess. Grabbing the 3 gold chests he had possessed, she quickly took off. Despite his ruined, bloody, and disfigured head, the Devil Blood King was not done yet. He called and went after Moment Queen with the rest of his super creatures, wanting those 3 chests back more than anything. Run! Hansen commanded Moment Queen to escape with the goodies she had managed to retrieve. Obtaining 3 was more than he expected, and securing them was his first priority. With Moment Queen's speed, escape shouldn't have been difficult. But much to Hansen's surprise, Moment Queen was not able to escape the pursuit of the Devil Blood King and his subordinates. Moment Queen's face was consumed by a look of disdain, cursing the creatures that chased her. So, Moment Queen opened the 3 chests in her possession. A gold light burst forth, expelling a wretched energy. Hansen was shocked, and his face became gloomy. He knew something terrible was about to occur. The other super creatures had not been able to open the chests, due to how tightly they had been sealed. One creature had even swallowed theirs, all to no avail. When Hansen watched the super creature do this, the beast was torn apart from the inside. When the chest slipped out of its intestines, it was fine and unchanged. For a chest that seemed to be impossible to open or eat, Moment Queen had popped her lid with relative ease. Han Sen was already suspicious regarding the jade gold tree's choice of rooting itself in Moment's shelter, and he still didn't believe she was totally unaware of what the tree's existence meant. Moment Queen had been performing exceptionally well in recent times, and she had obeyed Han Sen's every command. Her life was in his hands, too, so he never thought to question her loyalties. But now, something was amiss. Moment Queen must have known something about the tree, and she had decided to keep Han Sen in the dark. Opening a chest now, with apparent ease, was revealing. Han Sen stared at Moment Queen and the 3 open chests, wanting to know what was inside them. The 3 treasures shone with a golden light, and from each chest, something appeared directly in front of Moment Queen. There was a purple shortsword, a small purple hammer, and a small purple shield. Hilt and blade combined, the shortsword was about 2 feet in length. The shield was around the size of an average frying pan. The head of the hammer was about the size of a fist, with a handle that was barely half a foot long. The 3 items were tiny, and it was hard to guess what use they would be. When they exited the chests that initially harbored them, the chests shattered into dust and scattered on the wind. When the Devil Blood King and the rest of the super creatures saw these items, they each tried to grab a hold of them. The creature that came closest was the Black Bull, and with its 10-meter-long metallic body, it rushed towards them with unprecedented speed. Moment Queen grabbed the small hammer and drove it into the bull's head. The little hammer did not seem threatening, like a mosquito going up against an elephant. The bull paid no heed to its approach, but was quickly brought to a stop when they collided. It was like a train that was going 300 miles per hour had been brought to a sudden halt. The Black Bull stood still, and blood seeped from the area of the bull's head that Moment Queen hit. Catcha! Catcha! The noises came from all through the bull's body, as if all of its bones were breaking, one after another. The 10-meter-long body dropped to the ground like a crumpled sack. It was very dead. Super creatures, spirits, and humans alike were shocked to witness what had just happened. A dreadful, gripping fear had taken hold of their hearts, and kept them from moving. The bull was a second-generation super creature, and it was difficult to believe that it had been one hit killed by a hammer. Han Sen and the Devil Blood King both looked shocked, and they looked upon Moment Queen with wide-open eyes, as she hovered mid-air with the 3 articles of weaponry. No super creature moved in response to what had just happened, but Moment Queen did. She flew over to the giant centipede that had procured a chest for itself. Swinging the purple shortsword, she sliced the monster in half, as if it was composed of tofu. The 4th golden chest was in Moment Queen's hand. Seeing things were getting out of control, Han Sen decided to return Moment Queen to the Sea of Soul. But Moment Queen raised the purple shield and encompassed herself in a purple light. Han Sen's control over her was revoked, and the authority of his contract with her had been nullified. Moment Queen merely smiled at Han Sen, and then ignored him. She opened the 4th chest, which was a little bigger. A set of armor was inside, which Moment Queen immediately donned. Moment Queen was starting to look more and more like some primordial demon. She wielded a sword and hammer, as she went over to another super creature that was in possession of a golden chest. No matter how strong the super creatures were, they were nothing in comparison to Moment Queen. With her shield and armor, any attack she took was useless, as well. As Moment Queen's smile creeped Han Sen out and soured his disposition, Han Sen turned around with a desire to run. He no longer wanted treasure, he only wanted to run as far away as he possibly could. Moment Queen was able to use the weapons inside the chests to destroy their contract. She had become so powerful, she could slay super creatures as easily as one could kill livestock. Without his ability to govern her actions, Han Sen was undoubtedly the easiest target. Han Sen had treated her like a maid for so long, he figured that she must have despised him. And when she procured the contents of each and every chest, he figured that she would come after him. He couldn't fathom the gruesome manner in which he would be killed. Han Sen was feeling bitter over the circumstances, but no one could ever expect that a claimed spirit would have the potential to destroy their contract. It was the first he had heard of such a thing happening, and it could have quite possibly been the first occurrence in history. Such things hadn't been recorded to happen even in the demigod sanctuary. No one thought that claimed spirits could rebel. And now, it wasn't only Hansen running off. All the super creatures had snapped from their daze and chosen to flee, the Devil Blood King included. Not long after, Hansen had escaped the Purple Mountain. And far off, in the distance, the painful cries of super creatures could be heard. Having taken all the golden chests, Hansen pictured Moment Queen mercilessly slaying each and every super creature without reprieve. With Moment Queen's speed, she was undoubtedly the strongest being in Second God's sanctuary. Now that she had overpowered armor and weaponry, a super creature's survival in her shadow was entirely dependent on the mercy she was willing to offer. Currently, there had been none. Arg! Hansen heard a voice cry out. He could tell it was from the Devil Blood King, and Hansen figured he must have been slain. Hansen's determination to escape heightened, and he decided to flee even harder. He couldn't respawn like the Devil Blood King could, so all he could hope to do was run. But the Devil Blood King's death cry was the last thing Hansen could hear. After that, only the silence sung. The profound quietness brought Hansen discomfort, and when he turned around to take a look, he jumped. Moment Queen was standing behind him, silently. She was staring at Hansen intensely, with eyes that were as cold as ice. Aside from the purple armor she was now clad in, she was also garbed in a pair of purple, metallic wings and a purple crown. She looked like some ancient queen, hailing from some mythical hellscape of a different world. She was even wreathed in a purple, flickering flame. Despite the fact she was standing so close to him, Hansen was unable to detect her energy. But still, nothing accentuated her terrifying visage more than a crystal-clear image of her standing right before him. "My queen, congratulations! It brings great joy to my heart, seeing you obtain all this treasure for yourself," Hansen said, as his mind raced for a solution on how he might escape his predicament. But no reasonable idea came to him, and fleeing actually seemed impossible. The items she had received from the golden chests were too powerful, and Hansen's gear would be no match. "You had fun bossing me around, didn't you?" Moment Queen smiled at Hansen. The smile was so beautiful and radiant, it seemed genuine enough to thaw the icy image she was previously conveying. But to Hansen, personally, it still felt as if he had a bucket of icy water thrown on his heart. Hansen turned around and started running. Moment Queen flapped her wings, and appearing behind him, grabbed his back. Boom! The silver fox was furious, and it spat out silver lightning. But the lightning was immediately cancelled by the purple aura that encompassed her body. It dealt no damage. She didn't even react to its touch. Uninhibited, Moment Queen grabbed Hansen and the silver fox. Not willing to give up entirely, they both cast their best attacks. Hansen aimed for her belly, while the silver fox aimed for her head. Hansen's heart beat faster and faster, as his kidneys kicked into overdrive to produce energy. His body was charged with the element of thunder, and the tolling of a bell chimed. The fusion of thunder and sonic forces was driven directly into her belly. The silver fox exerted more effort than ever before, focusing all it could to defend its master. It channeled its energy into an explosive, electric charge and fired a lightning thunderbolt towards her face. The combination of these two strikes would have been fatal for most, but to Moment Queen, they were little more than a stiff wind. She exuded a holy presence, an aura that graced her armor and shielded her. Furthermore, her crown produced a purple mist. The sonic thunder punch within force could not penetrate the armor. The purple mist was able to dissolve the lightning that sought to strike her, and not even her hair was ruffled. "Better try a new trick, because that one's getting old." "That's what you would say, isn't it? Now, simmer down and cease wasting my time. Pestering me further will only invite a sooner death. I have no ardent desire to kill you, not yet. Still, it would be ill-advised for you to test my patience." Moment Queen grabbed Hansen and Silver Fox, and with a flap of her wings, took off in flight. The speed was so dizzyingly fast, the duo felt as if their bones were going to snap. Pang! Pang! A moment later, Hansen and the Silver Fox were thrown to the ground. Such was the force, they could do little but writhe around in agony afterwards, groaning. Trying to subdue the savage aching of his bones, Hansen looked around. Moment Queen had brought them back to Moment's shelter, directly beneath the boughs of the jade gold tree. Never had Hansen seen the Silver Fox, in the time since he witnessed its birth, be so angry. It wanted nothing more than to lash out and attack Moment Queen, despite the futility of such an action. Fortunately, Hansen was able to keep it from doing so. They knew they were unable to compete with Moment Queen, and attacking her would only incite her wrath and lead to a quicker death. If she didn't want to kill them just yet, there was a chance they could make it out of their predicament alive. Hansen looked at Moment Queen, who was standing under the tree. She looked upon it in admiration, but she didn't speak or do anything. What thoughts graced her mind, Hansen couldn't tell. Hansen fingered the gourd in his pocket, suddenly noticing its rapid vibrations. It truly did seem ready to be born. Suddenly, Moment Queen turned around. The unpredictability gave Hansen and the Silver Fox a jump scare, and they couldn't help but take a step back. There is no need to fear me. I do not plan on killing you yet. You had me as your puppet for a time, so your death will be slow, Moment Queen said. Following my commands was a decision you made. Aside from asking a favor from time to time, I didn't mistreat you. Why don't we just go our separate ways, let bygones be bygones, and never see each other again? Hansen looked up and into her cold eyes. Then, he continued by saying, if you think your service to me was unfair, how about we reverse roles for a time? Give me a task or two. Unfair? Moment Queen looked angry, and continued to elaborate, killing you is the only thing that can make us even. You deserved to die the moment you approached the gates of my shelter. You deserved to die the moment you asserted yourself as my master. Calm down, with the treasure you have, the contract has already been destroyed. Hansen went on, I have seen a lot today, and I didn't expect a tree could grow armaments such as those you obtained. How did you learn what it took to grow such sacred items? Sacred items? Moment Queen's face looked both mocking and scornful. She looked back to the jade gold tree and continued her dialogue, ignorant fool. They aren't sacred items, they are Geno seeds. I brought them here from my time in Third God's sanctuary. Do you really think something of such power exists here, in this place? Hansen was frozen. He had heard about Geno seeds before, it was something Ji Yanran and Annie had spoken of. But there was no way for them to ever appear in Second God's sanctuary, so this possibility never crossed Hansen's mind. He merely believed the tree to have birthed items of some sanctity. Now, thinking about it this way, the jade gold tree was quite similar to the description given to him by Ji Yanran. After planting the seeds, they grew amazing items, weaponry and defensive armaments, some even grew creatures. In the Third God's sanctuary, Geno seeds were important. Higher-tier seeds provided higher-tier armor and weapons. He was told that the items birthed by Geno seeds were entirely randomized, but Ji Yanran and Annie didn't go into too much detail. As such, Hansen never expected the jade gold tree had grown from a Geno seed. It is no wonder that these items are so powerful. Learning that these weapons are the boon of a Geno seed from Third God's sanctuary, Hansen said, complimenting the Geno gear she had obtained. Moment Queen coldly laughed and said, the reason why the jade gold tree was able to be born was all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, it would not have been able to grow. Why? What did I have to do with it? Hansen asked, with a look of shock. Moment Queen laughed and said, you brought that lucky beast here to live with us. The seed grows thanks to the luck it bestows. You gave me back the hope I thought you had robbed forever. Hansen wanted to slap himself. He shouldn't have brought Little White here. Now, she was reaping all the benefits, and worse yet, his life was dangling by a thread. Moment Queen held the scissors. Hansen's face was full of regret, whereas Moment Queen's face was one of unbridled joy. "If you have just told me that I helped you, why do you want to kill me?" Hansen said, as he thought of how he might escape. "Do not worry, I am not going to kill you. But whether or not you live is another matter, and that is something that depends entirely on you." Moment Queen wore a mystic smile. "Please explain what you mean." Hansen frowned. "I want to see if you can survive in Third God's Sanctuary," Moment Queen coldly said. Hansen thought about asking something else, but the jade gold tree that was about 100 meters high was still growing. There were no more chest fruits, but the tree's growth hadn't stopped. It looked as if it was prepared to sunder the skies. The jade gold tree does not belong in Second God's Sanctuary. Its birth was inspired by the lucky beast you tamed, but still, it has difficulty growing here. The Second God's Sanctuary cannot handle the energy force it possesses, so it will break the sky and pierce through to Third God's Sanctuary. Moment Queen spoke with excitement, looking up at the tree that continued to grow before their eyes. Hansen felt the entirety of Purple Mountain quake, and eventually, rise. With the mountain set to its trunk, Moment's shelter was lifted from the earth below and taken up into the skies. Hansen was shocked. He was not yet a surpasser, and while entering Third God's Sanctuary like this gave him a better chance at an initial survival, long-term survival did not seem likely. Any ordinary creature in Third God's Sanctuary would be stronger than Hansen. As the jade gold tree continued to grow, the gourd in Hansen's hand became more and more excited. Hansen could sense its actual feelings of happiness. Hansen had no idea why it felt happy. The earth was quaking as Moment's shelter rose up alongside the Purple Mountain. Beneath the sundered mountain, gargantuan jade roots were exposed. The corpses of all the super creatures, and their life geno-essences included, were each consumed by the tree. Its branches spiraled out and up into the air. Eventually, they reached what appeared to be an invisible ceiling, and above them, cracks suddenly started to appear in the sky. They spread out in the tangled manner of a spider web, suggesting the very skies were about to collapse. A new life force energy came from beyond those cracks, and it was quickly absorbed by the tree. Following its consumption, the tree's body became greener than ever. Although the gold jade tree was primarily only able to grow through little white's luck, the tree still lacked the amount of nutrition it required. This was because it was still in Second God's Sanctuary. It found a way to make up for the lost energy by absorbing it directly from Third God's Sanctuary. Following this, it started to grow again. Moment Queen looked delighted and said, "Finally. Finally, I can return to Third God's Sanctuary once more. It is finally happening. The asterisk's holes of that land better watch out, for I am back, with a vengeance." Seeing the jade gold tree bring the shelter and the mountain itself up high, Hansen's eyes couldn't help but widen. He was seeing something unbelievable. Hansen's gourd shone gold, and it vibrated with a greater ferocity. A black light began to seep and shine from its tip. It was like a black hole, where a dimension at the gourd's tip had been distorted. Light and color were all being sucked into this black hole. Has the gourd chosen to hatch now? Talk about bad timing. If whatever was inside the gourd was something good and beneficial, it was likely that Moment Queen would opt to take it away and claim ownership. Hansen noticed Moment Queen looking at the gourd. She frowned and asked him, "What are you doing?" She had followed Hansen for a while and knew much about who he was and what he possessed, but she believed the gourd he owned was little more than a toy. But the black hole at its tip seemed capable of bending dimensions, and this made her frown. "Nothing." Hansen wasn't sure how to respond. He had owned this gourd for the longest time, and he'd lambast the heavens for the misfortune if it was stolen by Moment Queen now. After Hansen said this, he thought about putting the gourd away. But the black hole on the gourd expanded, and it spit out a strange manifestation of black light towards the jade gold tree. The tree was surrounded by this black light, and its energy was being visibly drained from it. Like a physical river, the energy followed the black light back to its source, the gourd. The gourd was only the size of a person's palm, so the quantity of energy it was merrily absorbing was nigh unfathomable. The life force of the tree was clearly fading in response, and its appearance was quickly robbed of its luster. The jade gold tree was wilting. "What's going on?" Hansen asked, while holding the gourd in surprise. "Do you want to die?" When Moment Queen noticed that the jade gold tree was dying and its efforts to break the sky were now failing, she believed it to be the malevolent work of Han Senator. She lunged forward to attack him. Hansen was prepared to evade, but before he did, the gourd fired another beam of black light towards Moment Queen's purple shortsword. Phew! The purple shortsword was whipped out of her hands. As if caught by a gravity well, the sword then started moving towards the gourd. At the sight of this, Moment Queen's face dropped aghast. Although it was only a 2-foot-long shortsword, the gourd was only the size of a person's palm. And yet, the shortsword was sucked into this black hole, becoming trapped inside the gourd. What is this? Moment Queen looked at the gourd, failing to believe one of her 6-cog armaments had been taken by it. The jade gold tree's seed was forged by a king, and it possessed many super genes inside it. It grew poorly in Second God's sanctuary, and the items it grew weren't as effective as the genuine super gene ones. Still, the power these items possessed was far greater than the power of any other obtainable items of Second God's sanctuary. Coming into possession of such an item in the Second God's shelter was an extremely rare opportunity, and already, the gourd had snatched one of them away from her. Although it was quickly smothered by her rage, Moment Queen was full of surprise. At this sudden development, however, Hansen was secretly exuberant. He hadn't expected the gourd to prove so invaluable, particularly in his time of need. For one of those horrible genoseed weapons to be so quickly consumed by it, he had the sneaking suspicion things would soon turn in his favor. "My baby gourd, suck her." Hansen wasn't even sure if the gourd would follow such a command, but regardless, he barked it out. And then, the gourd did indeed listen. A black beam was fired towards Moment Queen. She attempted to evade it, but she felt as if she was being pulled back to it. Unable to free herself, her face changed. Whoosh! It was Moment Queen's little hammer, followed by the shield she carried. Within this strong well of suction, the 6-cog armaments were being sucked into the gourd one by one. "Suck it! Suck it! Suck it!" Hansen was incredibly excited. He had believed himself to be a dead man, but when the gourd sprang to life, things truly seemed to be working out in his favor. Moment Queen wished to escape the suction, but she could not move. And amidst her hopeless bids to free herself from the restraints of the gourd's light, all of her new treeborn equipment was pulled away. Regardless of what she did, the gear found a way to squirm and slide its way out of her possession and towards the gourd. "Suck it hard!" Hansen shouted at Moment Queen as he lifted up his gourd. The black light continued to burst forth, and the purple crown was the next to depart her brief ownership. The mist it once expelled did nothing to keep it from being pulled into the whirling black abyss stemming from the top of the gourd. Moment Queen was shocked, having no clue what that gourd could have possibly been. She had trouble fathoming the power it possessed, for it to so easily trump and consume her armaments. How can Second God's sanctuary birth something such as this? Moment Queen asked in a tone of obvious desperation. The cockiness she once exuded had all vanished. "Kill her." Hansen lifted up the gourd and barked this one final order in the direction of Moment Queen. As he did so, an ear-to-ear smile materialized on his face, in merry delight of how the tables had turned so suddenly. The wings on her back were now ripped off, too. They were sucked into the gourd. But that wasn't the end. Moment Queen's purple armor, the final item, was ripped off her body. It became a formless purple light, and in a blink, disappeared into the gourd's trail of suction. Moment Queen was now clothed only in her underwear. "Little Moment, what were you saying?" Hansen stared at her as he held his gourd, and he spoke to her slowly. "What is that thing?" Moment Queen's spirit had been wholly defeated. She looked at the gourd, struggling to believe that her equipment had been taken away so easily. Without the protection of her 6-cog armaments, she could not rebel against Hansen and his contract. "Come here," Hansen said, and Moment Queen unwillingly approached. Hansen pushed her on the ground and slapped her round buttocks. The slap was so loud, she trembled with wide eyes. It wasn't because of the pain, though. It was due to the humiliation she was now being forced to endure. Never before had she been treated like this in the sanctuaries. Of course, Hansen couldn't care less. Repeatedly, he continued to smack, slap, and spank her bum. Eventually, the fabric of her underwear was torn open. This revealed the reddened skin of her sore, but plump, bottom. Hansen's handprint was clearly displayed, for so hard were his hits, even her natural body couldn't withstand the strikes. Hansen was incredibly mad on the inside, for that was the closest brush with death he had ever endured. Had things not turned out the way they had, Moment Queen would have killed him and the silver fox. In response to her misdeeds, he felt killing her outright would be too kind of a fate. Moment Queen, still under the control of her contract, was unable to resist. Being humiliated in such a fashion actually brought tears to her eyes. Hansen did not care, obviously. He continued to slap her but as hard and as loudly as he could. "I will never forgive you for this." There were many things Moment Queen wanted to do, but she couldn't bear the humiliation she was currently enduring. She desperately wished she could self-destruct. "Oh, you want to die, do you? I'm not allowing you to get away with what you have done that easily. What was it that you said to me earlier? My death was going to be a slow one?" Hansen had now changed the contract, forbidding her from being able to self-destruct. Pat. 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 Hansen kept on hitting her bum without reprieve, and as she thought about what was happening, she was overcome with whelming sadness. She started to sob her eyes out. The Moment Queen of Moment Shelter, the cold and fierce spirit, was crying like a baby girl. The gourd, meanwhile, had not yet satiated its hunger for the tree's energy. So, as this was occurring, it continued to consume everything that it could. The leaves of the tree had lost their luster and yellowed. Many leaves had started to depart their birthing branches now, as well, falling to the cobbled grounds of the plaza. The gourd shone gold like some sort of crystal. It was a most eye-pleasing jewel. Boom! The jade gold tree died. Purple Mountain and Moment Shelter, which had resided atop it both, fell all the way back down to where they had previously rested. The jade gold tree still remained, but it was little more than a deadwood sculpture of what it had once been. There was nothing left for the gourd to drain, and following this, the black hole blipped out of existence as easily and as quickly as it had first appeared. The gourd itself returned to its original, dull appearance. Now, Hansen stopped his torture of Moment Queen's bottom. He kissed the gourd and stroked it, saying, "Oh, baby gourd, might you allow me to play with the 6 pieces of cog gear you recently consumed?" The gourd gave no response, and he wondered whether or not it could hear his commands following its deactivation. Hansen greatly desired the weapons Moment Queen had previously used. Any one of those pieces could make him virtually invincible, he believed. They would prove invaluable upon his ascension to the third god's sanctuary, too. Hansen knew the weapons were inside the gourd, but it was refusing to release them. "Oh, baby gourd. I have taken good care of you for the longest time now. I treated you as well as I would a true son. Perhaps now it is time for you to show a kindness in return. Give me 2 of them, at least. Or how about just 1? 1 will do." Despite Hansen's continued pleading, there was still no response. To say that this put a dampener on his mood was putting it lightly. He looked at Moment Queen, who was still crying, and said, "Moment, what can you tell me about this gourd?" Moment Queen did not respond, and her face was still a blubbering mess. She had never felt so insulted before, and even if she did know something about the gourd, she would most certainly not oblige his desire for knowledge and explain to him the nature of the gourd that had defeated her. It looks like your punishment was not sufficient. Hansen used his mind to control Moment Queen, forcing her to stand up and approach him properly. When she saw Hansen rub his hands in an impish fashion, she became angry. But she also knew that resistance would only lead to further humiliation. Holding back the urge to kill him, she remorsefully said, "It does not come from the second god's sanctuary." "Okay, continue." "What is it, then?" Hansen asked. "I am not sure. But I assure you, I have never seen such a thing before. Also, it has not yet been born. There is something within, as you undoubtedly know, but I cannot even wager a guess about what lies inside. If I did have to guess, though, I would say that it is a high-class genocide." Moment Queen did her best to subdue the shame that told her not to say a word. Genocide? As he held the gourd, Hansen could still feel the pulsating of its heartbeat. He believed she really didn't know much about it. If she had known, she would have performed better against it earlier. The gourd had managed to absorb the entire life energy of the gargantuan tree, and yet, it still wasn't ready to be born. Hansen's mind could not fathom what manner of creature resided inside. Perhaps she was indeed right, guessing that it wasn't something that belonged to the second god's sanctuary. It looks like only the third god's sanctuary can produce something like this. Hansen put away the gourd and returned Moment Queen to the Sea of Soul. He didn't want to kill her yet, as it wouldn't make him feel any better over what had transpired. Furthermore, she was his property, and it'd only yield a loss if he were to destroy her. Plus, Moment Queen had quite the history. She might have a use in the third god's sanctuary. Of course, Hansen wasn't going to underestimate her any further. For the rest of her existence, he was going to keep an eye on her. What's more, he was going to treat her like a slave and make her pay for her grievous misbehavior. He left the shelter and went off to find Wang Yuhang, but he still wanted to establish a guard for Moment's shelter during his absence. Much had transpired within the walls of that shelter, and yet, it was still standing. Believing its history to be of some importance, he wasn't quite willing to give up on it. "Bossman, by the sanctuaries. Care to tell me what happened over there?" Wang Yuhang asked as soon as Hansen returned, unable to wait a single additional second. From where he had been, he had felt the ground quake and even see the purple mountain rise from the earth, before descending back down again. When the mountain fell, anything within a few thousand miles would have felt the tremor. The jade gold tree was evil. It killed almost all the super creatures there. Fortunately, I was powerful enough to overcome the wooden fiend and defeat it. Hansen pointed at the jade gold tree in the distance as he boasted. Wang Yuhang did not believe the absurd story he had been fed, but he wasn't going to ask again. If Hansen did not want to tell him the truth, he was willing to accept that. After tidying up the shelter, Big Black and Small Black returned to continue their defense of the area. Hansen, in the meantime, returned to the Alliance in the hope of researching genoseeds and learning how they might pertain to the gourd. He had to find out more. Hansen learnt more about genoseeds from Ji Yanran. Perusing the information she provided him, though, he noted that it wasn't very substantial. He did learn that genoseeds were able to absorb all manners of genes, and which genes they absorbed would affect what grew inside them. Some could grow geno-equipment, whereas others could grow creatures. Others could form spirits or beast souls. What they chose to grow was influenced by the energies they absorbed. Humans and spirits knew how to create genoseeds that they favored, and this was accomplished by injecting the genes of their choice into one. Doing so would enable the altered genoseed to create what the injector specifically sought. Different sanctuaries had different ways of cultivating genoseeds. And the stuff they produced was different from place to place. But humans lacked a lot of information about genoseeds, and as a result, Hansen was unable to discover anything revealing about the nature of his gourd or the 6-cog armaments. It looks like this is a mystery that will only reveal itself once I reach the third god's sanctuary. After Hansen deleted the confidential information he had received, he returned to the sanctuary. All of a sudden, he received orders bidding him to join a training program. Han Sen went back to ask Ji Yanran about it, and she said it was a training program of the Alliance. It was something related to the crystallizer civilization. All members of the Daphne had to take part, including her. Han Sen had no choice but to join, since he was issued the order. He wasn't strong enough to take on the entire alliance yet, so he still had to adhere to whatever order was given to him by the council. Unfortunately for him, however, it threw a wrench in his plans of attacking Devil Blood Shelter again. It would be delayed. The Devil Blood King had been heavily damaged, and he was lacking his former power. Han Sen believed he could take out Devil Blood Shelter and max out his super geno points in the process. Spirit Owl and Death Knell had not finished evolving yet, though, and they were two companions he thought he might need. As a result, he didn't think it'd do much harm to go to the training program first. When Han Sen arrived at the training base at Mocha Planet, he was surprised to see that it wasn't only his team that was receiving the training. A lot of Crystallizer Ruin research members would receive this training, as well. All in all, there were more than 10,000 people there. Han Sen. You are Han Sen, yes? Immediately after arriving, Han Sen was greeted by someone who fanboyishly recognized him. The man hastily moved to intercept him. Han Sen was quite happy about this, and he couldn't help but think, haha, I really am rather popular. Yes, I am Han Sr. The person in front of him was a 20-year-old soldier. Han Sen was pleased at the reception he was given, and he was about to ask the man if he wanted an autograph. But jovially, the young man quickly said, "It really is you? Sweet. Your fiancée is the Princess of the Alliance, Ji Yanran. We are very fond of her." What the hell? Han Sen had rarely felt so awkward. He explained to them, "Well, for what I suspect you will ask next, the answer is yes. She will be joining the training program, too. You can see her later." Whoa. Awesome. A bunch of soldiers began to babble amongst themselves. Then, a woman soldier approached Han Sen and handed him a pen and paper. She politely asked, "Can I have your signature, please?" Han Sen noticed that this female soldier was attractively challenged, but still he thought, well, at the very least, women have better judgment, I suppose. Of course. Han Sen smiled and accepted the pen and paper, ready to scribble his signature. But just as he was about to bring the pen down on the paper, the female soldier said, "Can you write Ji Yanran's fiancé for your name?" Han Sen almost bit his tongue off, and was tempted to grab her clothes and yell, "Are you trying to make me look like a fool? How shameless are you, asking me to sign this?" The female soldier, however, looked like a very shy individual. Despite being disheartened, Han Sen complied with her request and proceeded to scribble down Ji Yanran's fiancé. Yay! I have obtained the signature of Ji Yanran's fiancé. Woohoo! The soldier thanked Han Sen with a frightening amount of glee and hugged the paper tightly. Han Sen heard a familiar voice laughing somewhere nearby. He turned around and saw a familiar yet strange shadow. Meng Meng? Han Sen was very surprised, but still he approached her. He had not expected to see Wang Meng Meng there. Since he last saw her, she had grown taller. She exuded a sense of greater maturity, but her overall appearance was still an undeniable victim of her baby face. "Tell me, handsome, as the fiancé of a princess, do you feel pressured?" Wang Meng Meng asked, with her eyes wide open in curiosity. "Before arriving here, I believed myself to be a figure of greater fame than she was." Han Sen was feeling hopeless. Wang Meng Meng smiled and said, "It's normal, don't worry. The president has a beautiful daughter, and it is not uncommon for people to crave every tidbit of news about what the president is up to. Of course the media chases her, and her title as princess is formally recognized throughout the entire alliance. Even the news of your triumph against Yu Qialan referred to you as the princess's fiancé." Han Sen wasn't affected by this, however. He simply shrugged his shoulders and said, "I recall you are a member of the Royal Warframe team, so how come you are here today?" Why are you here, taking part in today's special training? Honestly? I'm not sure. Some of us received the order to come, whereas others didn't. Perhaps there is an important operation regarding the crystallizers? Wang Mengmeng hypothesized. Let's walk and talk. Where's your room? Hansen spoke as he walked alongside Wang Mengmeng. In an office of the training camp, an old man watched a video stream of the ongoing scene between Hansen and Wang Mengmeng. Teacher, would you like me to bring Hansen here? Wen Zhong asked the old man. The old man shook his head and said, No, there is no need to. I do not wish to make my identity and presence known to him yet. I will continue to watch them in secret, in the meantime. I don't think that is very appropriate, Wen Zhong said, in surprise. It isn't inappropriate. It makes for a compelling watch, that's all. The old man smiled as he looked at Han Senator, then he said, I can see the real him like this. Teacher, do you really want to accept him as a student of yours? Wen Zhong was hesitant to ask this question, but he did so anyway. Maybe. Maybe not. First, I have to meet with him, the old man said. I still think it is inappropriate. He hails from the Luo family, after all. Wen Zhong wore a complicated expression. Then doesn't that make for an even more compelling watch? Shuadong Lai, having a student from the Luo family would be rather interesting, don't you think? The old man squinted his eyes, with a smile that could only be defined as perfect. The crystallizer civilization lessons he had received in the past were mostly the same, but this time, Hansen noticed they were going into a lot more depth. After the training was over, Hansen went to a restaurant with Fat Squad leader and his teammates. Although they weren't in the same camp, they had to work hard in the sanctuary. Furthermore, their working locations were not the same and so, they did not meet up frequently. Gathering together in one spot was a rarity, so they were keen to take advantage of the opportunity and have a meal together. They spoke about the many trials and tribulations they had each experienced in their lives up to that point. Fat Squad leader recalled a tale in which he almost died while in the sanctuary. It was a story fraught with danger and arduous troubles, but he was a remarkable storyteller. He told the tale with humor and enthusiasm, which had everyone else leaning in to listen. Little Han, you have seen more than we, I am sure. Could you tell us a story concerning one of your adventurers? Fat Squad leader asked, and his request was joined by nods and noises of agreement from the others there, too. Hansen and Fat Squad leader had been drinking, so Hansen told them much about what he had been through. He received a barrage of questions as he told the stories. Hansen wanted to embellish the tales he told, but he realized his adventures were as fantastical and as wild as a story could get. He started to acknowledge how almost ridiculous his experiences were, that further flourishes weren't even necessary. What a load of sh*t. A moving mountain, a tree that sunders the sky and bears fruit that craps out treasure? Where do you think you are, the third god's sanctuary? As Hansen told his stories to the keen listeners, an inappropriate comment was made from someplace behind them. The voice was mocking. When Hansen's story was interrupted, the listeners all turned their heads to see who had the gall to do so. They were prohibited from wearing military uniforms outside the camp, so they wondered if the outspoken person only said as much because he didn't know who they were. Friend, we were only exchanging tales. You interrupt us as if you have been offended. Fat Squad leader stood up and spoke to the person who had interrupted them, and noticed he was standing in the presence of others, too. This is a public area and there is a little thing called free speech. What? Are you guys allowed to spout whatever nonsense you want, whereas I must remain quiet? The man said with a smile. Fat Squad leader looked ready to respond, but Li Jin tugged at his arm. Li Jin had recognized who those people were, and so he told Fat Squad leader, they are from the Royal Warframe team. I saw them while we were training. Fat Squad leader frowned and said, if we are allied, then I can excuse your bullish intrusion. At the very least, I hope that you can be a touch more respectful going forward. Fat Squad leader sat back down, but the man raised his eyebrows and retorted, "Oh, I apologize. But our Royal Warframe team is not comprised of boolsh *ters." At this, Han Sen and Fat Squad leader furrowed their brows. "Dude, you're way over the line." "Oh, I apologize again. Did I touch a nerve?" "That's fine, I'm sure that Hero Han can kill all manner of wretched creatures and surmount insurmountable challenges. Do not worry for my talent, as I am not a person that can move mountains and bring down the sky. I am merely a surpasser that has just reached the third god's sanctuary." Haha. I suppose he could fight me, if he figured he was strong enough. The man was unbearably cocky. When Han Sen heard the man refer to him as Hero Han, he knew right away that the sole purpose for the man's intrusion here was to cause trouble. "Do you have no shame? You are a surpasser who has come to challenge and pick on evolvers." Fat Squad leader was aggravated. With a mocking expression, the man said, "I may be a surpasser, but I can only suppose I am weaker than the monsters Hero Han described. If he can deal with those creatures, then I am sure he would have no problem competing against me." Fat Squad leader and his friends were now riled up, but they couldn't quite formulate an appropriate response to this. They too believed Han Sen was embellishing his tales and exaggerating his stories for the sole purpose of entertainment. The Royal Warframe team was mocking them, taking advantage of Han Sen's jests. Unable to say anything, their efforts of provocation were proving effective. "Okay. Are we to have a friendly duel or commit to a Warframe fight?" Han Sen asked, after standing up and moving right in front of the man. Han Sen was not willing to accept their bullying. Han Sen had already taken the time to sense the surpasser's energy flow, and he noted how he wasn't that far off the average super creature. He was most certainly not someone special. "Haha, are you serious? You are going to fight us, the Royal Warframe team?" The man looked as if he had just heard the funniest joke ever devised, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. The other team members joined in with the man's amusement, and they all did their best to mock Han Sen. The Royal Warframe team was the greatest team in the Alliance. Only the most elite were able to join them, and they were people who were able to control Warframes. To enter the Royal Warframe team, a person had to undergo vigorous training. The Royal Warframe team's training regime was different than that of ordinary Warframe teams. Furthermore, Han Sen was not a Warframe soldier. "I have heard of you Royal Warframe lot, and I have heard there are many Warframe masters." Han Sen spoke with a cold tone of voice. Hearing Han Sen say this, the man became awfully cocky. The Royal Warframe team was indisputably the best of the best, and it was something they were proud of. They'd take advantage of any opportunity they could to trumpet their accomplishments. Fat Squad leader knew Han Sen wouldn't compliment someone like this, willy-nilly, so he waited patiently for what Han Sen was going to say next. "But I have also heard that the most powerful Warframe users are female. The men are dragging the team down, apparently," Han Sen said. Fat Squad leader and Qiuqing laughed heartily at the burn. Li Jin joined in with a serious tone of voice, adding, "Yes, I have heard about this, too. The Royal Warframe team is frequently referred to as the Royal Princess team. I thought the team was only comprised of women. You'll have to accept my apology, for I did not know there were men amongst your ranks." Han Sen and Li Jin's words were not false, and what they said was partly true. The leader of the Royal Warframe team was a woman, and most members were indeed female, like Yu Qianxuan, who Han Sen had filmed advertisements with. Wang Mengmeng was a member of their team as well. The primary reason for the Royal Warframe team's reputation as an elite army was due to their appearance. Being mostly comprised of women, that was not a difficult task. The team always showed up at the Alliance's Independence Day celebrations, the New Year festivities, and the marching army events. They showed up to spruce up these occasions, and it helped that all of the smaller squads inside the Royal Warframe team were spearheaded by women, too. With all of its authoritative figures being women, the Royal Warframe team had been dubbed the Royal Princess team. It wasn't a snide name, and no contempt was harbored in its usage. The nickname really was just used to illustrate the many women in its ranks. What did you say? Now that Han Sen and Li Jing said this, the man's face had changed. The other men accompanying him stood up angrily. They had been mocked for this state of affairs before, and hearing it used against them again was really quite triggering. Okay, let's have a warframe fight. The men who had now been provoked looked at Han Sen with anger in their eyes. The lounge of the restaurant had all the equipment necessary, so everyone proceeded there at once to spectate the virtual fight. Little Han, are you okay? Fat Squad leader asked, as Han Sen sat inside the hologram machine. They had been mocked, yes, but their transgressors were from the Royal Warframe team. They were incredibly proficient at operating warframes, and the person he was going up against was a surpasser to boot. His foe's fitness was higher than any evolvers, which gave him an advantage. I'll be fine. I learned how to operate warframes back in military school, and I actually put some effort in when it came to practicing. Han Sen smiled. Fat Squad leader then remembered that Han Sen had endorsed super biological warframes. But over the years, there had been many more generations and SK models. Those who endorsed the products had generally switched and moved on with the later releases. But Han Sen's first-generation SKTS was undoubtedly the most famous. The advert and the SKTS itself were widely regarded as classics. Of course, the adverts weren't representative of their actual operational functions. What he had learned had been in school, so it was natural for people to be dubious over whether or not Han Sen could actually compete with professionals in today's scene. But it was too late now, and Han Sen's crew could only hope for the best. Their embarrassment would be even greater if he lost. The Royal Warframe team bunch, however, were acting as if they had already secured victory. For this fight, they even got the restaurant workers to stream the fight live on the TVs of the restaurant. People who visited this establishment were mostly soldiers, those that had come here training. As such, this was a fight that was sure to interest them. Oh, it's a royal night. Wasn't that person ranked 7th in the realm of Evolver's Warframe combat? It has been a long time since I last saw him. It really is him. It's Li Qingxian from the Royal Warframe team. He's a surpasser now, so it is fairly obvious why you don't see him much anymore. Cool. Who is he going up against? Some fellow with a strange ID. I've never heard of him before. It is a guest account. Han Sen logged in with a guest account, and this provided him the ID of guest followed by a bunch of numbers. Having received the invitation to battle from Li Qingxian, he entered the combat arena. Instantly, the countdown began. An old man sat down in the restaurant as the countdown started, and he watched the screen of the TV intently. He couldn't wait for the match to begin. Shuadonglai came here to chat with Han Sen, but did not expect him to have gotten into a fight with Li Qingxian. He found the prospects of their battle quite interesting. Soldiers from the Royal Warframe team are very good when it comes to the operation of warframes. They have much experience and constantly make use of them. Han Sen most likely hasn't touched a warframe in many years, so I wonder what he's going to do. Shuadonglai sipped on a glass of wine, deep in thought. It had indeed been a long time since Han Sen operated a warframe, and he wasn't familiar with what models were currently being used. He chose SKTS due to his familiarity with it, but it was incredibly outdated by that point. Seeing Han Sen select the SKTS, Li Qingxian coldly smiled. The SKTS was a regular warframe, outdated and lacking high mobility. Its weapons were unremarkable, and it lacked a variety of them. It was generally considered unsuitable for battles against other warframes. Han Sen chose this warframe due to being familiar with it. Li Qingxian wasn't going to be polite or go easy on Han Sen, though. He was ready to whip him like a dog and teach him a stern lesson. Han Sen had mocked the males of their team, so to assert the victory he wanted, Li Qingxian chose the best warframe possible. It was a super biological warframe called King of War. King of War was the latest model, and it was 5 generations ahead of the SKTS. Although this King of War was only a regular variant instead of the military variant, which reduced the weapons it possessed, it was fairly close. Every man loved mechs, and in this age, super biological warframes in particular. Whereas in the past, men might have been car enthusiasts and later spaceship lovers, this was the latest manly interest. Even if a man wasn't crazy about machinery, they'd still appreciate them. Warframe matches were a popular sport to watch, and especially so when a match included a member of the Royal Warframe team. Even men and soldiers who weren't Warframe operators enjoyed watching the fights, and understood the intricacies of these battles. Seeing Li Qingxian select King of War, while his opponent used an SKTS, they believed the duel was going to be some gentle sparring and not a proper fight. But still, many people tuned in to watch, due to one of the fighters being associated with the Royal Warframe team. It made for great entertainment to accompany their meals. When the countdown ended, King of War and SKTS appeared in the arena. It was a plain battleground, and it lacked barriers. There, they would simply fight. Han Sen's SKTS had a sword and a laser blaster, nothing else. King of War was decked out with a variety of weapons, like a giant, mobile arsenal. Li Qingxian looked at Han Sen's basic, raw SKTS and cackled. When he moved his hand, King of War came to life with 13 cannons immediately aiming for Han Senator. He'd blast the SKTS to kingdom come before it even took a step towards him. D*MN. 13 weapons all at once, that's pretty powerful. And talented. These royal knights really are a crazy lot. Awesome. His abilities of Warframe operation are way too good. He moves the robot with an unmatched mixture of both speed and precision. This is nuts. The Royal Warframe team really is no joke. Oh, that poor soul. That guy in the SKTS will be nothing but scrap metal before he takes his second step. When the SKTS moved, however, everyone was shocked. It was an ordinary movement, but it made people feel as if the SKTS was alive. At that moment, they noticed a fluidity unlike anything they thought a machine could perform. It was like the SKTS had melded with the agility of a human. The movements of the SKTS were delicate, and each step exuded a sense of real soul. It was difficult for people to describe what they were watching. Those quick movements, by the sanctuaries. Who was controlling that SKTS? That's insane. Amidst everyone's shock, the SKTS continued its graceful dance forward. The trail it took was strange, and when the cannons fired, every shot missed and hit the ground around it. The SKTS was like a silver phantom. Fortunately, Warframe fights were not determined by simple speed. There were many contributing factors that lead to victory. If much of the fight had relied on speed, Han Sen would never have been able to catch up to King of War. King of War was very powerful. It had a very high defense, and it possessed many different weapons. This meant its size was less than an ideal, it was big, and as a result, clumsy and a little stiff to move. This was where the SKTS could prove itself. The SKTS was far lighter and its agility was high. With Han Sen's incredible 8th sense, Han Sen was able to predict King of War's movements and adapt accordingly. Using Heavenly Go, Han Sen took on a formation. He prompted King of War to fire first, giving him the opportunity to start his dance of evasion. With the SKTS, Han Sen was able to make his way over to King of War while it was preoccupied. Is this fight staged? Huh. This is way too fake. How can King of War not manage to strike that old SKTS when it's headed straight his way? Haha. I give this crappy display a 1 out of 10 rating. Their performance is terrible, and it beggars belief. King of War fires continuously, and I'm expected to believe the SKTS can dodge such a barrage without a scratch? How much did SKTS pay for this shameless, laughable display? I'll pay double, just to make it stop. It may be just a show, but SKTS's power is nothing to laugh at. That being said, the agility is difficult to believe. Performing a single dodge is hard enough, but to keep on doing so is too good to be true. The fitness level of whoever is inside that SKTS must be rather lofty. This performance is interesting. I wonder who is in control of the SKTS. This isn't a show, numbnuts. This is the real deal. I saw how this fight got started, over in the lobby. Li Qingxian started picking on Han Sen and his fellows, so he offered to duel him with a warframe. Holy smokes! Is that true? Why would I lie? There were quite a few people there. The tension between the two was stoked like a fire. This is crazy. Han Sen is the one operating SKTS? Are his abilities really that good? He's not even a warframe operator. Don't you recall when SKTS first entered the market? Han Sen was the one who starred in its advert, when he was still in military school. I remember Digong having just created super biological warframes. When SKTS first came out, it was massive. The advert's focus was on the warframe and Yu Qianxuan. I didn't notice the young man in it. He was SKTS's alpha operator. It's no wonder he is so strong. The arena for their battle was very small. With a firm handle on the SKTS, Han Sen effortlessly made his way over to King of War. When in range, however, Han Sen did not attack right away. The difference between their armor statistics meant Han Sen could not fight him face to face. Therefore, Han Sen used his SKTS to go around and around King of War. Instead of just dodging in one direction, he ran circles around King of War. With his sword, he kept slashing as he went, waiting for the perfect opening in which he could use his laser blaster. King of War kept spinning, and it almost seemed stuck in its attempt to locate the SKTS. It couldn't even attack. Are you sure this isn't a show? It seems fake. Why isn't he fighting back? Someone asked. Oh, he wants to fight back. The thing is, he can't, an old warframe soldier said, as he looked at the SKTS. Despite his affirmation, he was still surprised at what he was seeing. Brother Su, what do you mean by that? How can he not fight back? Everyone turned to look at the old soldier, in anticipation of an explanation. The soldier looked at the video and said, King of War has many native, built-in weapons, as well as weapons that are external attachments. It may seem powerful, but too many weapons make you bulky, and accuracy comes at the cost of time. The SKTS manages to always place itself inside King of War's aiming dead zone. By the time King of War adjusts his position, the SKTS has already moved to another dead zone. King of War will never be able to lock onto him, provided the SKTS keeps this up. So, how can he possibly fight back? Hearing this explanation, everyone watched the screen with a clearer concept of what was going on. When they saw King of War's gun move, the SKTS had moved. It really was impossible for King of War to lock on to his opponent. His control is too much. It's like a bug, forever hiding in the enemy's dead zone. He is too good. It is no wonder why he is the fiancé of the princess. It isn't that SKTS has been updated, it's just down to the driver. There is a reason why Digong invited Han Sen to film the advert. Han Sen did indeed know everything about the SKTS, and he was indeed like an alpha. Are you recording this video? No, but you can just ask for a copy off the restaurant later. An alpha operator of the SKTS is something that's well worth watching. Everyone was exuberantly happy watching this fight unfold. The only one not having a good time was Li Qingxian. Try as he might, he could not lock on to the SKTS. Everything he tried to do was thwarted, as if the SKTS had the ability of foresight. It was like someone had installed a window into his soul, and there his opponent was, peering right through it. It even frightened him a bit. Although this was all virtual, he couldn't help but imagine Han Sen's face grinning like a devil. This vision made his skin itch. Li Qingxian no longer expected victory. More than anything, he wanted to lose right now and bring an end to the nightmare. He would have vastly preferred it if the SKTS had the strength to immediately blow up the King of War. But the SKTS's weapons were too weak, and the King of War's armor was too sturdy. It was a bad combination, and all the SKTS could do was slowly whittle away the defense and health of King of War. It would still be a while before the horror was over and King of War would be destroyed. A fight like this was not unlike torture, and it made Li Qingxian feel a phantom pain. If the Royal Warframe team's honor wasn't at stake, he would have happily thrown in the towel. It had been a very long time since Han Sen last touched a Warframe, and he recalled the times he would occasionally hop in one for some fun. Moving at high speed, with a sword that did not stop swinging and the laser blaster that kept on firing, it was an orgy of sounds. The pinging of laser on metal was particularly delightful for the ears of men, and it made them super excited. Shu Donglai watched the screen with an excitement in his heart. It reminded him of himself, in the days of his youth. He is not from the Luo family, and he did not practice falsified Sky Sutra. This is interesting, and now I have come to the decision that yes, I will recruit him as my student. Shu Donglai smiled. It was difficult to believe that a Luo family member hadn't learned the falsified Sky Sutra but had still become so powerful. His skills were top tier. They weren't associated with movement and power, and from what he had seen of Han Sen's operation of a Warframe, Shu Donglai learned a lot. It is an interesting thing for him to become so powerful without learning the falsified Sky Sutra. Shu Donglai had a few extra thoughts about this, but he did not dwell on them. His mind swiftly moved on to think, he is not from the Luo family, and neither does he want to be. His name is Han. Haha. I can't wait to see what comes of this. Boom. Only God could have kept count of the hundreds of slashes the SKTS delivered to King of War, but it finally broke. And with King of War's breaking, the fight came to an end. Li Qingxian did not say a word following his defeat. Upon his exit, he quickly summoned for his men to depart alongside him. He was far too ashamed of his performance to muster a single word, since he was a Royal Warframe team operator who had just lost to an old, outdated SKTS. Footage of the fight had been uploaded to Skynet. The full-length video was titled SKTS Murders King of War, and it didn't take long for it go viral. After watching the video, many people were flabbergasted. Many Warframe lovers wondered if they had what it took to do as the SKTS did. Those efforts turned out badly, however. A few days after the video was uploaded, there were reports of countless SKTS kits being destroyed and their operators injured. No one was able to replicate what they had seen in the video. As a result, many people believed the video had been faked and its fight was staged. But when people thought about the fact that the video included Han Sen and a member of the Royal Warframe team, they questioned why those two would do such a thing. Them faking a battle did not seem likely. For the Royal Warframe team to suffer such a defeat was humiliating, and many people could not help but say, there is an operator called the Alpha. Others can't do what he does, and the skills he knows are etched into his bones. Han Sen, Fat Squad leader, and his friends celebrated the victory together. Delighted over the result, they all decided to get wasted. Later that night, Han Sen wobbled his way to the bathroom. When he was in front of the door, an old man walked out. Han Sen was so drunk, he didn't even look at him properly. This was the Alliance. Unlike in the sanctuaries, you always had to be alert, even in a drunken stupor. So, when Han Sen passed the old man, he felt as if the old man's eyes were incredibly bright. He glanced towards them. As he looked, Han Sen froze. His pupils went smaller and his eyes were sapped of the joy they once possessed. Kid, take my mind test. If you pass, I will allow you to be my student, Shu Donglai cockily said. As a demigod, Shu Donglai was incredibly talented in the realm of influencing the wills of others and performing illusions. In demigod fights, he was able to make others lose their attention and fall into a false reality that he had devised. Han Sen was merely an evolver, and helpless to resist. Therefore, Shuadonglai wished to test Han Sen's willpower, faith, and resolve. If he passed, he would be sufficiently qualified to be Shuadonglai's apprentice. If his faith was warped, then that meant he did not have what it took yet. People could learn any skill they wanted, and they could become as powerful as they wanted, too. The only inhibitor to achieving such lofty goals was a person's faith and dedication to the cause. Shuadonglai walked in front of Han Sen and brought him to sit down. Han Sen's attention was vacant now, for he had been placed in Shuadonglai's infinite mind trial. For surpassers, it traditionally took them an hour to escape it. Kid, suffer a little. When you come out, you will obey me. Shuadonglai thought about how Han Sen might respect him following the trial, and smiled with jittery excitement. Shuadonglai placed a hand on Han Sen's shoulder, and when he did, Han Sen burped. Following that, a wretched noise sounded. Blurg. Han Sen threw up all over Shuadonglai. Shuadonglai was caught at unawares. On any other occasion, he'd dodge without trouble, but he had become too self-obsessed, and his excitement over Han Sen had gotten the best of him. While thinking about how incredible his infinite mind trial was, and how he'd present himself as Han Sen's new boss, the projectile vomiting caught him off guard. Han Sen was very drunk at this point. Becoming dizzy under the influence of infinite mind trial was the straw that broke the camel's back and opened the floodgates of his stomach. The two looked at each other for a second, and after acknowledging the situation, Han Sen said, "I am so sorry." "It's okay." Shuadonglai lowered his head and left, not wanting Han Sen to see his face. He didn't look like the strong man that he was right now, especially since he was covered in puke. If he told Han Sen he was a demigod and wished to recruit him as a student, Han Sen was sure to believe he was an old man who had escaped the loony bin. D***it. Why did he not get lost in my infinite mind trial? This is crazy. Shuadonglai was shocked. If fortunate that guy was a pleasant person. If he wasn't, I would sure be in trouble. I should avoid throwing up on people in the future, I think. Han Sen, merry as a cricket, continued his wobble towards the bathroom. Shuadonglai, on the other hand, quickly left Mocha Planet. Although he wanted to spend more time with Han Sen, it'd be awkward if he was recognized after their drunken encounter. Therefore, Shuadonglai thought he might wait a while longer. He'd change his hairstyle and shave his beard, so by the next time they met, Han Sen would be none the wiser. Han Sen was so drunk, he'd never believe he had thrown up on a demigod. The training on Mocha Planet lasted half a month, in total. When it was over, nothing came of it all. There were no adventures or excursions planned for them inside the ruins or anything. It had been a long time Daphne received a mission. So, following this, Han Sen decided to return to the sanctuary. Wang Yuhang was still in Moment Shelter, so Han Sen traveled to Devil Blood Shelter in his company. They wanted to see if they could deal one final strike and destroy the shelter. The Devil Blood King had mostly lost everything, so Han Sen was willing to assume all of the super creatures he had brought with him for the golden chests had been killed. At the most, only 7 now remained. And if there were, Han Sen believed he could beat them. His confidence had grown because he now owned the Silverblood Macaque. Silverblood Macaque, Shapeshifting Beast Soul. Han Sen had finally received a new shapeshifting beast soul. With these buffs, Han Sen could definitely go up against super creatures, and perhaps things that were even stronger. Although he couldn't allow Moment Queen to help him out anymore, fearing she might try something else or even self-destruct, the Silverblood Macaque would make up for her absence in battle. Death Knell and Spirit Owl had also finished evolving by now, becoming super pets that could fight. His team would be stronger than ever. Han Sen now had Little Angel, Death Knell, Spirit Owl, Little Silver, Little Fairy, and Wang Yuhang. With such a team, Han Sen believed it was possible to take down Devil Blood Shelter. Big Black, Small Black, and Little White stayed behind to defend Moment Shelter while they were gone. Without delay, Han Sen brought Wang Yuhang right to the front gate of Devil Blood Shelter. On this day, they weren't going to spend time trying to lure some of the residents away. Spirit Owl flew high in the air and summoned an army of rats to assault the shelter. Each rat was sacred blood in strength, and they ran in like a vermintide for boorish reconnaissance. And just as Hansen had deduced, the Devil Blood King only had 6 super creatures left in his company. Hansen and Wang Yuhang entered the shelter with the goal of killing the super creatures first and foremost. They weren't going to take out the spirit and his spirit stone just yet. The Silver Fox and Little Fairy were loosed, while Spirit Owl and Little Angel each picked themselves a target. Hansen caught sight of a wolf-like super creature. Hansen's eyes gleamed with silver, and when they did, Hansen transformed into a 3-meter-tall silver ape. Holding his flaming Rex spike, Hansen spared no time in swinging it down on the wolf's head. Boom! The super creature collapsed on the ground after Hansen's attack. In one swing, its head had been smashed in. The skull had been skinned and half-shattered, exposing a bleeding brain on the inside. The increase in power Hansen had received was incredible to behold, and the thrill of unleashing it almost made him scream to the sky in delight. He picked up the flaming Rex spike in one hand, and the fallen super creature in the other. He tossed the super creature into the air and, while it was airborne, used his Rex spike to beat it repeatedly. The wolf had no chance to fight back against such brutality. Another super creature then went to fight Hansen. In response to this, Hansen pointed his finger and summoned Death Knell. The blue bell became a big bell, and with its bottom like a hungry maw, it set itself down upon the incoming creature. The super creature was then trapped beneath the bell like a spider in a glass. From inside the bell, the clapper went wild. Amidst the tolls and scraping of nails against its hard interior, the super creature was going mad in its bid to escape. Alas, there was nothing it could do. Hansen was no longer affected by the noise, but it did disturb the wolf creature. Grabbing the lifeless body of the wolf by its wretched wounds, he pulled the wolf apart with his massive simian arms. Super creature tiger wolf beast killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to obtain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. The Devil Blood King suddenly popped up from Hansen's shadow. He tried to strike at Hansen's back with his claw-like fingernails, but Hansen was ready. He fought back with Sonic Thunder Punch, and when his fist collided with the Devil Blood King, the silver sunlight went supernova. The strike against the Devil Blood King's talons was tremendous, and it sent the spirit spiraling backwards. Hansen was overjoyed at this result, and without reprieve, moved in to perform the same skill again. And then he did it again and again and again without pause. The shelter was washed with a blinding white light from the repeated explosions of Hansen's silver suns. The shadows all around were either dispersed or made faint, prohibiting the Devil Blood King from melding into them to travel and escape. With the vitality boost given to him by the Silver Blood Macaque, Sonic Thunder Punch no longer drained his energy as it used to. Without getting weak, he could continue swinging his fist as a Sonic Thunder Punch without delay, over and over like any average punch. The Devil Blood King could do little but try to fall back, as lightning crackled and sparked all across him. Boom! Hansen punched his face, and when he did, the Devil Blood King was thrown into the air. Then he punched his belly, and the Devil Blood King was sent flying away a few hundred meters, striking the gate wall and making it crumble. Blood spilled from the Devil Blood King, and he turned black as charcoal with the lasting electricity. Ignoring him for now, Hansen turned his attention elsewhere. He saw the Silver Fox in a fight of its own, and it had managed to paralyze its opponent. Running over there to help out, he brought down a Sonic Thunder Punch on the stunned creature's head. Silver sunlight blasted out of every orifice of the super creature, and a little later, its belly exploded from the heat. Lightning and blood were everywhere, and a second later, it was pronounced dead. Super creature muscle beast killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life Geno essence to obtain 0 to 10 super Geno points randomly. Hansen felt pretty awesome at this point. The raging silver ape body he now possessed moved fast, and he had managed to effortlessly beat back the Devil Blood King and slay super creatures. Hansen hadn't had a good, easy fight like this in a while. Wang Yuhang, on the other hand, wasn't sure how to compose his thoughts. He was frozen by what he saw. When they first came to this place, Hansen valued his help and needed it a good deal, especially with pulling creatures away. But now, in a short amount of time, Hansen had reached a point where he was the one chasing the super creatures. This is sickening, Wang Yuhang thought to himself, unable to believe there was nothing he could do to help right now. The 6 super creatures were soon killed. 2 of them were second generations, but none of them provided beast souls. That might have been a consequence of Wang Yuhang's presence, however. The Devil Blood King screamed as he suffered one last hack from Little Angel's greatsword. When she brought down her sword that one last time, it hewed the head off Devil Blood King's shoulders and sent him back to his spirit stone. Go and look for the spirit hall, Hansen told the spirit owl. Spirit owl made a noise not unlike a baby. And from below the spirit owl, a legion of rats followed and spread out like a tide in search of the hall. Within 10 minutes, they had found it. It was through a small hole, hidden inside a palace. When Hansen reached the hall, he saw something strange on the spirit stone. He promptly bent to pick it up. The spirit stone shone black and red, and then blew up in Hansen's hand into nothing but dust. I failed. Hansen had a wry smile, for this was the first time he ever failed capturing a spirit. Still, he was now in possession of Devil Blood Shelter. It was a decent reward, and when factoring in the 2 second-generation life Geno essences he had also obtained, he felt satisfied. The 2 essences gave him 14 super Geno points, bringing his total up to 92. He was only one step away from maxing it out. Hansen gave a Thunder Element Life Geno essence to the Silver Fox, and it was happy. The same could not be said for the fairy, however. There were no Water Element Life Geno essences to be obtained, and she was a little grumpy in her disappointment. After taking over Devil Blood Shelter, Hansen was starting to think he was far more powerful than he should have been. He had 2 King-class shelters, and yet, there'd never be anyone around to occupy them. Ferocious monsters ruled the lands that encompassed the shelters, meaning human occupation was unlikely. This annoyed Hansen. Despite owning these 2 shelters, he realized his inability to earn a single penny from either. Although Hansen did not need money, not earning anything from such potentially prosperous shelters was aggravating. Hansen told Wang Yuhang about how he was feeling. His response, upon hearing Hansen's lamentations was, "Why would you allow this to dwell on your mind?" With the advent of angel gene fluid, the growing strength of humanity is accelerating. If you can secure these shelters and provide protection to other bold, pioneering sorts, it'd be a valuable location. Particularly so, with all the terrifying monsters that roam here. This place would be valued highly, I am sure. Even if you did not want to sell it, you could simply rent it. I guess you're right. I would only need Big Black and Small Black to guard this place, after all. There are no other King-class shelters around, so they would suffice. Hansen then turned his thoughts to which way he might earn the most money. Wang Yuhang gave Hansen a few more ideas, which Hansen received favorably. After going back to the Alliance, Hansen found someone to produce an advertisement for him, to rent out Devil Blood Shelter. The advertisement shocked the whole Alliance. The fact that Hansen had taken down a super spirit shelter was nigh unbelievable. Taking down a King-class shelter was in a whole different league than simply slaying a super creature. While Angel Jean was rejoicing about their felling of a single super creature, Hansen was unceremoniously conducting business after securing an entire King-class shelter. Many people inquired about the advertisement, following its posting. Many people asked about the price, in particular. After learning its location, many of the bigger organizations were keen to scout the area and check it out. the results added further shock. If the shelter was indeed secure, then it would be a bountiful location with an abundance of resources. Not to mention the plentiful super creatures. The only problem would have been safety, but Hansen pledged there would be 2 super creatures remaining there, willing to guard the location. Thinking the shelter to be viable, many different factions gave Hansen the sum they were willing to pay. Angel Jean was the highest bidder, but Hansen decided to rent it out to Dong Lin instead. With the contract that was written up and later signed, they would pay Hansen with a large sum of pet pills every year. After the first transaction, Hansen returned to Moment Shelter with a large quantity of pet pills. Then, he bid for Big Black and Small Black to go to Devil Blood Shelter and guard it. He had received many pet pills, and not being stingy, Hansen happily handed them out to the Silver Fox and his beast souls. Even Meowth and Golden Growler could consume them. Pet pills were very beneficial for super creatures. The Silver Fox, the Fairy, Big Black, Small Black, and Little White loved them. Before long, the pills dwindled quickly. Hansen could visibly see the changes, however. As a result, he did not feel bad about spending them as freely as he did. Hansen calculated that the pet pills Dong Lin would pay every year was enough to keep them each reasonably fed for the duration between payments. When Hansen went to the third god sanctuary, he would have to leave his companions behind. Hansen wanted to feed and treat them well in the hopes they could ascend with him, like the Holy Rhino or Empty Witch had. If he could secure their ascendance, perhaps they could meet each other again. Hansen was going to be leveling up soon, so before that happened, Hansen decided to pay his mother a visit. When he asked his mom why she hadn't gone to the third god sanctuary, she said it wasn't worth the risk. But if she had wanted to go, she'd have been there a long time ago. She was afraid she'd have bad luck and die, with no hope of survival upon ascending. If that happened, there'd be no one left to look after Hansen and Han Yen, she reasoned. Hansen was an independent person, yes, but Han Yen needed to be looked after. That was the reason, for now, for not going to the third god sanctuary. When Hansen visited his mom, he was planning to give her super beast souls and life geno essences. She could either use them herself or give them to Han Yen when she reached the second god's sanctuary. He didn't plan on selling them, anyway. On his way to Blue Crystal Shelter, he also planned on maxing out his super geno points along the way. With some decent luck, he could find and provide the Silver Fox with a Thunder Element Life Geno Essence, too. It would have been nice if he could help the fairy, as well. But he wagered that, with the Crystal Palace, he could scour the seas and find a Water Element Life Geno Essence with greater ease some other time. Although Hansen still had 200,000 miles to go, the road wasn't going to be a dangerous one due to how strong he had become. Therefore, Hansen considered it as little more than a road trip. To join him, he decided to bring Zero and all his beautiful spirits with him on his way to Blue Crystal Shelter. After walking for an entire month, they were yet to encounter a single dangerous moment. With his gorgeous companions and stunning views, it was a fun time. He even managed to get a Thunder Element Life Geno Essence for the Silver Fox. But Hansen still hadn't been able to find a second-generation super creature for himself, which was rather disappointing. He visited a human shelter along the way and returned to the Alliance for a spell. There, he heard startling news. The Shura had decided upon a new king. Or rather, this time, a queen. Her name was Yushura Queen, like Yu Chelon, from the Yu family. I can't believe Yushura Queen was able to claim the throne. It's bad news for humanity, that's for sure, Ji Yenran said. Why? Hansen asked. Ji Yenran explained, the Yu family focuses on technological advancements. They are also fairly open-minded when it comes to other races. They consistently research how they might find a way to survive in the sanctuaries to earn Geno points and own beast souls. They once suggested making use of human genes, but previous rulers were too closed-minded for that. The use of human genes would muddy their own blood, it was argued. No Shura previously wanted to accept human genes, royal or otherwise. But now that she has taken the throne, that may soon change. Can the Shura actually do that? Hansen frowned. It is difficult to tell. Angel gene fluid already proves it is possible to combine parts of them with ourselves. Who's to say it won't work the other way around? Ji Yanran said. Well, you're right. If this does happen, that could prove troublesome, Hansen agreed with her thoughts. This was out of Hansen's control, however. If the new Shura leader did choose to pursue this path, it'd affect humanity a lot. But for now, it was difficult to determine what might soon happen. For the time being, humanity had an advantage. The group walked for a few more days in the sanctuary, leaving behind the lands frequently visited by humans. Before long, Hansen and Zero found themselves standing at the eaves of a fruity forest. The trees there were about 30 to 40 meters high, and their trunks were massive. Dotted among the branches of the trees were black fruits, each the size of a fist. Hansen retrieved one and cut it open. It was fairly tough to cut through, and when the fruit opened up, it let out a stinky, nauseating smell. After traveling another few hundred miles, they were confused to find themselves still inside the forest they thought they could soon pass through. Their minds struggled to comprehend how large and sprawling that forest must have been. With the silver fox there, no creature disturbed or pestered their travel. But soon, Hansen noticed that Zero was beginning to look tired. In response, he decided it was time for a rest and established a camp. Hansen and Zero barbecued on the open fire, just outside their pitched tents. After the moon rose, they noticed something strange occurring. The black fruit they had seen in the daytime were shining pink now. They also opened up by themselves, becoming luminous, pink-petaled flowers of some sort. What's more, the stinky juice and smelly stench was gone. In fact, they gave off a pleasant fragrance that brought one's mind joy. Wow, they're so beautiful. Zero looked very surprised as she looked around the endless sea of pink flowers above. It is pretty. Hansen was fairly surprised, as well. He never expected that the black fruit were hiding such lovely flowers inside. Moment Queen, at the time, was tasked with massaging Hansen's shoulders from behind. She frowned, and while looking at the flowers, seemed to be lost in thought over something. A while later, fireflies appeared. They weren't the average sort, as they went around the flowers, collecting nectar like bees. What was most strange was their lack of fear towards the silver fox. Hansen found it comforting to see how docile and unthreatening they were, however. All they did was collect what they could from the flowers, coming and going as they pleased. Zero put out her hands and a firefly landed on it. The firefly skittered around on her skin for a bit and then took off again. Hansen used his Dongxian aura to get a closer look at the little critters and noticed they were just ordinary fireflies. Their shape was a little different, however, sharing something in common with a ladybug. Their whole bodies glowed, too, unlike actual fireflies. They had life forces, suggesting they were real creatures and not some summoning of a hungry, demonic creature residing below ground. Their life forces weren't strong, though. They were mostly ordinary, and there were only a few anomalies amongst them. A few mutants here and there were the only differences Hansen could tell. They did not seem aggressive either. Even if they brushed by Hansen's body, not one thought of attacking. When the fireflies appeared to have collected their fill of nectar, they took off into the night sky. There were so many of them, the skies were afire like the northern lights. The glowing flowers were beautiful, yes, but they soon got bored of the spectacle. When they were done oohing and awing, Hansen led Zero back to camp so they could rest. When they woke up the next morning, all the fireflies were gone and the flowers were black little cannonballs once more. I wonder what those plants were. They were rather strange, weren't they? Hansen randomly said aloud, while leading Zero back onto the road they were to traverse. The forest was very big, and after another day of walking, they still weren't through it. When night fell, the fruit became flowers again. The fireflies returned to collect nectar just as they had the night before. Strange. Where do these fireflies come from? There are so many of them, there has to be a nest around here somewhere. We must have walked 1,000 miles, though. We've walked all this time and seen neither hide nor hair of a possible nest, so where are they during the daytime? Hansen thought out loud. Maybe they reside within the flowers themselves? Zero suggested. How would that be possible? Hansen shook his head, dismissing her idea. He believed her mind to be too imaginative, for how could fireflies hide themselves in flowers? To confirm, he cut open another fruit, releasing another ooze of that stinky liquid he had first smelled upon arriving in the forest. We should continue walking on this night. If we walk until dawn, perhaps we can see where these fireflies go to rest, Hansen said. Zero seemed to be quite interested in this idea, and she nodded confidently. They both kept on walking, observing the luminous flowers and busy fireflies that were all around them in every direction. Before long, they had seen so much of them, the spectacle had lost its luster and it bored them. When it was dawn, though, Hansen and Zero made sure to watch the fireflies intently, and see where they'd go off to. Surprisingly, when the sun rose, the fireflies flew into the flowers. The flowers curled up their petals and returned to their shape as a fist-sized fruit, with fireflies in the center. They really are hidden in there, just as I thought, Hansen said, doing his best to smother his surprise. Hansen cut a few of the fruit open and smelled that wretched liquid. Despite a thorough dissection of the vile fruit, he was unable to locate the firefly within. It was weird, for with his own 2 eyes, Hansen had just watched one go inside. Strange. Could that smelly liquid be the firefly itself? If it is, then they grow inside the flowers. But what do they do with the nectar they collect then? Hansen wondered, in confusion. Of course, it did not concern him too much. He continued his travel alongside Zero after the revelations, none the worse. In the middle of that afternoon, he saw a particularly large fruit tree standing before them. It was like a hill. The black fruit grew on the tree like they did with the others, but the fruits on this tree were far bigger. They were each about 1 meter in width. Oh, this isn't some strange fruit gala again, is it? How can I keep encountering these special fruit competitions time and time again? Hansen thought to himself, as he approached the tree. Stop. When Hansen neared the tree, a voice called out for him to cease his approach. Hansen turned around and found a human woman not far away from the tree, waving towards them. Hansen was surprised, not expecting to see any other humans in this region. He commanded Golden Growler to run towards the woman. My friend, what seems to be the problem? Hansen said, as he started walking towards the woman. She appeared to be a typical elegant lady, in her 40s at the most. Of course, considering the lifespan of humans in this age, that was young. Physically, she looked no older than 20. Do not go over there. If you do, you'll die. The woman looked to be in distress, horrified. Die? Hansen looked at the woman with shock. Follow me. The woman gestured for Hansen and Zero to accompany her, then she turned around and ventured deeper into the forest. Hansen and Zero looked at each other, then decided to go with her. They hadn't been walking too long when they came to a clearing with a few tents and other living amenities. There were a few other people there too, sunbathing in the pleasant afternoon sunshine. Hansen and Zero's arrival roused their attention. Those who were lying down stood up, and others came out from their tents. There were 12 humans there, and judging from their apparel and the state of their tents, they must have been there for quite some time. It is lucky I found you. If I hadn't, you'd be dead right now, with no clue as to how your death had come about. Back in the camp, the woman seemed to be a touch calmer. This place is safe, so pitch a tent and rest a while. Hansen looked at the woman and said, Why? What's going on? You guys know this is the dark haunted forest, don't you? She asked, with shock. The others in the camp eyed Hansen and his fellows curiously. Hansen shook his head and said, I have traveled a great distance. I didn't suspect this forest to have any form of notoriety. Oh, you poor and unfortunate people. Most people who wander into this forest at unawares can never find a way out. The woman let out a lamenting sigh. Never find a way out? Hansen was shocked at hearing what the woman told him. He did not believe a forest could trap him and prevent his leaving. If he could not walk out, he could at least fly. Regardless of how creepy this place was, it would be impossible for a forest to trap a creature with wings. You really have no idea what you've stumbled into, do you? You both look young, and for you both to enter this place and subject yourself to this fate is a crying shame, I tell you. A crying shame. Another person in camp had become quite outspoken. Can someone cut the nonsense and tell it to me straight? What is going on here? Hansen passed out some alcohol and food to the people, retrieved from the satchels on Golden Growler. When the people saw the alcohol and food, they looked shocked. They ran over to the items and devoured them as quickly as they could, as if they hadn't eaten in 1,000 years. Brother, do you have cigarettes? A middle-aged man asked Hansen. Yes, as a matter of fact. I do. Hansen pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and tossed them over to the middle-aged man, who looked to be in absolute shock. You should put these away and cherish them. You're going to be here for a long time. When the woman saw how generous Hansen was being, she couldn't help but present a wry smile. Hansen understood what she was implying, but he did not believe he'd be trapped in the forest as they had been. He smiled and asked for the people there to tell him all they could about the place. The people there were harmless, and after receiving the goods from Hansen, they passionately relayed as many of the tales and stories about the place as they could. Like Hansen, they had mistakenly ventured into the dark haunted forest. They hadn't come together, but one at a time. Whatever venture led them to the forest had been their last, and they had all been stuck there ever since. The woman who invited them over, near the big tree, was the most recent addition to the growing community. Her name was Lu Feng, and she had gotten lost in the forest 2 years before Hansen's arrival. Lu Feng was a botanist. Her job in the Alliance was associated with the forest, and she had a great interest in the dark haunted trees that grew there. She went there wanting to learn more about them, but walking a mere 10 meters into the forest to collect a sample was enough to prevent her from leaving. She couldn't escape, and suddenly, the forest stretched out for miles around in every direction. After a while of traveling, she too stumbled across this camp. The others had a similar fate befall them. Some entered by mistake, whereas others entered the forest in pursuit of adventure. Everyone who hadn't somehow ended up dead found themselves at this camp. What is so dangerous about this place? Those fireflies are harmless, aren't they? Hansen felt compelled to ask. Lu Feng, with another wry smile, responded, the dark haunted forest is not aggressive in itself. The real danger comes from the dark haunted trees. Are you saying those trees are a danger? Hansen eyed the trees that were all about, and didn't notice anything particularly dangerous. We were wondering if the trees were creatures, and the bugs were merely an extension of their bodies. Lu Feng paused after saying this, and then continued, you probably haven't noticed this yet, but if you stay near the trees for a while, you will age much faster. In 3 months, you can die from old age. Really? Hansen frowned. You are lucky that little Feng brought you here. If you walk within a kilometer of that big tree, you can die in less than 3 hours. It's a crying shame, the man called Wang Jiangang said. Thank you, if that's the case. Hansen appreciated what she did for him. He might have been indestructible when going up against physical threats in the second god's sanctuary now, but there was no guarantee of survival against such creepy works. Had he not been informed of the danger, he would have continued to blindly walk into the tree's entrapment. You are welcome. Lu Feng, after another wry smile, continued her dialogue. I came here with 2 friends. They stayed in proximity to the dark-haunted Tree King for 1 hour, and after that, they looked to be about 200 years old. Then, they died of old age. Just remember, do not get close to the Tree King, it'll affect your body quite quickly. If it is not necessary, do not even venture beyond the outskirts of this camp. It'll be a crying shame if you do. These ordinary trees can still affect you, it is just difficult for you to tell, Wang Jiangang said. Can't I just fly away? Hansen asked. You can't. This forest is endless, and whether you try to escape by foot or by wings, you cannot leave. It's a crying shame. Wang Jiangang smiled wryly, and continued to say, I came to this place with beast soul wings myself. If these wings could deliver me to safety, I wouldn't still be here. Hansen frowned and asked, have you tried cutting down the dark-haunted trees? Lu Fang answered, you can't do that, either. If you cut them, they release a gas of some sort. It makes you grow older even faster. The camp in this meadow is the only place that is free from those wretched trees. And what's more, even if you do unearth the tree and destroy its roots, it'll magically restore itself within a few days. Is there no other way? Hansen asked, frowning. The people had been trapped there for a very long time, some for decades. If they really had no clue, Hansen suspected he might not be able to find a solution anytime soon, either. Wang Jiangang said, it's not that there is no way, in fact, we believe there might be. We are just unsure whether or not we can pull it off. 'Tis a crying shame. What do you mean? Hansen asked. Wang Jiangang pointed at the Tree King and said, at night, those dark-haunted bugs deliver nectar to the Tree King. They feed monsters that reside within it. The monsters inside seem to have a manner of control over the bugs and trees. We believe if we can kill whatever lurks inside that wooden fiend, we'll be free to leave. But those monsters are so very strong, and with the risk of being killed through a quick aging process, by venturing close, we don't believe such a thing is possible. None of us here possess the necessary experience needed to pull such a thing off, and it's a crying shame. What is the monster, exactly? Hansen asked, curiously. The dark-haunted Tree King is different than the other trees. Those fruits do not birth bugs, they release bat-like creatures. Sometimes they will consume the nectar the bugs deliver, with a speed unlike anything you've ever seen. You'd be hard-pressed catching those things on the move, Lu Fang chimed in. Hansen spoke with them for a while and then decided to stay a while and wait to see if he could catch a glimpse of what he might be dealing with past nightfall. That night, Hansen planned on leaving Zero behind and going alone. But Zero wasn't having it, and she insisted on following him. Hansen had no choice but to accept her company, and since he was watching from afar anyway, he didn't think her presence would cause too much trouble. The luminous flowers bloomed and the dark-haunted bugs filled the space beneath the canopy. Even at night, the forest was illuminated due to the light they cast. Without hesitation, Hansen and Zero ventured towards the area where the Tree King resided. The people in the camp had seen far too many desperate people trap themselves in bids to escape, so they didn't bother trying to stop them. Lu Fang did remind them, however, that the radius of the Tree King's effect was 1 kilometer. Hansen nodded and proceeded to where the dark-haunted Tree King was. By following the bugs, it didn't take them long to arrive. The dark-haunted Tree King was like a hill, dressed in luminous flowers. The center of each open fruit had a black bat hanging from it. Endless streams of bugs came, to and fro, delivering all their nectar into the open, luminous flowers. When they filled up, the nectar would flow and drip into the mouths of the black bats and feed them. After hearing what Lu Fang had to say, he also paid heed to his own life force. Despite what he had been told, he didn't notice anything damaging occurring to it. Lu Fang mentioned even the ordinary trees could make a person age and absorb one's life force. And regardless of how little it was something Hansen should have been able to sense. But still, Hansen felt nothing. And this made him frown. He looked at the distance between him and the tree, and noticed he was standing exactly 1 kilometer away from the Tree King. Hansen made Zero wait there, while he approached. But again, Zero wasn't willing to be left behind. When Hansen took a step forward, so did she. Hansen had no choice but to accept her insistence of accompanying him, and allow her to come. She was a much happier girl these days, but she was still as stubborn as ever. With Zero around, though, he didn't dare get too close. As he approached carefully, he calculated his distance away from the tree. Suddenly, Hansen felt his body's energy start to drain. He quickly pulled her back with him about 10 meters, and the leak of life force he had felt stopped. That makes no sense. Hansen was shocked, unable to believe his life force could leak out uncontrollably as it had. While Hansen was lost in thought, Zero did not stop. She continued to approach the Tree King, unheeding Hansen's concern. He shouted out to her, "Zero, what are you doing? Get back here." Zero did not listen and did not turn around. She continued her stroll right into the danger zone. Hansen moved forward to grab her back. But then, Zero's black hair turned purple and 2 purple horns erupted from her forehead. She was becoming Ashura. Hansen looked at Zero, unsure why Zero was so determined to walk towards the Tree King and why she was turning into Ashura. "Zero, what are you doing? Come back!" Hansen shouted again. Zero ignored Hansen's request once more, and she continued walking forward mindlessly. Her purple hair dragged along the ground, and her purple horns were glowing brightly. Hansen summoned his devil eye mask to take a look at Zero, and he noticed that her life force was blazing like a firestorm. For some reason, it wasn't leaking at all. "What is this?" Hansen was shocked. Zero wasn't losing any of her life force, and this was something not even he could do. Hansen decided not to pull her back, and he stopped calling out, since she didn't appear to be in danger. Right now, he was transfixed, curious to see what Zero was going to do. Her power surprised Hansen. It had been a while since he saw Zero become Ashura, and her life force was like that of a super creature. It was far stronger than what she was like when she was just a human. The bats on the flower screamed, indicating they had detected her presence. They flew out of their flowers, down towards Zero. There were many bats, at least 300. Judging from their life forces, they were each almost at the power of a super creature, too. Their power was comparable to that of a human who had used the Shura liquid. Hansen's worry returned, seeing Zero continue to walk forward with so many powerful bats swooping down towards her. But in the next second, that worry became shock. When the bats had almost reached Zero, fangs bared, she reached her hand to grab the bat leading the charge. She tore it in half, dressing the ground with its black blood. Hansen had never seen Zero fight so brutally, even when she was Ashura. And one by one, she continued doing what she did to the first bat. She tore each in half with lightning speed, and not a single bat was able to deliver the smallest speck of damage. The way she fought was like an animal, and anyone who saw it would most certainly be afraid. The area surrounding the dark haunted Tree King became a Ashura hellscape. Zero approached the trunk of the tree, as the corpses of countless mutilated bats lay scattered across the ground. They had all been killed, and their black blood puddled on the forest floor. The bugs flew around in the air aimlessly, not wanting to approach Zero. Even the Tree King itself shook with fear, and as it trembled, leaves cascaded to the ground and a low noise vibrated the air. Emotionlessly, Zero resumed walking until she was standing directly in front of the tree. When she touched the rugged bark, her eyes made her look lost and confused. Pang! Hansen was watching Zero in complete wonder, and then, she began to punch the tree. The bark was beaten against harshly as each fist produced a flight of wood chips and splinters. Without reprieve, fist after fist struck the tree. After a short but copious production of wood shavings, a meter-wide hole had been punched into it. Hansen squinted to get a good look, and noticed that the tree was hollow on the inside. Zero then began climbing into the hole, and when Hansen saw this, he greatly desired to follow. But there had been no change to the area, and upon taking a few steps forward, he began to feel his life force drain. The silver fox was quick to react to this negation of energy, too. Immediately after breaching the forbidden perimeter, it squealed and leapt off Hansen's shoulder. Hansen didn't immediately pull back. Instead, he tried stepping forward once more. The drain on his energy only increased, and realizing the futility of approaching, he fell back to rejoin the silver fox. He didn't want to die from a sudden old age, as the people at the camp had told him would happen. After Zero climbed into the hole that had been beaten into the tree, Hansen could no longer see what she was doing with his naked eyes. She had also now escaped the vision of Dongxian aura and the devil eye mask. Hansen was keen and eager to see what was going on, worried for Zero's well-being. But where his eyes failed, his ears took over. From inside that hole, he could hear the sound of more snapping wood. The dark-haunted tree king continued to shiver, and the flowers that adorned its canopy seemed to be wilting. Petals and tree leaves danced to cloak the air in a thick volume. It wasn't only the tree king that was affected, either. The whole forest seemed to be suffering the same fate, as the flowers across each tree began to suddenly wilt and their petals lost themselves to the caress of the breeze that sifted through the canopies. Despite the sordid origin of the affair, its closure was a beautiful sight. What happened here? Lu Feng and Wang Jiangang came running towards Han Senator. Something big was happening, so it only seemed natural for the change to be the result of their latest arrivals to the forest. Thinking something ill might have befallen Hansen, they quickly came over to check. Hansen shook his head, continuing to gaze towards the crude hole in the side of the tree king. But suddenly, screams sounded from the tents back at camp. "Oh, no! Something wretched must have occurred at our camp," Lu Feng exclaimed as she turned around and started running back. Although Hansen was desperate to know what was going on inside the tree, he knew there was nothing he could do from where he was standing. Thinking he could still lend a hand someplace else, Hansen accompanied Lu Feng in her hasty return to camp. Before the three returned, they saw two people running across the meadow with faces of abhorrent shock. They were drenched in blood, as well, but it did not come from them. "What happened?" Wang Jiangang asked aloud. "Ghost. There is a ghost." The two shaken runners could only respond that, as they departed for the cover the foliage of the wood could provide. Hansen did not say anything, and he simply resumed his race to the camp, which had now been reduced to ruin. The meadow, the sole place that hadn't been covered in trees, was now a giant crater. Inside the pit sat a black, rectangle box. It was 3 meters long, and it appeared to have been constructed from wood. Upon closer inspection, Hansen noticed it to be a 6-sided box with curved shoulders. "Is that a coffin?" Hansen looked at the object and thought it looked reminiscent of the caskets that were used to bury humans a long time ago. Coffins did not exist in this day and age, and hadn't for a very long time. You would only see coffins in either museums or ancient TV shows. Coffins had once been objects of great superstition for people, and if you wanted to see one now, you'd have to visit a museum in the Alliance. It was shocking to see one here, in the sanctuary. Hansen had never heard of creatures or spirits making use of coffins before, so the existence of one there seemed to be impossible. Even if spirits died, they'd self-destruct their spirit stone. So, why might they possess a coffin? It'd be even stranger for a creature to own a coffin. Super creatures might have been smart, but they weren't superstitious. They shouldn't have even known what a coffin was. Creatures were born in the wild, and expected to eventually die in the wild. And when their demise came about, their death usually resulted in food for the survival of others. Did humans bring a coffin over here and bury it? Hansen was shocked. Lu Feng and Wang Jiangang looked equally shocked, now realizing they had been sleeping above a coffin all those years. Its slumber there in the earth must have been why no trees grew above. Its existence provided them their sole meadow. It couldn't have been a coincidence, so the state of the forest had to be connected with the coffin somehow. What was even scarier, people in the camp were bleeding in proximity to the coffin. The people that had remained there looked smaller than they used to, and their muscles appeared dry. They looked shriveled. Blood painted the grass in that area, and the people were nothing more than bled-out corpses. Their bodies had no wounds, the blood seemed to drain from all of their faces' orifices. Lu Fang and Wang Jiangang continued looking at the coffin in shock. Its lid trembled and vibrated, suggesting something was about to come out of it. Han Sen, too, stared at the coffin. But with his devil-eye mask, he could not make out the presence of a life force. Han Sen's eighth sense disturbed him. Pang! After a loud noise, the cover of the coffin was pushed to the side slightly. Lengthy, creepy nails and fingers felt their way out. And unlike the nails of humans today, which were trimmed and well taken care of, they were thick and unkempt. They were black and red, appearing wild. Their appearance invoked a sense of dread. Pang! The coffin's lid was pushed away slightly more, creating a gap big enough to invite a whole hand out from the black interior of the box. Pat! And suddenly, that was what occurred. A pale white hand shot out of the black, grabbing the side of the coffin with frightening vigor. Lu Fang and Wang Jiangang were consumed with terror, and so they quickly took off running into the forest. Han Sen stood firm, coldly looking at the hand. He may have encountered ghostly-looking creatures before, but he did not believe that genuine spirits of the deceased ghosts actually existed. The figure's hand burned hot with a life force. If it was a ghost, how could there be a life force? Pat! The pale hand swung to the lid of the coffin and sent it flying away. A humanoid body then stood up from inside the coffin. The person was slender like a skeleton, and was 2 meters tall, an average human height. But the person was so gaunt, they were little more than skin and bones. The skin was discolored, with a greenish hue. He was pale, and it was difficult to determine whether or not blood pumped inside his body. The eyes of the person were pitch black, and the hair was gray and long enough to brush the ground. After emerging from his grave, the person used his black eyes to look all around. As they scanned his environment, they fell upon Han Sen, and they did not move away from him. Han Sen was shocked, but he was not afraid. He had encountered far more terrifying foes in the past than the one he was seeing now. The reason for his surprise, however, was the tattoo that glazed the figure's entire back. The person's skin was rough but thin, like the bark of a dying tree. Its tattoo, though, was as red and lively as an actual flame. It looked fresh. The cat-like symbol adorned its entire back. The image of the cat seemed to suggest it was sleepy, with half-open eyes. The tattoo seemed so real. Han Sen had come to be very familiar with this tattoo, as it was the symbol of the 9-life cat. He had seen the image adorning cards that belonged to the Blood Legion. Zero had a tattoo of the same image, and Han Sen also owned a necklace depicting the same thing. Might Zero have some relation to this person? Han Sen asked himself, as he looked upon the figure with apprehension. The figure continued to look back at Han Sen, his pitch-black eyes masking any emotion he might have sought to express. Their eyes met for 3 long seconds before the person suddenly bore a smile. The teeth that were presented were clean and tidy, but still, the way in which they were shown would creep any onlooker out. A chill ran down Han Sen's back, alongside a sudden outbreak of goosebumps. Boom! The man stepped forward and onto the blood-stained soil. Then, strange things began to occur. The blood from the deceased started to look alive. The blood flowed towards the person's feet, soaking into his veins, and coursing through his skin up to his heart. Han Sen could see the blood enter his blood vessels. The veins were like narrow snakes, wreathing their way through his thin skin. It was a creepy and unnerving sight. He continued stepping forward, and wherever his feet went, so did the blood. The veins were lumpy, but slowly, the body started to look healthier. Before long, the figure started to look like a real, living person again. "Who are you?" Han Sen asked, as the man coldly approached him. "You are a human?" Haha. Who is irrelevant, but I am not a human, understand that. The man presented another weird smile, which only added to the creepiness. If you are not a human, what are you? Hansen asked. What am I? Haha. You are asking me what I am? Haha. The man's laugh was a maniacal cackle. After a time of absorbing more blood, he looked healthier. Even the color returned to his hair, going from gray to a deep, rich, and shiny black color. Aside from his strange black eyes, the person could be mistaken for any average human. Hansen thought of him as your typical pretty boy right now, albeit one with a sinister streak. Did I say something funny? Hansen coldly said. As a Blood Legion faithful, are you telling me you do not recognize Son of Fate? Since when has Blood Legion fallen so far? The man stopped smiling now, and asked Hansen with a stare of weighty gravitas. You are from Blood Legion? Hansen was shocked. If he was from Blood Legion, did that mean Zero was from Blood Legion, as well? Hansen thought about it some more and came to the conclusion she must have had some sort of connection to Blood Legion. If she didn't, there'd be no reason for her to have that tattoo. And this person appeared right after she entered the tree. You are a devout member of the Blood Legion, are you not? And you say you don't know me? You are ignorant, but that is okay. I will accept you as a sacrifice. After he said that, he reached out his hand and tried to grab Hansen's neck. The sharp nails almost scraped Hansen's skin, but he was quick to dodge with the spring of a lunging snake. The strange man looked surprised and said, Heavenly Go? As a Blood Legion member, how did you come to learn such a thing? Stop saying that, I'm not a member of Blood Legion. I don't have anything to do with you or them. So, tell me, if you are from Blood Legion, why were you in the coffin? Hansen frowned, wanting to extract as much information as he could before things turned too sour. Haha. You think you can hide your faith from me by simply not admitting your belief in our cause? You smell like the Blood Legion, boy. And that is one fragrance you can never be free of. You are of the Blood Legion, and only through the price of your own blood can you leave it. Do something meaningful with your pathetic self and give me your blood. Son of Fate moved. He was fast, and he ran directly in front of Hansen. Dong. Hansen summoned his flaming wreck spike and did not delay in engaging the creepy man. The nails collided with the flaming wreck spike, ringing out a sound of struck metal. The powerful force of their collision made Hansen fall back with his flaming wreck spike. Son of Fate was no weaker than a super creature, it would seem. But Son of Fate looked surprised. He spoke to himself, saying, How long was I asleep for? Are humans able to rival super creatures? Can they obtain super geno points and their beast souls? It is better that way. Your blood is sure to taste even better, boy. Son of Fate displayed a wild, ravenous smile. The blood-red tongue licked his lip with an evil greed. Dong. 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 Son of Fate's body was supremely fast. His hands attacked Hansen from each and every angle, and although he was able to block each strike, it was remarkable to acknowledge that Son of Fate was only using his fists. The force that collided with Hansen's flaming wreck spike was greater than the average super creature. Hansen used his Dongxian aura to get a better reading of his opponent's life force. What he could see was a mess. The energy didn't flow with any cohesion, and the power he had seemed to have come from the blood he had absorbed. Even Dongxian aura was unable to simulate powers such as that. Not bad. You are able to block all of my attacks, that can only mean your blood must be a sweet nectar. I'm looking forward to my first sip, boy. Son of Fate's face was consumed with greed or lust, eyeing Hansen with the beady eyes of a snake. And just like one, he liked his lips with his forked tongue. Son of Fate's movements were incredibly odd. He didn't quite seem human, as he had the ability to rotate his head 180 degrees. PSS. A nail clipped by the side of Hansen's neck, drawing blood. Son of Fate, at a strange angle, ravenously gorged on the blood that dripped from his finger. With a weird smile, he said, "It's too delicious." Hansen could not explain the smile. The best he could compare it to was a starving wolf coming across a fresh carcass. Boom! Son of Fate cracked the air, reaching his nails out for Hansen's heart. With his Dongxian movements, Hansen was able to dodge. He then asked his foe a question, "Can I ask you why you believe me to be from Blood Legion? I am honest when I tell you I am not." Haha. Honest, come on, you cannot deny it. You smell like one, plain and simple. Son of Fate was like an impish demon, twisting and rotating his body and limbs in a grotesque fashion, an acrobatic feat no human could ever hope to perform. His hands kept reaching out for Hansen's neck as he went. Hansen was able to dodge each attempted strike, and as he did, he pulled out his 9-life cat necklace. Then he asked, "Is this what you smell?" When Son of Fate saw the necklace, he froze. His black eyes stared at the 9-life cat necklace as he began to shiver. "Relic, ha ha ha. The Blood King watches over me, guiding me to its finding." He spoke with a tone that was a mixture of both joy and grief. It was creepy. Hansen looked at his face, and understood what he meant. The relic he needed was the necklace Hansen had always carried. Why would Great-Grandpa possess a relic from Blood Legion? Hansen knew where the necklace came from, but instead of this providing clarity, it only confused him more. Hansen wanted to ask something, but Son of Fate attacked like an enraged, toxic snake in a bid to snatch the 9-life cat necklace away from Hansen. "Is this a relic belonging to Blood Legion? What does it do? And why are you here?" Hansen kept on dodging as he fired his questions, hoping this encounter could elucidate certain things and provide the answers he has long sought. But Son of Fate ignored his questions, and his eyes suggested he was fixated on the necklace and the necklace alone. His whole body was getting red in excitement, and it was clear that his power was growing alongside it. Hansen could see his blood beginning to boil and burn, increasing his strength. His desire for the necklace was driving him insane, like a devil straight from hell. The nails were swung with greater vigor, and one swing nicked Hansen's face. Son of Fate licked every droplet of blood he had managed to steal. "Answer my questions." Hansen coldly looked at Son of Fate, acknowledging how powerful his opponent was. But Hansen did not care. Right now, he wanted answers more than anything, and that was what he was determined to get. Nothing would stop him. "Your fate is to be a sacrifice to me. There is no need for you to know anything else. Simmer down, boy." Son of Fate's eyes were still full of greed, and his face twitched with a lust for murder. Hansen stopped dodging his attacks and instead swung his fist towards him. Pang! A giant bolt of lightning was discharged between them both, deafeningly loud. Sonic Thunder Punch was unable to mess up his opponent's life force, due to his energy already being messed up. But the thunder power was effective in semi-paralyzing his enemy, slowing him down considerably. Roar! Hansen's body expanded, growing to become a 3-meter-tall silver ape. The strong arm picked Son of Fate up into the air, by grabbing him by the head. Pang! Pang! Hansen, still clutching his head, drove his body into the ground, again and again. He pummeled him in this way countless times, and when he was done, there was a deep hole in the earth in the shape of Son of Fate's body. Hansen threw him back down into the pit and smacked him in the head. Boom! The power created an even deeper hole, with Son of Fate inside. His skull had been cracked open, and his body was twisted in a lurid fashion. Hansen picked him up once more and threw a punch into his face. The nose was pulverized into jelly, right before the body was launched into the air like a cannonball. He broke many trees on his descent, before he was brought to a stop. "Can you answer my questions now, Son of Fate?" Hansen stood in front of his beaten opponent, whose body was twisted and mashed in a ghastly state. No longer did Son of Fate have the wild, crazy-eyed momentum that drove him earlier. Impossible. Impossible. Humans in the second God's sanctuary should not have such power. Son of God's face was broken beyond recognition, but he had not been killed and could still muster words for speak. Still, his body had been broken completely, and he was unable to move. With obvious shock, he looked at Hansen. Let me ask you something, in Blood Legion, is there a man called Han Jingji? Hansen looked at Son of Fate, who was dazed. He looked ready to say something, but then, it was as if he saw something terrifying. His pupils shrank. Impossible. Impossible. Son of Fate looked as if he had seen a ghost, and his body began to tremble and convulse. Then, nothing. He froze in place, slumped on the ground. Hansen looked in the direction that Son of Fate's gaze had stiffened, and noticed it was Zero who he had seen. She had emerged from the Tree King and was now approaching them. Zero had already returned to her human form, but her hands held a red knife. The knife was around a foot long, and it was completely red. It had skeletal characteristics, and its color made it look like a bone that had been soaked in blood. Hansen frowned, unsure why Son of Fate would be so scared upon seeing Zero. Impossible. Impossible. Son of Fate was screaming like a madman, and he looked horrified. Hansen looked at him, ready to tell him to shut up, but before he could, a red flash cut across his vision. When his eyes steadied their focus, he saw the blood-bone knife lodge itself in Son of Fate's heart. Son of Fate twitched. All the blood in his body began to course towards his heart, forming a coagulated lump. Then, his skin shriveled and dried out, becoming another unrecognizable, skeletal husk of a corpse, just like the rest in the area. Hansen's eyebrows jumped. He did not know where Zero had gotten this knife, but she had callously murdered Son of Fate with no given reason. Zero walked in front of Son of Fate and pulled the bone knife out of his heart. Why would you do that? You killed him. Hansen asked, with his eyebrows furrowed. He deserved it, Zero answered. Whether or not he deserved it is irrelevant. I asked you why you killed him, so tell me, Hansen asked again. Zero looked at Hansen but did not speak. She merely looked at him the same way she always did. Hansen looked at her bone knife and asked, Where did you get that from? It was inside the tree, Zero answered. You punched a hole into the tree so you could retrieve this knife? Hansen was surprised, and so he asked for confirmation. Zero nodded. How did you know this bony knife was inside that tree? Hansen asked. Zero had never been to this area of the second God's sanctuary before, so how could she know the knife was there? It was calling for me. Zero swung the bone knife. Hansen reached out his hand, attempting to grab the knife and saying, Let me take a look. But Zero quickly withdrew her hand and snapped, Don't touch it. Why not? Hansen frowned, thinking Zero was behaving abnormally. You will die, Zero said, with a queasy amount of gravitas. Hansen froze. He wasn't sure what she meant. Would he die if he touched it, or would she kill him if he laid a finger on it? Looking into Zero's clear eyes, Hansen pondered what she meant. He was leaning towards the former, however, as he didn't believe Zero would simply kill him. Hansen didn't ask any further questions. Instead, he returned his focus to the corpse of Son of Fate. He plundered his pockets in search of any notable loot he might have possessed. Son of Fate's body was not heavily clothed, and much of what he wore was already in tatters. After his body had dried up, the clothes were like loose strips of fabric crumpled across a twisted branch. There was nothing to be found. But when Hansen looked at Son of Fate's back, he was shocked. The tattoo of the 9-life cat had completely disappeared. Hansen checked every nook and cranny across his body, but he could not find anything remotely similar to the tattoo he had seen earlier. Do you know who this man is? Hansen looked at Zero and posed the question. She shook her head. Hansen believed she did not know anything, so he didn't ask again. He approached the coffin Son of Fate had been in. The coffin seemed to have been constructed from the wood of the local dark haunted trees, but there was nothing else of significance. The coffin was empty. Unable to find anything there, Han Sen instead turned his attention to the Tree King and started walking in its direction. No longer did it drain Han Sen's life force, so he walked right up to it without trepidation. He observed the hole that Zero had punched into it, and noticed how eerie it looked. It seemed like an infinite abyss where no light could reach. Looking back at Zero, he saw that she was just following him in the casual manner she always did. Gritting his teeth, Han Sen entered the hole. The interior of the tree was big, but there did not seem to be anything special on the inside. There was nothing notable there for Han Sen to find. Strange. Han Sen frowned and looked at Zero. He wanted to ask her more questions, but it was unlikely she would answer him directly. Unable to find anything, Han Sen decided to ride atop his golden growler and go off in search of the missing Lu Feng and Wang Jiangang. When he found them, they were still in shock, but uninjured. The curse of the woods seemed to have been lifted, so Han Sen was able to lead them out. The dark haunted trees and bugs did not look any different than they used to, but nothing prohibited their exit. In fact, they found the borders of the forest relatively soon. The forest was only a few hundred miles wide, at the most. Lu Feng and Wang Jianang's joy was only suppressed by their relief after leaving the forest. They believed themselves incredibly fortunate to have survived in the forest all that time, including the dangers that had followed Han Sen's arrival. But still, an uneasy feeling over the ordeal had managed to latch itself onto Han Sen's mind. Zero's bloodbone knife had vanished from her hands, too, Han Sen noticed after some time. He wasn't sure where she put it. If the 9-life cat's necklace is a relic of the Blood Legion, that means I will be able to practice the Blood Pulse Sutra, Han Sen thought, excitedly. Although he had already learned the Dongxian Sutra, the more he learned the better. What's more, the strengths of the Blood Pulse Sutra could benefit his next in lineage, if he ever had a child. Han Sen followed the Blood Pulse Sutra and held the 9-life cat necklace for its practice. It took him half a month before he could label himself a beginner, so it was clearly going to take quite some time before he unlocked its first gene lock. He practiced it frequently, on his trip towards Blue Crystal Shelter, and 6 days later, he found a second-generation super creature down near a riverbank. It looked like a serpent Wyrm, and when it flew above the river, it attempted to eat Han Sen. Han Sen and the silver fox quickly beat it up, however. And because he had grown fond of smashing the skulls of his opponents lately, Han Sen made sure to turn into a silver ape to lay the smackdown. Super creature Riverbank Wyrm killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is edible, and you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Han Sen refined the Wyrm's life geno essence and received 6 super geno points. He only needed 2 more points to max out now. The flesh of the creature was shared between the silver fox and the fairy. Soon, I will reach the third god's shelter. I hope my luck holds out. Han Sen was a little worried, but he still had the lotus symbol on his forehead. He went to a nearby human shelter to restock his supplies and ask around for where he might find more super creatures. Han Sen heard a strange tale, one that seemed worth checking out. He was told of a mountain that was repeatedly thunderstruck, night and day. If there was a super creature there, it was most likely one that adhered to the elements of thunder. If that was true, then its slaying would prove beneficial to the silver fox. Han Sen made plans to travel to Thunder Mountain, but before he left, someone came looking for him. Mr. Han, we are from Angel Gene. We would like to request your aid in slaying a super creature. Provided you have the time, we are happy to discuss the price for such an appeal. Zhao Xuabin was one of Angel Gene's managers, and he smiled as he made the request. The Zhao family are indeed shameless. First, they want to kill me, now, they want my help. Han Sen could not help but laugh in his heart. His words told a different story, however, and he responded, that depends on what super creature you're asking me to kill, and of course, the price as mentioned. If you are willing to help us with this task, then rest assured, the price will bring a smile to your face. Zhao Xuebin spoke softly and paused. After a brief while, he continued on by saying, "We want you to help us kill the Thunder Bull that resides on Thunder Mountain." Han Sen couldn't believe such a coincidence could transpire, as the Thunder Bull was his target, too. "Sure. It'll cost you 100 high-class angel gene fluids," Han Sen said, with a puffed-up chest. "Oh, Mr. Han. Don't you think that price is just a little bit unreasonable? You know high-class angel gene fluids require royal Shura blood for their formulation. Our relationship with the Shura is bad enough, and so the procurement of this blood is difficult. 100 vials of angel gene fluid is too steep. Besides, we have our own team. We only require your assistance. We are not asking you to take on the super creature all by yourself." Zhao Xuebin blushed, undoubtedly feeling rather awkward over the proposition he had to decline. "You said your offer would bring a smile to my face. 100 vials of angel gene fluid is what that would take. If you can't oblige my price, then go ask someone else," Han Sen said sternly. It was true that the number of vials of angel gene fluid in circulation, and available for purchase, was low lately. Rarely could anyone afford to buy them even if they could be found. Han Sen's request for 100 of such vials was quite ludicrous, and it would eat out an entire month of angel gene's revenue. "Mr. Han, your price is far too high. As much as I would like to, I cannot strike you this deal right now, but I will return to the Alliance and consult my supervisor," Zhao Xuebin suggested. "I am leaving the shelter 1 hour from now," Han Sen said. Zhao Xuebin nodded and said, "I'll be quick, so please wait." Han Sen thought the outrageous price he had suggested would be enough to scare them off and have them quit their intrusion. But unfortunately for him, Zhao Xuebin came back with a grin. He said, "Our company accepts your price. I have the vials with me, but will require you to sign this contract." Han Sen was surprised, to say the least. He looked over the contract's contents, and everything seemed to be in order. He looked at the crate of angel gene fluid, and noticed it had been stamped with their proper, official seal. If what was included within was not what he had requested, or if the angel gene fluid inside the vials was a cheap knockoff or a diluted variant of the liquid, he would be able to sue them. "Okay." Han Sen signed the contract and accepted the 100 vials of angel gene fluid. When Han Sen left, a middle-aged man approached Zhao Xuebin and said, "Manager Zhao, 100 vials of high-class angel gene fluid is far too expensive." Zhao Xuebin shook his head and replied, "It's not as expensive as you think. We are unable to kill the bull ourselves, unfortunately, so we have no choice but to ask him. He is the only person who owns a super pet right now, after all. But again, this is 100 high-class vials of angel gene fluid. Couldn't we use those ourselves to kill the Thunderbull?" Lu Gui pleaded. Zhao Xuebin laughed and said, "This Thunderbull can unleash AoE strikes. Even if we did manage to kill it, we'd incur far too many losses of personnel. We can lose the liquid, but we cannot lose our people. Asking Han Sen to do this, regardless of the price, is better for our future prosperity. We can always synthesize more of this liquid, it is only material." Louis Guin nodded and did not say anything further, as it wasn't his place to make such decisions, anyway. "Go and get yourself ready, we will depart alongside Han Sen soon. The slaying of this Thunder Bull will be good for us, and if the boy does happen to fail, then he'll have to return the vials of angel gene fluid to us, anyway. It will be even better for us, if he ends up grievously wounded." The dark light of murder flickered from Zhao Xuebin's eyes. Han Sen sent the angel gene fluid back to the Alliance, allowing Ji Yanran to hold on to it. There was no chance he'd be returning that crate. And in regards to the Thunder Bull, he did not believe Angel Gene would make an honest deal. But if he could slay the creature, obtain the loot, and walk away with the fluid he had been offered, it was worth going with them. Anyway, Han Sen did not feel bad about doing bad things to the people of Angel Gene, if push came to shove. With Zero in tow, Hansen went to rendezvous with the members of Angel Gene who were going to accompany him. "Mr. Han, we are off to hunt a super creature. Are you sure it is appropriate of you to bring along a beautiful little girl?" Zhao Xuebin mockingly suggested upon laying eyes on Zero. "It is only a super creature, she'll be fine," Hansen said, as he stroked Zero's head. When Zhao Xuebin and Louis Gue heard what he said, they choked on their words of rebuttal. They believed Hansen was far too arrogant for his own good, but they held their tongues. They brought 8 people to accompany Hansen on their journey to the mountain where they'd fight the bull. Zero followed Hansen from behind as usual, and it didn't seem as if the events that transpired in the dark haunted forest had affected her in the slightest. She just continued to follow him, with greater accuracy than his own shadow. It started to rain, and the road grew muddy and tough. But to the collective that scaled the lands past the safety of the shelter, it was nothing. Hansen, riding Golden Growler, summoned Spirit Owl to fly above them and shield Zero from the rain. The area was stuffed with dark storm clouds, and thunder rolled unceasingly. It was so loud that it muffled the sound of all else. And behind the clouds, the distant light show of flickering lightning bolts played out rhythmically. The silver fox seemed very excited, and he jumped on top of Golden Growler's head. He looked off into the distance, peering at Thunder Mountain. His eyes surveyed the lands, as if it was looking for something in particular. Boom! A lightning bolt streaked across the skies like the forming of a spider web, illuminating the wet, darkened land. Hansen used the light to view the black peak they were headed towards. It was higher than any other mountain in the area, and it was so tall it was as if it connected to the very sky itself. All of the lightning seemed to come from that mountain, as if it was some natural, rocky lightning rod. "Mr. Han, that is Thunder Mountain, home of the Thunder Bull," Zhao Xuebin said, as he pointed towards the craggy peak. It took them half a day's travel, all in all, to reach the foot of Thunder Mountain. Every inch closer that they traveled, the dread that the treacherous mountain instilled increased. Lightning continued to flash in the skies, striking the peak a number of times. Each flash sent a number of broken rocks plummeting to the earth below. "Weird. Why are there no creatures around? This is strange." Louis Gue frowned. "It is strange. The last time we came here, there were many other creatures. But this time, we haven't seen a single one." Zhao Xuebin was confused, as well. Hansen jovially thought to himself, "Duh, that's because of the silver fox. With this cute little blighter by my side, creatures pestering my travel are a thing of the past. It's better without them, isn't it? We can freely slay the Thunderbull." When Hansen said this, he immediately began riding Golden Growler up the mountainside. "In that case, we are depending on you," Zhao Xuebin politely said to Han Senator after Hansen took off. Zhao Xuebin turned around and said to his men, "Be careful, the Thunderbull may appear at any second. Maintain vigilance." "Yes." They all answered in unison. Slowly but surely, they ascended the mountain in Hansen's dusty wake. Boom! Lightning continued to strike, and not once was there a lull in its rhythmic impacts. The thunder repeatedly struck the rocks of the mountain, emitting wild showers of sparks. Hansen was ahead, but it wasn't long before he slowed down. The environment was fairly bad and unsuitable for haste. If this was the Thunderbull's home turf, he knew he'd have to be more careful, as he'd be at a disadvantage. The silver fox maintained its excitement by standing on Golden Growler's head, staring at the peak in the distance. It took them an hour of travel to reach the midway point of the mountain, but still, they had yet to come across the Thunder Bull they were hunting. "Manager Zhao, perhaps that bull is gone," Hansen suggested to Zhao Xuebin. Zhao Xuebin wore a look of confusion, and he said, "Whenever we used to come here, it would quickly approach our intrusion at the foot of the mountain. Even if it was on the peak, it should have descended upon us long ago. Today's absence of the beast is strange, indeed. Did the Thunderbull really leave this place?" Louis Gue asked, with concern. "Let's keep going, don't drop your guard, though, just in case." Zhao Xuebin frowned. They had been meaning to slay this thunder bull for quite some time. They had failed a number of times and lost many people in their previous attempts. The bull could cast fierce attacks, including AoE strikes. This was why they had to approach Han Sen and request his aid. They were at their wits' end. If the bull had truly gone, then it would be a great loss for them. The contract stated that if the bull had vacated the area, then Han Sen was eligible to keep half of the proposed vials of angel gene fluid. With great worry, they continued their ascent to the peak. All the while, the thunder became worse and worse. Suddenly a bolt of lightning struck a rock that was only a few meters away from Han Sen. But the rock seemed indestructible, and it had not been harmed by the lightning. It was still perfectly smooth, and not a single blemish had been brought to it. As they went higher, the frequency of the lightning increased. After another hour's travel, one bolt struck a man called Feng Lin. He was struck while on his mount, and he was almost killed outright. Heavily injured, the hair of his head had mostly been burned away. He was shocked. Fortunately, the strike wasn't too strong, and the man managed to stand up after it occurred, much to the surprise of everyone. Everyone took extra care after that, summoning shields and protective armaments for defense against any more renegade bolts of lightning that sought to strike them. It was fortunate they did this, as well, due to the increased frequency of thunder and lightning. As they ascended, everyone suffered at least one lightning strike. Others were unfortunate enough to receive more than one. Only Han Sen and his companions did not get shocked, despite how large of a target the golden growler was. Strangely, the lightning ignored them for the duration of their travel. Han Sen acknowledged this was the work of the Silver Fox. Little Silver, the Thunder Master, could bend the will of lightning to avoid itself and its companions. Han Sen hugged the Silver Fox and quietly said, "Little Silver, could you draw more of the lightning over to them?" The Silver Fox looked at Han Sen and tilted its head, signifying its understanding of Han Sen's request. Then, a glint of evil birthed in its eyes. The Silver Fox jumped back away from Han Sen's chest, returning to Golden Growler's head. It looked at the thunder streaking across the sky. Boom! A lightning bolt struck perfectly atop Louis Guet's head. It shattered his armor and knocked him from his ride. He convulsed on the muddy ground, twitching in agony. Everyone stopped to check on his well-being. Fortunately for them, they had all unlocked their genes locks and were able to withstand such hits. Manager Zhao, the frequency of lightning increases as we ascend. It is likely we will all be injured before we reach the top, and if the bull does reside there, our ability to fight will be gone, Louis Guet said. Zhao Xuebin looked at the lightning in the sky, but he knew that if they turned back now, they'd be handing over the angel gene fluid to Han Sen for free. Then again, they could end up injured or even worse, if they maintained their current course, just as Louis Guet said. Zhao Xuebin gave his conundrum some thought but settled on saying, "We are not far from the peak. If we get there and do not find the bull, we will return immediately." After he said that, everyone mounted their rides again and continued up the treacherous slopes of the mountain. Following this, more and more lightning continued to strike, accurately hitting each of the Angel Gene members and injuring them. Han Sen looked ahead to the peak. He could not see anything there yet, but he began to sense a powerful life force stemming from there. He knew something had to be up there, he was just unsure whether or not it was the Thunder Bull he had pledged to kill. Regardless of what it was, however, Han Sen did not think the others could make it. The Silver Fox's eyes flashed with silver, in a connection with the lightning that streamed across the skies. Every time a new bolt appeared, his eyes flashed silver and a scream would erupt from behind. "This is strange, why has the lightning not harmed you once?" They were starting to suspect something was wrong, and after Louis Guet was struck again, he couldn't hold himself from confronting Han Sen. "Perhaps it is because I am not a wretched man who has committed several atrocities?" Han Sen coldly said. "You." Louis Guet was quickly infuriated by the response he was given. He pointed his finger towards Han Sen and barked, "You must have done something." Fine, I admit it. I made the lightning keep striking you. You weren't just unlucky, okay? It was me. Are you satisfied? Hansen shrugged his shoulders. Louis Gouet didn't know what to say. The thunder came from the sky, and Hansen clearly didn't produce the lightning. Therefore, he didn't believe it was Hansen and couldn't outright blame the man for doing what he had truthfully admitted to doing. Mr. Han, you have misunderstood his meaning. We are wondering if you have a way of preventing the lightning from striking you. Perhaps if you share your method, we could avoid being struck as well. We might finish this adventure a little faster, too, Zhao Xuebin said. I am a giver, not a receiver. So, believe me when I say I would be willing to share a method, if I had one. I truthfully haven't a clue why the lightning hasn't struck me or my lovelies, Hansen responded. Zhao Xuebin frowned, thinking it highly unlikely for Hansen to try to trick them. But if Hansen really was simply lucky, that amount of luck seemed impossible. You must have a beast soul to protect you from the lightning, is that it? Louis Gouet rejoined the conversation with a raised finger and voice. Wow, how rude. With such a disrespectful tone, I do not believe there is anything I can do for you, Hansen said. Well, if you don't have such a beast soul, how about you slow down and dismount, so we can all walk together? Louis Gouet firmly believed he had discovered the truth, and so he shouted out the suggestion. Zhao Xuebin looked at Hansen, wondering what his response would be. Hansen said, okay. Sure. That's fine by me. Everyone put away their mounts and surrounded Hansen like penguins. If Hansen did have a beast soul to protect him from the thunder, they believed they ought to have been close enough for its protection to extend to them, too. 2 steps later, lightning struck Louis Gouet's head again. He fell on the ground like a sack of rocks. From the strength of the bolt that hit him, it seemed far more severe than the earlier strikes. The silver fox, in Zero's arms, bore a sinister grin. Everyone looked at Hansen with a queer expression, and just as Louis Gouet was pulling himself back up, another person was struck by a thunderbolt. As they continued their ascent of the mountain, the thunder became worse. They were still 3 miles from the peak, and the lightning was already injuring the elites and making them too weary to go on. I do not believe this *T. Louis Gouet kept on walking, unable to believe that the thunder could not hit Hansen. But the lightning kept striking the team, and most of them were injured. Hansen and Zero hadn't suffered a single singed hair, by comparison. If Hansen had protection, Zero should have been susceptible to the lightning strikes, too. But she hadn't been dealt any harm, and the lightning never touched her. The lightning only ever struck the Angel Gene members. It was very odd. It must be you. Arg. Louis Gouet was incredibly mad, and just as he turned to bark at Hansen and start pointing more fingers, a bolt of lightning struck his head. His helmet was blown off and his face turned black. He dropped to the ground again, but this time he did not move. He had passed out, and he almost looked as if he was going to die. I told you. If you are unlucky, it is likely karma. If you do bad things will happen to you. In this case, you'll be struck by lightning. Hansen coldly spoke down to Louis Gouet, who was on the ground. Mr. Han, can you please tell us why the thunder only attacks us? Don't tell me you are simply lucky. Luck of that breadth does not exist. Zhao Xuebin was starting to lose his patience now. The other people angrily stared at Hansen, muttering mean words beneath their breath. What? You guys seriously want to fight me? If you do, come get some, Hansen coldly said. Zhao Xuebin's people were all shocked. Although they all had angel gene fluid, they had all been severely injured by the repeated lightning strikes. Fighting Hansen, who had a super pet, would be difficult to say the least. Zhao Xuebin did not want to use the liquid until the last second, so his face suddenly changed. With a forced smile he said, Mr. Han, you have misunderstood us once again. I was merely stating it has been an unlikely string of coincidences that have left you uncharred by the lightning strikes. But we are partners for the time being, and partners must exercise completely honesty with each other. Fine. Do you really want to know why the thunder won't touch me? Hansen smiled. Yes, please tell us. Zhao Xuebin politely exclaimed. Hansen did not answer verbally. He looked up and saw another thunderbolt, and as it descended, he threw his fist up high. Lightning came out from his fist and impacted the incoming bolt. The explosion that came as a result knocked everyone down onto the ground. They all looked pale, and many of them started heaving blood. They all looked upon Hansen with shock, as if he was some god. They dare believe they can strike me? Hansen said, and then ignored them, continuing his ascent of the mountain. The people looked on in disbelief. They quickly scrambled to their feet and followed Hansen up to the peak as if they were his disciples. No longer did anyone think about using angel gene fluid to combat him. For a punch to sunder fires born on the wind was incredible, and they had clearly underestimated Hansen's power. No matter how much angel gene fluid they injected into themselves, they did not believe they had what it took to take down Hansen. The area that surrounded them was still getting battered by lightning, and fighting a person who commanded such lightning would be a fool's errand. They knew they wouldn't stand a chance. How can Sonic Thunder Punch be that powerful? It's stronger than what most surpassers can do, Feng Lin stated, shocked. Hansen defeating Yu Kailand was not simply down to luck. His Sonic Thunder Punch really is that scary, Zhao Xuebin said. What do we do? Do we just keep going? Feng Lin had lost his nerve and was prepared to escape, and he was not alone in that thought. They knew they weren't half as strong as Hansen, so they did not dare continue forward. Zhao Xuebin sighed and said, fine. We'll wait here. If the Thunderbolt is on the peak, Hansen won't be able to hide his killing of it, anyway. He can most likely do it solo. When everyone heard they would not have to reach the top to fight a super creature, they were washed with relief. They carried the dying Louis Gue away. Through the Silver Fox's protection, Hansen and Zero had almost reached the top without trouble. Then, he saw something. It's a super creature, and it isn't alone. Hansen, seeing the peak ahead, looked surprised. On the thunder-wreathed mountaintop rested a silver thunder flower, and in its center, the bud flickered with gold electricity. Near the thunder flower were two super creatures locked in combat with each other. To the right was a 3-meter-tall bull. Its horns shimmered green and crackled with electricity, drawing more and more thunder down on the mountain like rain. To the left was a fox with 3 tails. Its snow-white tails wagged quickly, generating a field of lightning. It seemed to be able to control thunder, as well. The 2 thunder element super creatures were currently in a standoff with one another. Neither moved forward. They just remained motionless, watching each other intensely, occasionally eyeing the catalyst of their animosity, the flower. I've hit the jackpot. Not only are there 2 second-generation super creatures here, but there's this wonderful little flower. The silver fox is in the money. When Hansen viewed the scene, he became delightfully happy. The silver fox jumped out of Zero's arms with his eyes fixed on the thunder flower. Its previously elegant appearance had been eschewed in favor of hunger. But Hansen grabbed it by the fur and pulled it back. The silver fox did its best to struggle, but Hansen held it tightly in his arms. Hansen knew the flower was something most desirable, and it'd be rich in nutrients for the silver fox. However, there were 2 super creatures ahead, and neither looked friendly or charitable. If the silver fox approached right now, it'd incite their ire. Hansen would have been better off waving a red flag. That being said, Hansen knew he had what it took to bring down both super creatures. He merely worried over the noise he might generate. If there was too much noise, it'd be difficult to hide it all from Zhao Xuebin, and Hansen never planned on handing over the life geno essence of the bull, if they killed it. It would have been fine for them to have it if it was a first-generation super creature, but there was no chance he'd give up a second-generation's life geno essence. Little Silver, hush hush. There is no need to rush. Look closely, the thunder flower has not yet bloomed. If it was ready for consumption, I'm fairly sure those two creatures would be doing more than having a staring competition. Hansen comforted the struggling silver fox. The words actually calmed the silver fox, and it quit trying to wriggle its way free. Still, it kept its eyes locked on the flower without blinking. Every now and again, lightning struck the center of the flower. Whenever this occurred, the flower was not harmed. In fact, it appeared to become brighter and more lively-looking after every strike and shock. It seemed as if it could consume electricity. In the center of the flower, a golden thunder fruit grew. It was currently about the size of an average egg. Gold lightning flickered across it, shimmering in a condensed spectacle that was reminiscent of an aerial view of the galaxy. I wonder how long it'll take for this fruit to mature. As Hansen observed it, he was unsure when it would mature. Though it clearly wasn't ready yet, judging from the behavior of the three-tailed fox and the thunder bull, if it had matured by now, one would be tearing out the other's throat for sure. Hansen summoned his spirit owl and death knell. Then, he placed the fairy in a position of potential ambush. With Zero and the silver fox, Hansen returned down the mountain a bit. Like a troublesome child, the silver fox wasn't keen to leave the flower unattended. It went into a fit of struggling, but still, Hansen was able to carry him down. He couldn't leave him up there, as he did not want to evoke suspicion from Zhao Xuebin. If Hansen killed the super creatures, he could retrieve their goods but would have to return the angel gene fluid, that is, unless he never wanted to return to the Alliance again. So, he hatched a scheme. If he returned to them now and reported his findings of there being no super creature atop the mountain, he could keep 50 of the vials of angel gene fluid. With his 3 pets up there, killing the 2 super creatures shouldn't prove too difficult either. Hansen, with the silver fox in his arms and Zero in tow, descended the sharp slope of the peak towards Zhao Xuebin and his men. He told them he had not seen the thunder bull on the peak. The thunder bull really isn't there? Someone didn't put much stock in Hansen's false claim. Go have a look yourself, if you don't believe me, Hansen said. Zhao Xuebin was feeling very awkward right now. Neither of them dared to reascend the mountain, but if they went home at this point, they had no choice but to pay Hansen 50 angel gene fluids. It was a significant loss. The thunder was their biggest concern with climbing back up, and they believed it took flying off the table, too. If they were shocked while flying, they'd plummet to the ground and potentially die. You guys continue looking around for that thunder bull. Remember, you have 7 days to find it, before having to hand over the sweet 50% of that angel gene fluid. After Hansen said this, he started walking away. Hang on, we'll go take a look then. Zhao Xuebin stopped Hansen. He couldn't go back to angel gene empty-handed, so he had to ascend the mountain in its entirety or at least risk life and limb trying to. Sure. I'll wait for you here. Hansen found a rock and then sat down. He was not hopeful in their success of scaling the rest of the mountain and seeing what was actually up there. Even without the silver fox's thunder pranks, it wasn't likely they could get close. There were 2 thunder super creatures up there, and a thunder flower to boot. No ordinary person could get near. The silver fox had given Hansen's super pets a buff to prevent lightning from hitting them. That was how they could safely remain on the peak. Unless the fruit matured and the super creatures started fighting, the people were unlikely to see or catch a whiff of the bull. Zhao Xuebin only brought a few people with him, those who had suffered the least damage from the lightning. When they reached an area with much lightning, they used angel gene fluid to rush up the peak. They did not dare go slow. They wanted all of this to be over as soon as possible, so they ran up as fast as their legs could carry them. One look at the peak, to confirm the bull wasn't there, was all they needed. Things seemed fine in the beginning, and the angel gene fluid seemed to strengthen them enough to withstand the strikes of lightning. But when they were within 1 kilometer of the peak, the lightning grew a lot worse. Boom. 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 Hansen squinted his eyes as he sat on the rock. Then he heard a lot of thunder. The lightning was like a heavy downpour, and it was quite scary to hear. Hansen did not feel any sympathy for Angel Jean's people, so he casually stroked the restless silver fox and smiled. Not long after, Zhao Xuebin and his people returned with pitch-black faces. Their hair had been mostly burned off, and smoldering patches of ruined skin riddled their bodies. They looked bad. "Mr. Han, the Thunder Bull is there atop the peak. We saw it," Zhao Xuebin happily exclaimed to Hansen. The others excitedly chimed in, saying, "Mr. Han, the bull is there on the peak. Please, go and slay it." "You really saw the Thunder Bull?" Hansen eyed Zhao Xuebin curiously. "Yes, Mr. Han. Please hurry, do not let it get away," Zhao Xuebin hastily responded. Hansen shrugged his shoulders. He knew they hadn't seen the Thunder Bull, for they did not have what it took to scale the peak. If they had seen the Thunder Bull, they would have also mentioned the three-tailed fox and the Thunder Flower. They were purposely lying to Hansen. Knowing this, Hansen still smiled and said, "I understand how you feel, but let's be honest, there is no bull up there. For me to go back up, there would be nothing more than a waste of time. Mr. Han, we really saw the bull." Zhao Xuebin was still determined to make Hansen believe they had seen the bull. They each pleaded for Hansen to go up and slay it, but Hansen knew what they were planning. If there was a bull up there, and Hansen did not kill it, they could claim Hansen violated the contract, and they would not have to pay Hansen with the vials of Angel Gene fluid. If this matter was taken to court, they wouldn't be able to prove a thing, but that wouldn't matter. Even if their claims were thrown out the airlock, it would still be enough to tarnish Hansen's reputation. "Now, are you sure you saw the bull?" Hansen asked with a smile. "It is up there." "We weren't mistaken," Zhao Xuebin said. "And you're sure it's the Thunder Bull?" Hansen asked. "Yes, unmistakably," Zhao Xuebin quickly answered. "And there was nothing else?" Hansen asked. "Nope, nothing. Just the bull." Zhao Xuebin believed Hansen was testing his claim. "Then I will go and slay it." Hansen promptly stood up and started walking off towards the peak again. Zero and the silver fox went with him. When Hansen arrived at the peak, the three-tailed fox and the bull were still there, locked in their staring competition. Hansen summoned Little Angel and commanded to both her and the silver fox, "Kill the bull first, guys." After that, Hansen's combined force of sonic and thunder powers coursed this body together in his fists. When primed, he took aim at the bull. The little angel flew up high with eyes aflame of a green fire and swung her greatsword towards the bull. Death Knell also went airborne, ready to trap the bull in its tolling maw. Meanwhile, the spirit owl hooted menacingly on its way towards its given target. The silver fox gleamed with silver electricity, transforming into a thunder fox. It leapt towards the bull fiercely. When the bull took notice of the large host of super creatures bearing down on it, it looked ready to scream in fright. Pang! Sonic thunder punch exploded, drowning out all other sounds, the desperate cry of the bull included. Following that force, it couldn't muster the composure necessary for another cry for a long time to come. Little Angel's sword slashed across his neck, forming a deep crevice from which blood cascaded. Before it could make a sound, something muted the bull's voice box. Hansen's flaming Rex spike had been shoved deep into its throat, drilling with a mutilating force and a green flame. The silver fox and the spirit owl now struck the thunder bull in unison, delivering a multitude of deep lacerations across its flesh, draining its blood. The thunder bull tried to gather lightning to discharge and dispel its attackers, but beneath the barrage of fierce hits, it couldn't do a thing. The next moment, Death Knell appeared on top of it. Although it moved slowly, the thunder bull could not escape amidst the artillery of assault it was incurring. The Death Knell successfully landed on top of it. Dong! Dong! The death knell tolled for the injured bull, and in its devastated state, it could not withstand the sound. Its face began to bleed and its entire body began to dry, crack, and ooze. When the bell arose, Little Angel delivered one final strike to the Thunderbull's head. Super creature Thunder Devil Bull killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is edible, and you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Upon witnessing the bull's massacre, the three-tailed fox had frozen. It initially believed it was only the two of them who were vying for the fruit, and it didn't expect so many horrible creatures to suddenly appear and slay its sole competitor. Super creatures were intelligent, and upon seeing its situation, the three-tailed fox did not dare remain. It quickly fled the mountaintop. Hansen commanded Little Angel to chase after it, but not kill it. He wanted it to pursue Zhao Shuabin and his people down the mountain. Hansen and Zero followed after the fox as well. The Silver Fox, Death Knell, and Spirit Owl remained atop the mountain to guard the flower and the dead bull's corpse. Zhao Shuabin heard the sounds of battle drifting down from the peak, and with great glee, he said, Hansen was lying. The Thunder Bull was indeed up there. Pa! It is lucky our little scheme worked, he is too much of a noob to try to trick people like us. You can't con men. I hope Hansen and the bull both end up injured. If that happens, we can kill them both at once, Feng Lin excitedly said. Amidst everyone's happiness, a snow-white shadow began to descend from the mountaintop, ready to sour their mood. They initially believed it to be the bull coming down, but upon closer inspection, they realized it was not the bull. It was a fox with 3 tails. Oh, no! Run! Run for your lives! Zhao Shuabin's face dropped like a sack of rocks, and he quickly yelled for everyone to flee. Even if they used their angel gene fluid, they couldn't outrun the fox. And not long after, the fox caught up with them. It swung its 3 tails and wrapped them around one person, electrifying him into charcoal. Hansen and Little Angel caught up and pulled the fox away from the angel gene runaways. Zhao Shuabin and his people were currently in terror. Not wanting to stay and fight, they kept on running. The three-tailed fox was savagely attacked by the tag team of Hansen and Little Angel, all the while they descended the mountain. Although the three-tailed fox was powerful, it didn't stand a chance against Hansen and Little Angel. It wasn't long before its fur was painted red with blood, the foe would soon be vanquished. The fox acted as if it knew it was dying, and suddenly, it started running back up the hill towards the peak instead. Is this thing crazy? Why is it running back? Hansen asked himself, in surprise. Mr. Han, kill it. Zhao Shuabin called back, as he watched the fox ascend the mountain again. Hansen coldly replied, I won't kill it, this has nothing to do with you. You wanted the Thunder Bull, right? All I saw up there was this thunderous fox, and it is my prey. After that, Hansen ignored the terrified collective and brought Little Angel and Zero along with him in pursuit of the fox that was headed back up the mountain. After Hansen chased the three-tailed fox back to the mountaintop, the body of the bull had all disappeared. Not even the life geno essence remained. The silver fox was licking its lips happily. When the three-tailed fox reached the peak, it howled. It ran in front of the silver fox and leaned down with its paws outstretched, as if it was begging for mercy. The silver fox observed the three-tailed fox's bloodied tails and then leapt on its head, as if it was going to tell Hansen, this guy belongs to me now. ****. You ate the Thunder Bull and didn't even save me the life geno essence. Now you are giving yourself a companion? Hansen looked disheartened. The silver fox spat out silver lightning to heal the three-tailed fox. The three-tailed fox trembled in fear, and in response, the silver fox looked smug. It jumped into Hansen's arms and then rubbed its head against his chest, as if it was trying to tell him to forgive the three-tailed fox. The three-tailed fox seemed intelligent, and it knelt in front of Hansen as if it wanted to obey him, too. I was going to feed it to you, anyway. Keep it and spare the cannibalism, then. Hansen then pointed at the three-tailed fox and said, "Your name is Three-Tail, you got it? Now, follow me." The three-tailed fox was well behaved, and it quickly followed as ordered. Hansen returned his beast souls, and with the silver fox in his arms and Zero behind him, they rode the three-tailed fox down the mountain. Zhao Xuebin's people were now in a state of boredom, waiting. That soon changed when they saw the three-tailed fox reappear, heading right for them again. Upon closer inspection, however, they noticed Hansen and Zero were riding it. Seeing that menacing fox to be now ridden calmly, they were shocked. "I couldn't find the bull, but look. I found a fox. Thanks for telling me to return to the peak. If you hadn't, I wouldn't have gotten myself a new ride." Hansen reclined on the fox's back and smiled at them. Their disbelief was marred by the ugly looks of anger. Their excursion looked set to have them returning empty-handed, since they had failed to slay their bull. Hansen, on the other hand, was going to walk away far wealthier. "It's a super creature. By the sanctuaries. How can it obey a human?" Zhao Xuebin may have been angered, but he couldn't help but respect Hansen for being able to tame a super creature like so. "Now that I have the three-tailed fox, I can offer you protection from the lightning. I can lead you up to the peak, if you'd like. Do you fancy going?" Hansen gave the people his balmiest smile. "Yes, please." Zhao Xuebin was still not quite ready to throw in the towel. "Let's go, then." Hansen rode the fox and led them up to the mountaintop. He did not make them suffer this time, and their travel was without hindrance. Only the thunder flower remained, and all traces of the bull had vanished. But seeing the thunder flower, Zhao Xuebin and his people became greedy again. "We came here in search of the thunder bull, but alas, we could not find it. But this flower looks special. Do you think I can take this flower as a souvenir and gift it to my supervisor? He might like it." Zhao Xuebin made his request. "It is not owned by anyone, and it belongs to any who chooses to take it," Hansen said. Zhao Xuebin was surprised by Hansen's words, but he quickly thought something was amiss. He had an unshakable feeling that Hansen would never be so kind as to allow them to take something so unique. But a treasure had indeed been put before him, and he would do anything to own it. He thought about it for a bit and then allowed Feng Lin to collect it, not daring to go himself. Feng Lin had similar thoughts to Zhao Xuebin, and was also afraid to approach the flower. Still, he had no choice but to obey the order he had been given. He approached the flower and then touched it. Gold lightning burst forth from the bud and electrocuted him. Zhao Xuebin was shocked in a different way. He smiled at Hansen and said, "Mr. Han, the three-tailed fox you have can command thunder. May we request that it collect the flower on our behalf?" "Manager Zhao, do you think such a thing is possible?" Hansen coldly said. Zhao Xuebin said, "Our contract was to kill the bull, but the bull is no longer here. Can we perhaps change the terms so it references us collecting this flower, instead? A contract is a contract, you can't go changing it whenever you please. I came here to hunt this phantom bull of yours, and I have no concern for anything other than that." Hansen was familiar with how obscene the Zhao family could be, so he wasn't too surprised by their absurd request. Zhao Xuebin obviously wanted to say something, but Hansen turned around to leave. The people quickly remembered that the three-tailed fox was shielding them from the lightning. If they upset Hansen, they thought he could very well allow it to electrocute them. Thinking of that, Zhao Xuebin kept his mouth closed and did not say anything more. Hansen then led them down the mountain and returned to the mountaintop by himself again, so he could wait for the fruit to mature. Zhao Xuebin knew Hansen was returning for the sole purpose of obtaining the flower for himself, but he also knew he was helpless to stop him. They had no choice but to pack up and go home. A day later, on the peak of Thunder Mountain, the fruit grew to the size of a fist. A lot of lightning continued striking the fruit, and there was a notable increase in the strength of its pleasant fragrance with each lightning strike. Countless booms of thunder rumbled over the fruit over the course of a day, and before long, it shone gold like a thunderbolt itself. The final thunderbolt hit the fruit, and after it did, the dark clouds of the sky dissipated. The wind and the rain stopped, and the only elemental threat that remained was the golden thunderfruit itself. The silver fox leapt out of Hansen's arms, but did not rush to eat the fruit. It approached it, and then walked around it, as if it was contemplating something. After walking a few circles around it, the silver fox looked at Hansen and then looked back at the fruit. It opened its mouth and swallowed it in one large mouthful. Boom! The golden lightning exploded inside the silver fox's tummy and burned his entire body, making him look like burnt wood. Hansen was shocked, and almost wanted to rush to its aid. But luckily, his Dongxian aura was able to detect its life force was actually getting stronger. He remained where he was and did not approach. From inside the silver fox's charred body, a gold light burst forth. The strength of the light gradually increased, and the brighter it got, the darker its body became. Soon after, the silver fox's body was like smoldering charcoal, with veins of red running along its black body. Suddenly, dark clouds reappeared, shadowing the land once more. A black bolt of thunder struck the now black fox. Catcha! The silver fox's body cracked. Catcha! Another black bolt came from the sky, and this happened a multitude of times. After the 9th occurrence, the clouds departed as quickly as they had come. Boom! A white lightning cloud then appeared in the sky, erupting with more bolts of thunder. They were all aimed at the silver fox's breaking body. After striking the fox 9 more times, this cloud also disappeared from wherever it came from. After that, the same thing happened again and again with 6 other clouds. Strangely, they were all of a different color. There were green, red, purple, blue, gold, and silver clouds, all in all. Each cloud hit the silver fox with a thunderbolt 9 times. And with each strike, the silver fox's body became stronger. But then, on the final strike, the silver fox's body was broken into pieces. Its flesh had hardened, only to shatter like bits of glass. Only its skeleton remained. The bones were shining with lightning. Boom! Another lightning bolt streaked across the sky. But this was like a pillar, heading directly downwards as if to crush the silver fox's motionless bones. Hell! The silver fox finally made a sound, but beneath the light of that holy pillar, the flesh of its prior composition began to return. The howl it made was sad enough to break someone's heart. When the fox first shattered, it did not make a noise, but it did when being reborn. The pain must have been far more excruciating. More and more lightning flashed across its rebirthing body, and slowly, the silver fox's new appearance was revealed. It was like a silver lightning fox, and now, it was bearing the crushing weight of the pillar of light. The silver lightning of the fox was like a fire, and when the silver fox howled, the fire pushed up against the pillar. Boom! The area was consumed by a grand discharge of electricity. Hansen and the 3-tailed fox had to move a great distance away and watch the transformation from afar. Boom! Perhaps it was because there was too much lightning, but half of Thunder Mountain collapsed. And amidst the ruin and rubble, the silver fox howled again. The silver lightning sundered the light pillar and went even further, lighting up the entire sky. Boom! The silver lightning broke the sky, literally cracking it open. Inside the cracks, Hansen saw many strange things. Hansen saw a palace and strange flora. He even saw a tree with an angel perched on one of its branches. From inside those cracks, a phantom force of pressure burst forth to push him down on the ground. His power still wasn't at a high enough level to resist that pressure. Hell! The silver fox looked at Hansen and called out to him. Hansen looked at the silver fox and their eyes locked onto each other. From what Hansen could see in the silver fox's eyes, it was conflicted. Hansen thought the silver fox was going to summon the gate to the third god's sanctuary like the holy rhino or empty witch had. But it didn't take long for that assumption to change. The silver fox hadn't summoned a spirit, instead, it had forced open a crack between both sanctuaries to force his way beyond. Hell! The silver fox looked up to the sky and the cracks began to reduce in size. Then, it looked back to Hansen as if it was going to miss him. Little Silver, go. I'll find you, we'll be together again real soon. Hansen did his best to stand up, but could not. He gathered all the power he could to generate sonic thunder powers. But even with that power, however, he could not make a squeak. The silver fox had evolved, and if it remained in the second god's sanctuary, its body would be tainted and end up in a far worse state than it currently was. It would have to leave this place before the cracks closed. Although Hansen wanted to go with it, it was impossible for him to even budge. Hell! The silver fox yelped in the direction of its master once more, and as it inched itself towards the cracks, it made sure to keep looking back at Hansen. I will look for you soon, little Silver. Wait for me. Hansen witnessed the cracks beginning to seal, and so he spoke aloud one last time to the silver fox that looked back at him. The silver fox nodded, and then it turned back to face the portal. Its body morphed into silver lightning and was drawn inside. Boom! The crack closed shut, and the pressure that had forced Hansen to the ground vanished. Still, he did not immediately get back on his feet. His heart had been dealt a blow he had almost never had to deal with. Ever since he watched the birth of Little Silver, he had spent most of his time alongside it. It was a genuine companion, and now that it was gone, it hurt. Hansen vowed to do whatever it took to find the silver fox again. But the third god's sanctuary was a massive, sprawling place. It was largely unexplored, and human development was slow there. Unless he was tremendously lucky, Hansen feared it might take years for the two to reunite. F***ck. I know I shouldn't worry, I'll find him no matter where he ends up. I'll cut down anyone or anything that tries to stop me from reuniting with him. Hansen was going to consider this an oath, a vow he would swear to uphold. Looking up to the sky, he shouted, Little Silver, hold on. I'm going to look after you, no matter what it takes. After cheering himself up, he returned to the nearest human shelter and went back to the Alliance. In accordance with the contract, he returned half of the Angel Gene fluid to Angel Gene. He wouldn't play nice with those people, ever. But before he hit the road again, he spoke to his mother and informed her of his plan. Hansen was going to give her most of his beast souls and the super creatures he had claimed. It would have been even better if she could go to Moment's shelter, for if she did, he could move on to the third god's sanctuary without worry. If you visit the third god's sanctuary, do not let the spirits know that you have an association with the Luo family, Luo Lan said calmly after hearing his plans. Why? Hansen asked, not understanding. Your great-grandfather was renowned for his cruelty in the third god's sanctuary. Every spirit there will hate him with a passion. If you don't want a perpetual bounty on your head, keep your familial tie to him a secret. But since you didn't learn the falsified Sky Sutra, that shouldn't be too much of a problem. Luo Lan smiled. This is bad. When Hansen heard this, his heart jumped. He knew he'd have no problem keeping it a secret, but he was aware that the Zhao family hated him. He feared they would send word to the spirits of the third god's sanctuary about who Hansen's ancestor was. Hansen told Luo Lan the story of what had transpired between him and the Zhao family over time, and when Luo Lan heard this, she said, the third god's sanctuary is enormous. There are few humans there, and lesser still are capable of traveling. Unless you are extremely unlucky, and spawn near the Zhao family, you shouldn't have too many problems. And when you enter the third god's sanctuary, you are eligible for a name change. Even if they know you are out there in the third god's sanctuary someplace, they will only know your name. Your precise location will be unknown to them. Luo Lan did not seem to be worried at all. I suppose you're right, Mom. Hansen felt reassured with his mother's comfort. Luo Lan then said, you don't have to come find me, by the way. I can travel to Moment's shelter by myself. No, Mom, I should come and pick you up. It is too dangerous for you to venture there alone, Hansen quickly responded. You underestimate the talents of your mother. Just stick to doing your own thing, I'll be fine. Luo Lan gave another warm smile. Although Hansen wanted her to wait for him, she insisted on going by herself. Knowing his mother's determination, Hansen knew he'd have no choice but to accept, agree, and respect her decision. There was nothing he could do save speed up his own journey to visit her. The sooner he met her, the less danger she would have to face on her own. He knew she was powerful, but it was natural for him to worry over her well-being. Hansen wasn't in much of a mood to kill any more creatures, so his journey there was defined by one thing, and one thing only, power walking. Unless he stumbled across a creature that could benefit his pets, he was too lazy to fight. After walking for an entire month, Hansen came across a second-generation wolf king out on a moor. To get it, Hansen had to slay its entire wolf pack. He didn't get a beast soul, but he was able to finally max out his super geno points. After another 3 months of walking, Hansen finally met up with Luo Lan. They spent 4 months traveling back to Moment Shelter, where he let Luo Lan to handle the affairs of the shelter. Now, Hansen could focus on moving up to the third god sanctuary. Throughout his time on the road, Hansen also spent time practicing his Blood Pulse Sutra. His body received a great many changes, and he was close to breaking its first gene lock. Hansen planned on finishing the first tier and then becoming a surpasser. He also wanted to level up the fairy, too. She wouldn't listen to anyone but Hansen, so he thought she'd only bring mischief if she was to remain in Moment Shelter without him. Hansen was going to try and get her to the third god's sanctuary, to avoid her being a nuisance in his absence. As for the three-tailed fox, Big Black, Small Back, and Little White, they were all well-behaved. Even if Hansen wasn't around, they would follow Luo Lan's commands. That, alongside the super beast souls he was going to give her, would guarantee that Luo Lan would have no problem keeping the shelter secure. Aside from Little Angel and his Devil Ant King armor, Meowth and Golden Growler, Hansen gifted all of his beast souls to Luo Lan. Hansen worried people might recognize the Devil Ant King armor that Dollar had used, and that's why he decided to bring it with him. After everything he had experienced so far, he knew his beast souls wouldn't be of much use in the third god's sanctuary. Even his shape-shifting silver blood macaque beast soul was useless to him now. It could boost him to a fitness level of 300, yes, but once he became a surpasser, his fitness level would reach 600. Hansen's body wasn't weaker than the silver blood macaque. He had reached a fitness level of 300, but his king spirit body did not activate. He thought it would most likely activate after he became a surpasser. So, Hansen spent his time practicing with his Blood Pulse Sutra and taking the Crystal Palace out for deep-sea dives. Down there, he searched for water element super creatures to aid the fairy's development. Hansen had a creature in mind, too, the blue seahorse. Unfortunately for him, however, it took him a long time to find it. He eventually did come across it, though, in the blackest depths of the sea. It had 2 little seahorses alongside it, and although Hansen could have slain them all, he chose not to. It was difficult to produce second-generation super creatures, and since Hansen did not need them anymore, he let them go. It turned out that the blue seahorse's element was fire. It was useless for the fairy. A year passed, and the fairy had still not evolved. But in that time, he had managed to open the first gene lock of the Blood Pulse Sutra. Surprisingly, and disappointingly, the Blood Pulse Sutra was a bit of a letdown. It turned out to be weaker than he expected it to be. Aside from a simple strengthening of his body, it had no real utility. It was worse than the Dongxian Sutra and Jade Skin by a long shot. Does this sutra only affect your kin? Hansen reviewed the Blood Pulse Sutra again, but felt as if there had been a mistake. It should have been far better than what he was seeing. Hansen did feel as if his body had changed, though. Still, he couldn't pinpoint where or what exactly had changed. Half a month after this, Hansen killed a water element monster. After the fairy ate its body and the life geno essence, she started to evolve. When fairy evolved, she made a whirlpool in the water and turned into ice, freezing the crystal palace at the same time. The sanctuary door opened in the air, and a spirit walked out to approach fairy. Unlike the silver fox, who was hesitant to leave, the fairy spared no time in accompanying the spirit. Gleefully, she raced straight towards it. Ungrateful *tch. Hansen felt as if he had been used and cast aside. He felt as if his kindness had all been in vain. As this occurred, Hansen was in the crystal palace. The spirit that came through the door did not see Hansen when it took the fairy back across the gate. But before the fairy went beyond the gate, she made a mocking face towards the crystal palace. "Fine, whatever. Go ahead. This place is better off without you." Hansen sighed. Although he said that, he actually missed her. Now, the gourd was the next thing Hansen could not let go of. He couldn't bring it with him, and neither was it birthing. Hansen had tried everything, including feeding it a copious amount of super creature blood, but it no longer absorbed any. Hansen had no clue how to get it open. "If I am unable to find a way to bring you out of your shell, I am going to have to leave you here in the second god sanctuary." Hansen touched the gourd in his hand and spoke to it. He thought the situation with the gourd was unfair. He knew the gourd was a treasure, and it possessed the 6 cog armaments inside it. Leaving them behind in the second god sanctuary would be a grand waste. If the silver fox was able to break the sky and go to the third god sanctuary, does that mean I can use the same method to cross over? If I could, then I could at least take the gourd with me, Hansen thought to himself. But Hansen knew he needed the right timing to pull off something like that. He couldn't just tear the skies asunder willy-nilly. The silver fox had been in the right place at the right time. The little blighter ate the fruit, and that was the catalyst for its ascension. Right now, no matter how strong Hansen had become, he could not break the fabric of the skies. For a human to break through the very atmosphere was almost unheard of, and not even demigods had been reported to have achieved such a feat. The only person Hansen had heard of doing such a thing was the creator of the Dongxian Sutra, Dong Xuanzi. The silver fox's ascension seemed like bottled lightning, as in, it was a perfect storm of factors that led to it being able to access the third god's shelter. Hansen was not in a rush to be a surpasser just yet, however. His 4-year service in the army would be over soon, and he planned on leveling up once he had finished his service. Although Ji Yanran repeatedly mentioned her desire for marriage after his service in the army was over, Hansen kept on delaying it. He was afraid of accessing the third god's sanctuary and dying, leaving her a widow. Perhaps the Zhao family would not forget their feud, and would manage to spread the rumor that he was actually from the Luo family. But even if that did not happen, the lotus symbol on his forehead still worried him. The Ji family was hoping, after Hansen finished his term of service, he could be a military sergeant. With the Ji family's power, they could easily establish a career for him in the military. But Hansen rejected their offers, wanting to retire and be free for a time. He wanted to go home and spend time with his mother and little sister, and then move on to the third god's sanctuary. On this day, Hansen felt a vibration stemming from his sea of soul. The Aqua Reaper beast soul died, and then disappeared. It looks like he escaped. Hansen wore a complicated expression, but he was not surprised. Ningyu was no ordinary person. He had been possessed by the Aqua Reaper, but still, he had never passed on any useful information. It was only a matter of time until he managed to escape it. That being said, Hansen had thought he would have escaped sooner. There had not been much important news in the alliance recently. The Zhao family was still a favored name, but their production of high-class angel gene fluid was slowly winding down. Dong Lin's pet pills, on the other hand, had started to receive more good feedback. Their prices began to rise in response to the growing demand, and in time, it was wagered they could compete against angel gene fluid. The pet pills Hansen and Ji Ruojian bought were purchased at a good time, and had they wanted the same quantity now, it would have cost them a dozen times more. Crazier yet, the prices were still on an upward trajectory. It was difficult to purchase large quantities of the pet pills these days. Dong Lin's production was not enough to serve and meet the demand of the alliance. The people of the Ji family, who did not invest in the pills when it was first suggested to them by Ji Ruozhen, were regretting their mistake deeply. After retiring, Han Sen went to Roca Planet and stayed at home for some time. He spent a few days with his mother and little sister, and then spent time with Zhang Danfeng. He did whatever he wanted to, in addition to researching what he could about the third god's sanctuary. Going there would be difficult, and even Han Sen's mother was not confident she herself could survive there. That was why she never chose to become a surpasser. Although Han Sen's chances of survival were better than most, all it would take was an unlucky roll of the dice to twist his fate. If he ended up in a high-level spirit shelter where the spirit despised him, he'd be killed without trouble. There'd be nothing he could do to escape such a fate. Han Sen enjoyed the days of relaxation as best as he could. He had a lion most days, and it was freeing for him not to worry about training or hunting more super creatures. For once he had true peace of mind. He frequently spent time practicing with little Yen, too. She had developed into a pretty young girl now, and in 3 years, she'd enter the first god's sanctuary. With Han Sen's reputation, it did not matter where she ended up, she'd be taken good care of. There was no need for Han Sen to worry about her well-being as much as he once had. He saw a lot of himself in little Yen. She was very independent and strong, the clear result of having been raised by a single mother. Without someone taking care of her, she could still survive and most likely thrive. But little Yen was just a girl, and that was a different than Han Senator. It would be better if someone could take care of her, because Han Sen didn't want her to suffer. Han Sen did go back to the sanctuary, every now and then, to check on his gourd. It looked the same as it always did, and there was no sign of it changing. Han Sen stayed at his home for a month, and when he went back to the sanctuary, he went to visit the evolution pool. He stood next to it and removed his clothes. With the gourd in hand, he jumped in. He did not know if the pool could work for the gourd, but there was no harm in trying. Han Sen really wanted to bring the gourd with him, because if he didn't, he'd lose all the astounding weapons that were inside it. Heaven knew who would end up owning them one day. The evolution pool was like an endless, aquatic abyss. It was like a black hole. Han Sen's body continued to fall, as if he was being dropped into a bottomless vacuum. The composition of his body began to melt away, as his flesh decomposed. Han Sen did not feel any pain, and he could not see or hear anything. It felt as if his body was being reborn. It felt as if he was in purgatory, soon to be graced with a new life. Evolution successful, you have achieved the rank of surpasser. You have gained an additional 100-year lifespan. Your super body has evolved, Super King Spirit. Han Sen, Super Body, Super King Spirit. Title, Surpasser. Lifespan, 400. Next evolution requirement, 100 Geno points. Own Geno points, 0. Han Sen was pushed to the surface of the water as he heard the announcement, informing him of his success in evolving. Before Han Sen could admire his new surpasser body, however, he felt his left hand becoming overwhelmed by a pulsing power. The gourd in his left hand was vibrating like mad. The gourd was trembling in Han Sen's hand. At its tip, a black hole-like distortion had manifested, warping the very dimension around it. Is something going to be born from the gourd now? Did the evolution pool really help it? Han Sen was excited, looking at the gourd. While he was thinking, a black light burst forth from the gourd to sunder the atmosphere like a blade. A lesion was torn in the fabric of space, and a powerful force of suction came from it. Before he could react, Han Sen and the gourd were both sucked inside. Boom! Han Sen felt as if the world was spinning, or as if he had been tossed into a tumble dryer. He felt a crushing force descend upon him, and amidst his rolling, he felt as if he wanted to throw up but could not. He wanted to scream, but no voice came out. He felt his body being forced into the painful, compact shape of a ball. Time did not seem to exist in the place he had ended up, and the pain he suffered felt as if it had lasted an entire century, despite truly lasting only a few seconds. Pang! Han Sen was suddenly released from that agonizing pain, and he was dropped to the cold comfort of the ground. After the fall, he could not help but yell, "Ouch!" His body was in anguish, and when he moved, he could feel a number of broken bones about his body, in addition to his torn organs. A slight movement was all it took to make him feel as if 1,000 knives were stabbing him all at once. It was fortunate Han Sen was as powerful as he was. Any ordinary surpasser would have died at first contact with this place. Han Sen wanted to cast his Dongxian Sutra, to simulate the holy light and heal himself, but he couldn't. The blood flow of his entire body was messed up, and he was unable to cast a single skill. Oh, no. Am I going to die like this? Han Sen felt as if his organs were bleeding. His entire body had been battered and broken, and if he did not receive any remedial aid, he'd soon die. Being unable to cast a single skill, he could not heal himself. And with the pain that came with moving, he couldn't do anything but wait to die. "Gourd. You got me killed." Han Sen spoke to the gourd beside him as his heart sank. But then, Han Sen realized that despite all the wounds he had incurred, and the lesions that had opened up across his body, he wasn't bleeding externally. All the wounds had scabbed. And as for the internal bleeding he could feel, nothing ill was coming of it. The blood that came from the organs did not swell up someplace, but instead managed to flow around his body even without the pumping of his heart or blood vessels. Blood Pulse Sutra? Han Sen was delighted at the sudden realization, and so he cast it. As he did, he prayed and hoped this must work. He easily cast the Blood Pulse Sutra, and his messed up interior did not seem to prohibit his usage of the skill. A strange power burst from his blood and went to every cell, fixing and restoring every part of his body. His organs, his bones, his torn flesh, every inch of his being was recovering. Han Sen noticed he did not need to focus on the Blood Pulse Sutra, as the energy from his blood was recovering his organs by itself. No wonder it is a Blood Legion skill, it really is quite powerful. Han Sen was very happy. Although the recovery of the sutra was slow, and it wasn't as fast or efficient as the holy light, it was enough to save his life under the dire circumstances. It would take a while before he fully recovered, so he made the most of it and laid down as comfortably as he could. Han Sen now thought it was a good idea to look around, but unfortunately, he could not move his head. Therefore, his vision was limited. The air was pure where he was, and he had a feeling that he had never felt during his time in the Second God Sanctuary. In comparison, the Second God Sanctuary's air quality seemed poor and dirty. Am I in the Third God Sanctuary? As Han Sen thought this, he tried looking up. All he could see was the color green. When the sunlight flickered down through the foliage in his sight, the graceful light blinded him. Han Sen noticed he was beneath a tree that was around 5 meters tall, and its leaves were entirely circular. The leaves knitted together like a parasol, shielding him from the sunrays. But from the branches, Han Sen noticed many crosses hanging down. As Han Sen wondered who had hung so many crosses on the tree, he realized what they actually were. They were short swords. Every short sword looked identical, and they were about 2 feet long. Each blade was approximately the width of 2 fingers, and they were pitch black in color. That was why Han Sen first mistook them for crosses. All in all, there had to be around 30 of them. Who was bored enough to hang this many swords from the tree? Although Han Sen had this thought, he was actually extremely happy. It also meant someone had to be someplace in the vicinity. But then, Han Sen realized it might have been a spirit that did this. Spirits were, after all, renowned for doing weird things. If he was discovered by a spirit, he wagered no good would come of it. But Han Sen could not look around and examine more of the surroundings, due to his inability to move his head. All he could see was the tree and the black short swords. Han Sen then noticed something was wrong. The short swords didn't look as if they had been hung on purpose. The swords were connected with the branches, as if they were a sort of fruit. Geno seeds. This must be the third god's sanctuary. Hansen realized he was beneath a Geno tree. The black short swords were Geno weaponry. He didn't know if he ought to be glad or worried. In this place, spirits, creatures, and humans grew Geno seeds, and now, he was directly underneath the fruit of one. He wasn't sure what he was going to meet. If the Geno tree's master was a beast, Hansen would likely become its afternoon snack, since he couldn't move. Hansen looked at his Sea of Soul, planning to don his Devil Ant King armor for protection. But when he looked inside there, he froze. The black crystal in the Sea of Soul was like a black hole, absorbing the life force around it. Hansen was shocked. Ever since he found the black crystal, there hadn't been anything amiss with it. But now, the black crystal was absorbing life forces, and it was quite terrifying to see. The speed at which the black crystal was absorbing the life forces was alarming, and if its hunger was turned to Hansen later, he'd be a skeletal husk in under a minute. Any other evolver would perish instantly. Hansen was rather concerned. If the crystal had hungered for him when he ate it previously, he'd have died a very long time ago. The black crystal kept absorbing life force, but Hansen realized he did not know where the life force was coming from. The black crystal spent quite some time absorbing it. Hansen was afraid the black crystal would absorb his life force, but there was nothing he could do. He could not remove it from his body. He opened his eyes, wanting to look around and see where that life force was originating, for he did not believe the life force of the atmosphere itself was that powerful. But Hansen could not move his head. All he could see was the tree above him, which grew black short swords. When he looked at the tree again, however, he was given a surprise. The tree, once a rich emerald, had yellowed. The black short swords had lost their luster and attractive shininess and had now started to rust. The black crystal is absorbing the life force of the tree. Hansen was gobsmacked, unsure of how the crystal was doing it. But for Hansen, this was good news. It showed that the black crystal was not interested in humans, just flora. Still, he was a little apprehensive. The black crystal might not be interested in him now, but who could promise that it wouldn't like a taste of him later? Perhaps the black crystal believed he was too weak right now, and it was going to wait until he became stronger before chowing down on his energy. Catcha! The sword tree was getting more and more yellow, and its trunk was starting to rot. Many leaves departed their harboring branches, and the tree's grip on the swords became weaker. One of them dropped dangerously close to Han's senator. It nicked his face right before sinking into the ground. He almost had a heart attack. Seeing the many swords rusting and preparing to drop at any second, Hansen planned on summoning Little Angel to carry him away. The last thing he wanted was to get impaled by one of those rusty blades. But when he tried to summon her, he got no response. He looked back into the Sea of Soul, and for some reason, Little Angel was little more than a light. He had no idea when this had begun, but there she was, evolving. Strange? How can she evolve? I didn't feed her a black crystal or anything. Hansen pondered the conundrum, but still believed it to be a good thing. When Little Angel evolved, his life in the third god's sanctuary was sure to be substantially easier. I don't think Little Angel can be summoned right now, then. Looking at his collection of beast souls now, he was almost dismayed to only see Meowth and Golden Growler there. The only spirit Hansen brought with him was Moment Queen, but she was less than favorably inclined towards him, so he did not believe she could help. As Hansen continued to think, the black crystal eventually stopped. He looked at the black crystal and found there to be some sort of liquid around it. There was no color or smell to the substance, and it was translucent like an actual crystal. Strangely, it possessed a life force of its own. Strange. Did the black crystal bite off more than it could chew? Is this a secretion stemming from an overload? Hansen wondered. But the life force had become a water in the Sea of Soul. Han Sen could not drink it, but if he possibly could, he'd have liked to consume it and see if it could benefit his body in any capacity. For some reason, he decided to let Meowth have it. He wanted to see if it'd benefit Meowth first. Meowth curiously licked it, but did not dare consume it properly. It was too strong for Meowth, and even after the casual lick, its body bloated with energy. If Meowth had actually consumed it all, it would have undoubtedly exploded. Han Sen then let Golden Growler try it. He too licked it at first, and his body was filled to the brim with energy. This is good, but Golden Growler and Meowth are from the first god sanctuary. I don't think they can cope with this much energy. I'm unsure of the benefits it may impart, then. Han Sen looked at Golden Growler and Meowth, that were gasping in an attempt to digest the energy they had just accepted. Han Sen focused his vision forward and noticed that the tree was completely dead. All the swords had dropped to the ground and all the leaves had left the branches. It had no more life force, which had evidently all been sucked dry by the black crystal. No wonder it stopped, its bone dry. Han Sen observed the dead tree and then heard a voice. Sister Lanchi, the ink sword tree that has been growing for 3 years is about to mature. There are 34 of them growing, think of the riches. We can sell them to obtain a large amount of ordinary flesh. A man was talking excitedly. When Han Sen heard what he had to say, his face dropped. Oh, crap. This tree was owned by someone else. But who does it belong to? A human or spirit? If it's a spirit, I am so dead. Han Sen wanted to get up and run, but alas, he could not. Even if Han Sen summoned his Golden Growler, in the third god sanctuary, it would be slower than an average creature. It seemed like an escape would be impossible. All Han Sen could do was hope that the owner of the tree was human, and if it was, he could pay the owner back in the alliance. Yeah, the flesh should give us a lot of ordinary Geno points. A woman now replied to the man, and although she was quieter, there was audible excitement coating her voice. Oh, by the sanctuaries. I hope they won't be too mad when they see the tree. Han Sen felt terrible. They sounded human, but the tree was clearly important to them. Han Sen could now only continue praying for divine protection over whatever was about to happen next. Chu Lanchi and Chu Ming were engaged in merry conversation as they walked, but that soon came to an end when they entered the field and caught sight of their inksword tree. They had spent the last 3 years cultivating it, and in a few more days, they'd have been able to harvest the 34 ordinary gene weapons. But now, the tree had suddenly died. It had once borne an abundance of emerald leaves, but now only a few yellow leaves remained stubbornly clinging to its withered branches. The ink swords that once inhabited the tree had all disappeared, too. Mounds of dead leaves and rusted blades were all that remained, scattered about. How did that happen? Chu Ming ran in front of the inksword tree, digging through the leaves like mad. He grabbed one of the rusted swords that had broken in half, following its fall. Chu Lanchi's face was robbed of all its color. The last 3 years of her effort had been squandered overnight. She wouldn't receive any of the fruits of her labor, so her heart and mood were swiftly crushed. Someone is here. And he looks injured. Chu Lanchi ran in front of the tree, looking at Han Sen as she came. A person? Chu Ming was vacant-minded when he asked, unsure of how to respond to the tree's death. He looked over to where Chu Lanchi was pointing, and saw a man lying on the ground. Chu Ming quickly ran over to him, grabbed him by the collar and shouted with great anger, "Did you destroy our inksword tree?" Blurg. When Han Sen was grabbed and shaken by the angry shouting man, his organs were injured. He tried to speak, but could only spill blood from his mouth. Did you do it? Answer me. Did you ruin our tree? Chu Ming continued to shout, shaking Han Senator. The tree's death had really thrown him for a loop. Are you crazy? Don't you see how injured he is? What, do you want to kill him? Chu Lanchi pulled Chu Ming away from Han Sen, and then knelt down to inspect him. Launchy, this man has just randomly appeared in our garden on the same day our tree happens to be ruined. Put 2 and 2 together, would you? He is obviously responsible for this. Chu Ming was consumed with madness. Chill out. Ask him politely first. He's human, a friend, at that. I don't think he'd try to harm us on purpose. Chu Lanchi said as she checked out Han Sen. But Chu Ming tried to say something, but fell short. Chu Lanchi shook her head and said, ask him later. Right now, he is far too injured. Let's help him recover first. You can ask all the questions you desire later. Chu Lanchi then summoned a turtle and told Chu Ming to help lift Han Sen and place him on the turtle's back. After that, they would depart the garden. Chu Ming was struggling to accept the death of the tree, and he was fuming mad at the likely culprit. Still, he was willing to oblige her request, and he lifted Han Sen onto the turtle. Then, they returned to a wooden cabin that was not too far from the tree. Chu Lanchi brought over some medicine and applied it to Han Sen's body. The medicine was intended for fixing simple things. He's too injured. We need a doctor. Chu Lanchi frowned. Doctor? This Yahoo might have killed our inksword tree. Who cares if he's injured? Why should we fix him on our penny? We spent everything we had on that tree, and toiled to nurture it for 3 years, with the dream that we'd live a better life once its fruit matured. But now? It's all gone. Where am I supposed to get that money now, huh? Chu Ming was furious. Chu Lanchi understood where he was coming from, but she was conflicted with the desire to help the injured man. She didn't know how to respond. I appreciate your concern, but I'll be fine in a few days. After the rest, Han Sen was feeling a little bit better, and his voice had now returned to him. Oh, so you can talk now? That's great news. Hey, tell me something here, did you destroy my tree? And if you did, why? Chu Ming was keen to begin his interrogation. Don't hurt him. Chu Lanchi stopped Chu Ming, and then looked at Han Sen and asked, who are you, injured one? And why were you in our garden? Han Sen sighed and said, my name is San Mu. I was attacked by a creature and ran this way. I saw the tree fall victim to that putrid beast, and I believe that is what caused it to die. It is my fault, though, do not worry, I will accept full responsibility and be sure to pay you back in full. You have wealth? And you're willing to pay us back? Well, all right then. 1 inksword's price is equal to that of a portion of ordinary creature flesh. We had 34 swords in total, so give me the flesh of 34 ordinary creatures. Do that, and I'll let you off the hook so you can sod off back to where you came from, Chu Ming said. Don't worry, a San always pays his debts. As soon as I'm back on my feet, I'll get to work on paying you back. After a brief pause, Han Sen continued to say, is there a shelter nearby, in which I could teleport back to the Alliance? The Bloodpool Sutra could fix him, but it was too slow. If he could return to the Alliance, he could heal at a much quicker rate. When Chu Ming heard Han Sen was willing to pay him back, his mood had considerably brightened. He said, you are joking? Haha. What a joker. The spirit won't let us go back. Chu Lanchi looked at Han Sen and asked, San Mu, which shelter do you come from? And which creature did you encounter? Pa. Where else could he have come from, girl? He most likely came from the Thorn Forest. What other place has sordid creatures in these parts, eh? Chu Ming interjected. Han Sen sighed in relief. He believed Chu Ming to be the biggest idiot he had met in a long time. With that information, making a story wouldn't be so hard. Yes, you are right. But I haven't been in the Third God's Sanctuary long. I am unfamiliar with this area. Han Sen suddenly coughed up some blood. Oi. Don't die yet. You owe us money, remember? Chu Ming was a little repulsed. Chu Ming then thought something had to be amiss. He stared at Han Sen and said, wait, if you only just entered the Third God's Forest, Where are you going to find us ordinary flesh? Well, can I pay you back in the alliance? Hansen asked. We can't leave this place, so what would be the point? Chu Ming suddenly felt the clouds of doom return to fog the clarity of his mind and said, oh, no. 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 This guy can't pay us. He can't pay us. Chu Lanchi sighed and then said, well, let's just focus on fixing him first. No, you asterisk shoal. Give me my tree back. Chu Ming's mind returned to the 3 years he spent carefully tending to the tree. He looked like a broken man. Chu Lanchi stopped him and said, what would be the point in killing him? When he has healed, perhaps he can pay us back some other way. Geez, calm down, you two. I will pay you back. Hansen couldn't blame them for their reactions, and he could tell they must have endured a difficult life where they were. Having a 3-year dream taken away from you was something no one could take very well, so Hansen could understand their anger. But Hansen was confident he could get better, and once his health returned, paying them back would not be too difficult. All he was unsure about was how to adequately return the favor they did by saving his life, despite the trouble he had caused them. Hansen rested at their cabin for a few more days, and although he hadn't fully recovered, he could now walk around. Hansen had suffered tremendous injuries, and because there were no medical tools in the vicinity, he had to rely on simple medicine and the blood pulse sutra for healing. He wagered it would take another 2 whole months before he was back to a clean bill of health. Over the past few days, Hansen was able to obtain some information about the area he had ended up in from Chu Ming and Chu Lanchi. The area belonged to Thorn Shelter. It was a royal shelter, and its namesake was derived from the nearby woodland, Thorn Forest. Hansen had ended up at the edge of Thorn Forest, near a night-class shelter called Qingming Shelter. They were the only humans at Qingming Shelter. Chu Lanchi had been living there for 8 years, whereas Chu Ming had been there for 6 years. They belonged to Qingming Shelter. The night-class spirit, Qingming Night, made them sign a contract. Then, they became members of the shelter, and the shelter's master offered them a chance to survive by working for him. Humans were the peasants of this land, treated like thralls, and treated even more poorly than creatures. After all, humans who ascended to this sanctuary would generally start off weaker than the lowliest of creatures. They had no chance of competing against a spirit. There were squire-class spirits in Qingming Shelter, and although some of them were weaker than humans, for as long as their spirit stone remained in the spirit shelter, they could fight without fear of death. As such, their bravery in combat was unmatched. Therefore, humans were considered peasants, particularly those who had just joined. When contracted, all they could be expected to do was hard, menial labor. Growing Geno seeds was one such task. Chu Lanchi and Chu Ming had been sent to a garden to grow such seeds, and to avoid the cruel punishment of Qingming Night, they would have a quota of produce to deliver. It was tough in the beginning, but fortunately, Qingming Night did not require much, and any bonuses they produced could be kept for themselves. For the first few years, when they did not have much experience, times were tough. Their punishments came often, but after getting a grip on things and learning to grow the seeds effectively, they had much produce left over. As a result, they were able to save up what they wanted. 3 years ago, they pulled all of their savings together to purchase an ordinary inksword tree seed. Over the next 3 years, they labored to grow it and spent even more on its healthy cultivation. They would have been able to harvest its swords in a matter of days, but before that, Hansen showed up and ruined all they had slaved to accomplish. Growing Geno seeds was not easy, and their level was important. You needed a lot of resources and spare time to grow and care for them. Inksword trees had to be watered with blackscale blood. With that, the tree would grow healthily. When they first planted the Geno seed, they had to bury the bodies of blackscale beasts near it. Their corpses would provide the necessary nutrients for its initial growth. Blackscale beasts were only ordinary creatures, but obtaining a bucket of their blood every day was a trial and a half for them. After all, Qingming shelter's creatures mostly belonged to Qingming Night. They could not kill black-scale beasts randomly. Instead, they had to trade for the blood and flesh. If they wanted to hunt creatures, they would have to venture into Thorn Forest. But that territory was home to the most rancid of monsters. With their power, any encounter with a beast from that place would be dangerous. Even mutant creatures were known to live there. They thought by growing an inksword tree, their lives would become considerably easier. They never expected the disaster that awaited them following Han Sen's arrival. This was also why Chu Ming was never nice to Han Senator. After all, Han Sen had just crushed their hopes and dreams. Han Sen was remorseful, and did feel very sorry for what he had inadvertently done, but there was not much he could do. He never expected the black crystal to suddenly start absorbing the tree's life force. Han Sen got out of bed this day and went outside to sunbathe. The yard was skirted by a wooden fence, and Lan Qi said that the house once belonged to an old spirit. The spirit used to be in charge, but after he passed away, Qing Ming gave it to Lan Qi. Chu Lanqi and Chu Ming were both toiling in the garden that day. Although the sword tree had been destroyed, there were many other trees they had to take care of. Of course, the rest they grew were only enough to keep them going and allow them to live hand to mouth. They wouldn't provide the benefits that the inksword tree would have. Han Sen, in his observation of the yard, did not see a chair he could recline on. But he did see an old crooked tree, bent low near the ground. He was able to sit down there. Han Sen approached the crooked tree and sat on its branch. He had been cooped up in the house for far too long, so his opportunity to sunbathe felt extra good. The tree looked solid, and was dark red in color. But the tree had no leaves, and it looked bald and dead. As Han Sen sunbathed, he tried casting Dongxian aura. If he could simulate the holy light, he could heal faster. But when he tried to cast it, he was unable to. His body and the energy inside him was too much of a mess. Although he might not have been able to cast skills, his general senses had recovered quite a bit. He sat down on the tree and felt a small life force stemming from the tree's root. It was very faint, though. It was too weak and looked likely to die soon. But Han Sen felt that the tree's life force was special. Was this tree grown by a genoseed? Han Sen wondered, as he brushed the tree root with his fingers. This is the Dragonblood Old Tree. It grew from mutant class seeds. The old spirit that used to live here wanted to grow this tree, and to do so, he had to venture into Thorn Forest to collect the necessary nutrients for it. Unfortunately, he perished someplace within that perilous, knotted domain. A few days following his demise, the tree died, too. Chu Lanqi approached and told Han Sen. This is a mutant geno tree? Han Sen said, as he looked at the old tree. Yes. If we could tend and cultivate it successfully, we should be able to grow dragonblood fruit. They bear mutant-class pet beast souls, called dragonblood snakes. They could all be sold for riches, Chu Lanqi said. Selling just one of those would make us rich. Chu Lanqi paused for a brief while before continuing, but such thoughts are pointless, even if the tree was alive. It requires the blood of ordinary beasts, each and every day. I have heard that the blood of bloodscale snakes is the most beneficial. But unfortunately, Qingming Shelter does not possess any such snakes. The old spirit that once lived here perished in the thorn forest in search of them. That is a shame, Han Sen said, feeling sorry in his heart. Even if such blood was available for sale, we couldn't afford it. This tree is a lost cause on us, Chu Lanqi said. Han Sen smiled and looked at her. She was an elegant woman. Although she was not stunning, she was beautiful and fair. Her appearance was delicate and comforting, and her company was something many people would want for. Even amidst such dreary circumstances, she looked after herself well and kept herself tidy and neat. Even though the color of her clothes had long since faded, she didn't look ragged. Despite her apparel and surrounding environment, she looked natural and fair. She might not have been the prettiest woman to look at, but she had an inviting appeal. She exuded a sense of comfort, and Hansen found himself quite attracted to her. "Where is Chu Ming?" Hansen looked past her, but did not see him. "He went to buy food in the shelter, he'll be back soon." She then observed Hansen with a stare, and went on to say, "Your wounds have healed quickly. My hypergeno art can heal." Hansen had a prepared response for her curiosity. He had healed almost too quickly. His body had been broken, with organs damaged and bones snapped. Yet, after but a few days, he was back on his feet. No one would believe he had healed this quickly via natural means. "Healing powers? You can heal people?" Chu Lanchi asked Hansen with shock. "If I am fully recovered, I can impart healings on others. But that would depend on who or what. While it is fairly strong, I don't imagine my healing ability would prove sufficient for a wounded super creature," Hansen said, modestly. "It is rare to find people who can heal others of the same tier. When you have recovered, you might be able to find a job over on the ranch. Healing abilities are cherished at such a place, so you'd be paid handsomely," Chu Lanchi told Hansen. Hansen was interested in this prospect, so he asked, "Ranch? What ranch?" "Well, it's more of a coliseum, really. Spirits trap creatures that are unable to be tamed and pit them against each other, for the entertainment of humans." Chu Lanchi sounded as if she did not think fondly of such venues. After her brief explanation, she returned to the house and tidied up. Hansen remained near the dragonblood tree, evaluating what his next move should be. With his power, he should have been able to kill ordinary creatures without any hassle. But now that he had learnt the creatures of this area were owned, he couldn't kill as freely as he might have wanted to. Heading to Thorn Forest would be too dangerous in his current condition, as well, and if he ended up squaring off against a mutant creature, he could very well be killed. Hansen had thought repaying the debt would be a trivial task, but there were a few complications involved that would make it much harder than he initially thought. "Oh, black crystal. Why would you absorb the life force of that inksword tree? Why oh why, troublesome black crystal? You used to be quite helpful, so why are you working against all of us here?" Hansen was a little upset over his predicament. As these feelings of sadness came over him, he felt the black crystal in the sea of soul tremble. One of the bountiful water drops it had excreted earlier, now exited the sea of soul and dropped onto the root of the tree. Hansen was shocked at this sudden turn of events. He witnessed the dying, crooked tree absorb the water drop without delay. And almost immediately, the weakened life force of the tree was ignited. It was coming back to life. Hansen's mood made a quick turnaround, and he exclaimed to himself, "These water drops can raise old, dead wood back to life?" The tree didn't recover its life immediately, however. It was still slowly absorbing the water drop. As Hansen observed the tree, Chu Ming returned home with a filled sack. Seeing Hansen sunbathing near the old tree, he was quickly brought to anger. He marched forward and said, "How unfortunate it was for us to meet you. You destroyed our inksword tree, and to top it off, we have to babysit and feed you. I'm warning you. You better get well soon and pay us back. Stop yelling and come in for lunch." Chu Lanchi had prepared food, and called them both in to eat. Chu Ming frequently complained to Hansen, but Hansen understood why and thought it was reasonable. But now, Hansen was curious about what state the old tree would soon be in, after receiving the water drop. If all was successful, and it was indeed brought back to life, it'd be a mutant geno tree. The dragon blood fruit could be sold for a high price, solving all the problems Hansen currently had. The black crystal's water drops were incredibly powerful. If it could continue producing such water drops, they'd provide Hansen a lot of help in the times to come. Hansen did not know what it took to produce those water drops. All he knew was that the black crystal absorbed the life force of the inksword tree and was able to produce 3 such water drops. 3 water drops for a tree that had been growing for 3 years. Is that a coincidence? Hansen thought to himself. After eating lunch, Chu Lanchi went back to working in the yard. Hansen returned to the tree and watched for any further changes intently. Although it was slow, Han Sen could feel the tree greasing the cogs of its existence. Slowly but surely, it was coming back to life. He wasn't sure when it'd be back to full health, but he did indeed feel it coming. The next day, Han Sen woke up on the wooden board he had been given for a mattress. He woke up to the sound of Chu Ming shouting. "Lanchi! Come out and take a look. The dragonblood tree is growing." "Chu Ming, it is too early for jokes. Go get washed and get ready for work," Chu Lanchi said as she walked outside in her misty-eyed haze. She glimpsed the dragonblood tree and her mouth dropped. "You weren't joking. How in the sanctuaries did the dragonblood tree spring back to life?" She ran in front of the tree and noticed the presence of small, newly sprouted leaves adorning the branches of the tree. Although there weren't many leaves, the significance of the new ones that had appeared was astounding, and it heralded the fact that the tree was not truly dead. If it was alive, that meant it could grow. If it could grow, it'd have a chance of bearing fruit. Han Sen exited the house and saw the tree's overnight developments. He sensed the life force, and felt the bounty of energy that had returned to it. Chu Lanchi and Chu Ming were in the middle of exuberant joy, extremely excited over the prospects of the tree's revival. Han Sen walked in front of the tree and touched its trunk. He wanted to examine the life force with greater accuracy, and when he did, he frowned. The tree had been revived enough for it to come to life and spawn leaves, but it had absorbed every ounce of energy the water drop had given to it. The energy would not be enough for the tree to produce fruit. It took normal Geno seeds a few months to grow harvestable fruit, but ordinary Geno seeds took 1 to 10 years. Han Sen feared mutant Geno seeds might take 100 years to grow, and the old spirit had already been growing it for 90 years when he perished and it came into the possession of Chu Lanchi and Chu Ming. It could very well take another 10 years for the fruit to develop. Having this tree alive and not growing fruit would be useless, though. 2 days later, the tree had fully come to life. It looked like it was going to fully regrow. Another 2 days passed, and on that day, they noticed the leaves start to lose their color and turn yellow. "Oh, no. Why is it dying again?" Chu Ming asked in saddened shock. Chu Lanchi, with a wry smile, said, "I don't even know why it came back to life in the first place. But I suppose without the proper nutrition it needs, its death ought to have been expected. Unless we can find the blood of bloodscale snakes, it'll just wither and die again." Chu Ming heard this and was upset. He exhaled like a leaking balloon. "This is an empty happiness. But where might we find the blood of bloodscale snakes?" The old spirit was a Knight-class spirit and was almost as strong as Qing Ming Knight. Yet, on his venture into the thorn forest, he died. It'd be nothing more than suicide for us to voyage into that wretched tangle of overgrown shrubbery. Chu Lanchi, who was equally upset, said, "I have heard that a veil of darkness shrouds thorn forest. They say an evil presides there, one that moves unseen. Qing Ming Knight himself would never dare venture there. The old spirit's death there is quite telling, and he never traveled much further than its outskirts." Chu Ming nodded and said, "I have heard murmurs that coincide with what you speak of. Any spirit that enters there is killed, and their spirit stones somehow self-destruct immediately after." They both looked very depressed, contemplating these matters. Going to Thorn Forest to slay bloodscale snakes was not a wise course of action. They lacked the power to compete with that domain's mysterious monsters. When the mutant Geno seed tree sprang back to life, it delighted them to witness its rebirth. Now, they could do naught but watch it wither. They had to watch it perish alongside their newfound hopes and dreams for fruit that would allow them to escape their current poverty. They felt terrible. Han Sen suddenly interrupted them and said, "I know a thing or two about restoring trees. Would you like to give my methods a try?" Chu Ming immediately rejected Han Sen by saying, "No. No. 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 Do not mess things up any further. You have only just arrived in the third god sanctuary, so how would you know about Geno trees? Do you think these are akin to your finely trimmed hedges in the Alliance? Do you think you can sprinkle some tap water on the tree and everything will be fine and it'll grow? Chulanchi was more composed, and she instead simply asked, do you really know how to help us with this? Hansen answered, I have learnt much about botany from a certain professor I used to know. Of course, I was taught these methods back in the first God sanctuary. I am unsure whether or not these methods can be applied to successful results in this place. Provided you don't have any other methods you'd like to use first, would you like to try mine? Which botany professor did you learn these things from? Chulanchi asked. Professor Sun Minghua, Hansen answered. When he protected Sun Minghua, he actually only learned how to identify plants. He wasn't taught anything about growing trees. Hansen used this reasoning as a guise, so he could apply another water drop from his black crystal onto the tree. Professor Sun? He is a respectable teacher. I didn't know he accepted students, I just thought he was a lecturer. Chulanchi, knowing about the professor, looked at Hansen in shock. Hansen waved his hand and said, oh, I wasn't his student. I just learned a thing or two off him every now and again. Chulanchi did not ask any further questions, but just pointed at the tree and told Hansen, well, take a good look. Are there any other ways we might keep it alive, without having to feed it the blood of bloodscale snakes? We don't require that it grow fruit, and just keeping it alive would be more than enough. Pa. You really believe in this Yahoo? Look, it needs beast blood to grow. End of story. Nothing else will make it grow, Chu Ming rebutted. But we're out of options, so let's allow Sanmu to try what he can, Chulanchi said. Hansen walked in front of the tree and circled it. He told Chulanchi, I will do what I can. But if I do bring this tree to life, will that wipe the slate clean of my debt? If you can grow it, then yes. That would more than make up for the debt. And if we sell the fruit for a good price, we'll even cut you in for a portion of the sales, Chulanchi said. Then I will try my best. Here's to hoping it works. Hansen grabbed a bucket. What are you doing? Chu Ming asked. I am collecting water from the river. I'll be right back. Hansen said. Why? Do you really believe water is all that it takes to bring this tree back to life? Chu Ming said, with eyes wide open in disbelief. Yes. If there is no blood, then we must use water. Hansen smiled. Chu Ming's started to get feisty once again, and he barked, are you here just to bullsh *ts? This is a mutant gene tree, you dipsh *t. It's not a palm tree of the Alliance, so using water on it is pointless. Well, do you have any beast blood I can use? Hansen asked, sarcastically. Chu Ming did not respond. They couldn't even afford normal beast blood. They spent all the money they had on the inksword tree, and it had emptied their wallets. Before the harvest, they only had a small amount of money to afford the basics. Lanchi, are you really going to let him do this? How can he think of using water on this tree? If it works, I'll kiss his feet and call him Big Boss. Pa. Chu Ming mocked, as he watched Hansen head towards the river. Well, there's no harm in letting him try, Chulanchi said. Hansen walked to the banks of the river under the guise of fetching water, but he really wanted to perform a test. He still had 2 water drops left to use, but the tree had spent its first water drop over the course of 2 days. Using the 2 water drops directly wouldn't be viable long term. Hansen wanted to look around for a few geno plants, to see if the black crystal would be willing to absorb their life force. The geno plants that could be found in the lands around the shelter were already owned, so he couldn't use those. But Chulanchi said that the river was called Jadescale River, and its source resided someplace in Thorn Forest. Geno plants would most certainly live on the banks of such a river. That being said, they'd only be normal geno seeds. And since they weren't cared for by others due to their lack of fruit, they wouldn't be missed. Hansen pretended to go get water so he could take a look at the wild geno plants. Hansen took the bucket and kept walking. He was still injured, though, and he knew he'd have to be careful to avoid exhausting himself too much. For company, he summoned Meowth. It wasn't long before he found himself standing on the banks of the jade-like river. The Jadescale River was 4 meters wide, and its water flow was mellow. There were many plants skirting its banks. Most of these were just everyday, natural plants, and not geno-plants, however. Although Hansen was unsure which ones were geno-plants, he was still able to use his senses to identify them by their life force signatures. Even the lowest-tier geno-plants were far more lively than normal, wild plants. Hansen followed the river up, with Meowth down by his feet in pet status. Meowth, if I knew things were going to be this tough, I would have brought Princess Ying. They may not be able to fight very well, here in the third god sanctuary, but they could at least chat with me. They could even massage me. Hansen spoke to Meowth because Meowth was the only person that could talk to him, right now. Meow. Meowth answered Hansen, and seemed to agree with what he said. Hansen was surprised by the response he received, and he felt as if Meowth was smarter than before. Previously, he had never given a single response. But Meowth was from the first god sanctuary, so its strength and intelligence was severely limited. The reason Hansen brought him was not because he was powerful or smart, though. It was because of his sentimentality towards the pet. Meowth had been with him for so long, and he cherished his company more as time went on. He couldn't ever imagine leaving him behind. Before long, Hansen was able to find a plant that looked especially strong. He squatted to give it a better examination. It looked like a vegetable, growing near the river. It had 8 long, serrated leaves coming out of its top. The roots were short, but stout. Across its middle, a few pretty flowers bloomed. This must be a normal geno-plant, Hansen thought, as he brushed the leaves with his finger. Then, he looked at the black crystal in his sea of soul. Black crystal, perform your miracle once again. Everything depends on you now, after all. You got me into this predicament, so you can get me out. As Hansen prayed, the black crystal moved. It became a black hole, and it absorbed the life force of the plant without reprieve. Within a second, the plant had dried up entirely. It was like it had been uprooted and left to wilt under the scorching sun for a few days straight. It works. Hansen was glad, as he looked at the black crystal's changes. When the black crystal returned to normal, its body formulated another drop of water. Unlike before, though, this water drop was much smaller than the others. It was only 1/3 the size of the others, and energy it absorbed seemed to correspond with that, also. Hansen, however, was merely satisfied in the knowledge that this seemed to work. It did not matter how much energy he received right now. In a joyous mood, Hansen carried on his search for more geno-plants. No creature or spirit needed such plants, so there were plenty for the taking. Hansen walked 3 miles and managed to find 5 plants, all in all. The black crystal absorbed each of their life forces and created 5 water drops. Their sizes were all different, and the biggest was only half as big as the one from the inksword tree. Strange. What is going on? The life forces of all these plants are similar, so why do the water drops differ in size? Hansen was unsure. It was still early in the day, so Hansen continued his search for more plants. He walked another 3 meters and found a water vine near the river. It was purple in color, and it was about 1 meter long. When the wind blew, the water would submerge the vine. The water vine was by no means outstanding in appearance, but Hansen could sense its life force. It was far stronger than the other 5 plants he had discovered, and it was special, too. Is this an ordinary class geno-plant? Hansen was thrilled at this discovery. When he approached the vine, however, Meowth suddenly engaged its battle mode. He meowed towards the water, as if he was warning Hansen. Hansen took the warning and stopped moving. Then, he stared at the water vine. He had been injured, and his senses were weaker than they should have been. But after careful observation, he noticed another life force near the vine. It was more powerful than any super creature he had seen in the second god's sanctuary. Hansen, seeing this shadow near the water vine, saw that it was about the size of a fist. If you didn't look closely, you'd believe it was the shadow of the water vine itself. He noticed it was something alive, and judging from its shape, it was like a toad that was hiding in mud. But Hansen was very alarmed by its life force. Hansen slowly stepped away. If he wasn't injured, he'd have happily continued his approach, slain the toad, and grabbed the water vine. But for now, he couldn't do that. Once he was healed, however, he resolved to return and kill it. The toad, fortunately, did not seem to have noticed Hansen, so, without trouble, Hansen decided to go back. After fetching a bucket of water, he took off back to the house with Meowth at his side. Chu Ming saw Hansen riding Meowth on his way back. With surprise, he said, "You have a pet beat soul? What class is it?" "Sacred blood from the first god's sanctuary," Hansen responded. "What is the point of bringing it here, then? You could probably walk faster than that useless thing." Chu Ming exclaimed. "I am injured right now, don't you recall? I'm only riding it due to my injury." Hansen hopped down off of Meowth and retrieved the bucket of water being carried in his pet's mouth. Then, after approaching the tree, he poured the water on its roots. Hansen touched the tree and slyly dropped a life force water drop to its root, as well. It was quickly absorbed. After that, Hansen put the bucket aside and started walking back to the house so he could rest. "That's it?" Chu Ming yelled with shock and aggravation. "Yeah, that should do it." Hansen nodded. "You toss some water on the ground and tell me that should do it? After all that waiting around?" Chu Ming could hardly believe what he was hearing. "Well, what else do you expect me to do?" Hansen smiled. Chu Ming's mood had dropped a considerable amount, and so he said, "I knew I shouldn't have placed any modicum of faith or hope you could aid us and this tree." "Pah! What an imbecile. What use is that water going to provide, eh?" "I don't know. Maybe it'll be a boon and instigate the tree's revival? It might work. It might not." Hansen then continued toward the house. Chu Ming wasn't keen to let this go, and his temper had been inflamed. He turned to Chu Lanchi and said, "This Yahoo is toying with us. A 3-year-old could toss water on the roots of a tree. He is still very injured. We can't exhaust him too much." Chu Lanchi wasn't half as disappointed as Chu Ming, primarily due to the lack of hope she had for the tree in the first place. Only Chu Ming was sulking, but there was nothing he could do about it. And as much as he might have liked to, killing his burden and woe-bringer Hansen would not achieve anything. After Hansen poured water onto the roots, he was done with the tree for the day. He planned to examine its life force the day after. If the dragon blood tree could absorb one such water drop a day, then it meant he'd have to find more plants, a lot more. Hansen lay down on the bed and practiced the Blood Pulse Sutra, hoping his health could fully return quickly. Meowth was around the gourd often, showing a new interest in the item. Nothing new had come from the gourd since Hansen's arrival in the third god's sanctuary. Aside from its continued pulsing, nothing had changed with it. When Hansen had nothing more to do and was bored, he spent some time with the gourd, pleading for it to deposit the weapons inside it. He tried a number of ways to get them out, but every method resulted in failure. The next day, Hansen was woken to Chu Ming shouting again. He was becoming his morning rooster, it would appear. How is that possible? Chu Ming spoke with complete shock and disbelief, but his body had frozen like a cartoon statue, as he stared at the tree in the yard. What is it this time? Chu Lanchi walked out of the house and then froze mid-step. She too had caught sight of the tree. They were in greater shock now than they had been upon seeing the tree first sprout its leaves. Hansen soon followed them out the house, and when he did, Chu Ming ran towards him in a crazed dash. He grabbed his clothes and said, "You. How? How did you do that?" "How did I do what?" Hansen asked. "How did you make the dragon blood tree razzle and dazzle like this?" Chu Ming pointed towards the tree as he spoke. Han Sen looked at the tree, and even he himself was surprised by what he saw. The tree's branches and twigs were all decked out in full, healthy red leaves. It looked like a gorgeous maple tree. Overnight, the tree had grown as if it had received appropriate nourishment every day for the past several months. It grew that fast? Han Sen did not expect the tree to grow this much, after the length of a single night, following an absorbance of one water drop. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have used an entire water drop. It was too obvious something was afoot, and the sudden flourishing of the tree would be far too suspicious. San Mu, what did you do? How did the tree grow that fast? Chu Lanqi politely asked Han Sen, in utter surprise at the morning's revelation. It was difficult to believe that a dragon-blood tree could grow into such a beautiful state overnight through natural circumstances and methods of cultivation. You saw what I did, didn't you? I fetched a bucket of water and simply poured it on the roots of the tree. I didn't do anything else. As Han Sen made his excuse, he swore to himself he'd never use an entire water drop again. But that was just river water. There is no possible way it could turn our tree into something as remarkable as this. Tell me, my darling cur, what did you do? Chu Ming's delight had slowly curdled into annoyance. With his rudeness seeping back into his words, he asked Han Sen with an irritated tone. Believe it or not, but I really did only pour out a single bucket of water, Han Sen said with a wry smile. They did not entirely believe what he was saying, but they felt like that they had to. After all, they had watched him pour the bucket of water on the tree and later return indoors for the night. Furthermore, Han Sen was injured and had no money. Even if Han Sen bought beast blood, they should have been able to see it. Although things were oddly suspicious, to the best of their knowledge, Han Sen really did only pour out a bucket of water onto the roots of the tree. And following that, somehow, the dragon blood tree was flourishing crazily fast. If I knew water from the river could achieve this, I would have done it myself many years ago, Chu Ming said to himself out loud, with a face full of regret. San Mu, are you an experienced arborist? Chu Lanqi asked Han Sen, with an expression that said she was suddenly unsure of him. I told you, I only learned a few methods from Professor Sunday. But I too am surprised they work as well as they do. Han Sen gave her a smile. As they were talking, Chu Ming grabbed the bucket and started racing off into the fields. Where are you going? Han Sen quickly stopped Chu Ming with his question. I am off to the river to retrieve more water. If I do this, we can get it to grow even faster. Chu Ming replied, excitedly. Han Sen then laughed in response and said, quality over quantity, my friend. Sometimes less is more, for if we add too much water to its roots, the results we seek may sour. Things could backfire and potentially ruin the tree. When Chu Ming heard this, he immediately dropped the bucket. He ran in front of Han Sen and said, yes, sir. From now on, I'm going to listen to whatever you have to tell me. Han Sen went to the river himself every day, mostly in the pursuit of wild genoplants. Han Sen managed to collect quite a few at first, but after a few days of successful collection, the amount he was able to find each day was dwindling. Han Sen rode Golden Growler for about a dozen miles in either direction along the river, but it was all to little avail. Fewer and fewer were there to be found. In 40 miles of travel, Han Sen was able to find 41 genoplants in total. Aside from the purple vine that was watched over by the toad, the others were normal plants. Altogether, he was able to earn 40 water drops. Han Sen was unable to formulate a plan in which he might grab the water vine, without attracting the notice of the toad. Every time he passed the vine by, the toad was there. It sometimes hopped around, which was a little frightening. The toad's body was coarse and rough, and it was colored yellow. It looked far bigger after it emerged from the water, about the size of a football. Han Sen once saw the toad's warts unfold to ooze out poisonous blood. Then, the toad let it all seep into the water vine's roots. A few days later, Han Sen noticed that the water vine had grown a few purple flowers. That meant it had a chance to bear Geno fruit, and it wasn't a normal Geno plant. I don't know how long it'll take for it to grow fruit, though. Or how much longer it'd take for the fruit to mature after that. Hopefully, whenever that occurs, I'll already be recovered, Hansen thought to himself. Ever since Hansen demonstrated his ability to use river water to revive and maintain the health of the tree, Chu Ming had treated him completely differently. He listened to whatever Hansen told him. After the first sudden flourishing, Hansen did not dare provide a whole water drop to the tree again, though. It was too much. When it was given a whole droplet, it had grown over the course of a single night as much as one would expect after several months of arduous care. It was suspicious, and if he did it again, the questions he'd receive would never end. Taking into account the size of the first water drop, Hansen was able to gauge how much life he wanted to give the tree, and split up all the other water drops into the size he calculated to be ideal. And when he was ready to give the water drop to the tree, he mixed the water drop with the rest of the water in the bucket. While not as startling like the first night, the tree grew healthy at a quick and steady rate. After a few days of caring for the tree, Hansen was able to determine the exact size of water drop the tree would need to grow. With his educated guesses, Hansen was able to determine that one drop from the original 3 water drops was the equivalent of 1 whole year of life force generation. If the dragon blood tree absorbed 1 drop, it'd quickly exhibit a year's worth of development. The size of the water drops Hansen had personally collected were all different. The life they would provide might be a month or several. He did not know. He later learned that the differing sizes were determined by how long the plants he collected had been growing. The size of their water drops reflected their age, not their life force. Plants, however, were cyclical in nature, and there was a limit to how much energy they could generate. The inksword tree, which took 3 years to grow fruit, it could only provide 3 water drops. Even if it grew for another 10 years, it'd only provide 3 water drops. The water drops were created by the black crystal, and they provided concentrated energies. The age of the plants did not factor into their purity. But if the plants had only just started to grow, and hadn't yet reached maturity, absorbing their energies would not provide half as many water drops. As educated and well thought out as these theories were, they were still just guesses, and not scientific facts. Still, evidence seemed to support his idea, so it was likely Hansen was correct. It made Hansen happy to know that there was no level difference between the water drops. Even the water drops from normal plants were still able to bring a mutant Geno tree back to life. It was a scary power, and Hansen could absorb life energy to quickly grow mutant Geno plants that might have ordinarily taken 100 years to grow naturally. With this method, he could even grow a sacred blood Geno plant that might traditionally take thousands of years to grow. Without a shadow of a doubt, Hansen believed it to be cheating, and his body trembled at the thought. He firmly believed he couldn't allow anyone else to find out about what he had learnt. If his ability was discovered by others, it was likely even king-class spirits would seek Hansen out to make him their gardener. The water drops seemed able to be used on pet and mount beast souls, too. Meowth and Golden Growler had consumed a small amount of the water drops, and now they seemed to have changed. They couldn't drink much at a time, so Hansen could not gauge its true effectiveness on them, though. The Devilant King Beast Soul could not consume or absorb the water drop, unfortunately. Hansen did not know why. He thought about trying to use a water drop on himself, to see if it could help, but ultimately decided not to. This was because after touching the water drop with his finger grew older. He didn't dare consume one after this. Half a month had passed and still, his finger had not recovered. Without a detailed inspection, its aged appearance was not obvious, but when you looked closely, you could see the wrinkles with ease. Carefully, Hansen measured the right portion of a water drop he could give the tree, to control its growth. Chu Lanqi and Chu Ming constantly wondered how it seemed to be doing so well. On occasion, they followed Hansen out towards the river and watched him in secret. But all they could see was Hansen fetching a bucket of water from the river as he had told them he did. There was nothing suspicious for them to see. Hansen did not do anything else except pour the water on the tree's roots, in their eyes. Even on the odd instance that Hansen instructed Chu Ming to fetch the water, it grew well. It wasn't long before they gave up their investigation, however. They couldn't think of or catch an ulterior reason for the tree's growth, so they dropped it. But of course, the existence of the tree was kept a secret from the wider world. The tree did not belong to them exactly, and if the spirit found out there was a mutant tree growing in their backyard, the spirit could very well take it away. It was either that or they'd be instructed to keep growing the tree while the spirit and his fellow felons would only come by for the harvest. So, they did their best to keep the tree's existence a secret, without the need for Hansen to tell them to. Another month passed, and Hansen was far healthier now. He could cast Dongxian aura and his holy light to further heal himself. A few days after this, he was in tip-top condition. It's time to kill that copper toad. Hansen was very excited at the prospect of killing it. After the time the three had spent together, they were no longer wary Hansen's presence and were comfortable with him there. On this day, after exiting to the garden, Hansen grabbed the water bucket as he routinely did. When Hansen reached the water vine, the copper toad was still there. The water vine had grown 3 copper coins that had a sparkly, almost gold-like sheen to them. Although this fruit did not look fully mature yet, it was obviously getting close. Hansen was planning to slay the toad and speed up the growth of the water vine himself. It had been a long time since he fought, however, and he thought he had probably gotten a little rusty. He exercised for a bit first, and simulated the silver fox's thunder powers. He ran in front of the copper toad and pointed at it. Boom! The copper toad was shocked by the sudden intruder, and so it leapt out of the water and raged. Then it spat out a copper coin at Hansen. Hansen knew his attack would not hurt the toad, as he hadn't employed much strength. He was afraid of hurting the vine, so he wanted to draw the toad away from it first. Seeing the copper coin that was spat out by the toad rapidly approaching him, Hansen threw another punch out and blew it up. The toad, seeing its copper coin get blown up, let out a wretched, angry shriek. After this, it transformed into a silver toad that looked like a statue. Hansen felt the strength of the toad's life force significantly increase. He thought to himself, has this little guy unlocked his second gene lock? Ribbit. The silver toad spat out another coin, except this time it was silver. Hansen looked at it, knowing it had to be powerful due to it being a second gene lock power. Hansen cast the strongest sonic thunder punch he could muster at the incoming monetary projectile. The silver lightning, like a silver sun-going supernova, enveloped the coin in its bright light. But it did not stop it. The coin cut through the silver light and struck Hansen's fist. Pang! Hansen fell back as the coin bounced away. As it ricocheted off his fist, he noticed the coin had been melted, and its shape twisted. But the force of the strike made his fist go numb. As his hand trembled, he thought to himself, an open second gene lock offers a considerable increase in power. Although I have not opened mine, my fitness level should make up for this current lack. I should be able to kill this toad, if I put my mind to it. Hansen hadn't expected the first creature he fought in the third god's sanctuary to have already opened its second gene lock. To kill this foe, he'd have to give it his all and pull out all the stops. The toad let out another rage-fueled ribbit. Its silver body was now starting to turn inside out, plating the body of the river fiend in gold. It was now like a gold toad statue, and it was as ugly as it was luxurious. Crap. Third gene lock? You've got to be kidding me. Hansen's resolve to defeat the toad rapidly dissolved at this ghastly sight, so he turned heel and ran away. Hansen simulated light Son of God speed boost so he could run and run, without sparing a moment to look back. With Hansen's incredible fitness, he was confident in his ability to kill creatures with unlocked second gene locks. But when it came to a creature that opened its third gene lock, Han Sen was not going to hang around. It'd be futile, and he knew it. Han Sen, when he was last in the Alliance, read information stating anything or anyone that had their third gene lock open was at the very least above 600 in fitness. Being 2 tiers higher than Han Sen and possessing a fitness level that was higher than Han Sen's meant the fight against the Toad was a lost cause. All he could do was get away from there and flee the scene. The Toad was ordinary class, at least, because normal creatures could only reach the 2nd tier. Ordinary class creatures could reach the 4th tier, and that meant the Toad had to be ordinary or higher. Ordinary creatures that had unlocked their third gene lock could comfortably go up against mutant class creatures, so Han Sen wouldn't stand a chance against such a monster. When a creature was born, they all started with their first gene lock open. Unlocking further tiers was dependent on their fitness and level. They still had to put in the effort, though, too. Some humans, however, have been reported to encounter ordinary creatures with a 5th gene lock open. And since they only had to open an additional 2 gene locks to take on mutant creatures, that meant they were special. So special, the estimated number of such ordinary creatures existing was somewhere in the ratio range of 1 to 100,000. It was rare enough to see an ordinary class with their 4th gene lock open. Han Sen did not know how many gene locks the Toad had opened in full, but he didn't want to risk anything. Although the Toad's life force was that of an ordinary creature, there'd be 0 chance of him defeating the Toad if it was revealed that it had opened its 4th gene lock. After running a good distance, Han Sen heard the Toad shriek. A gold coin was spat out and sent flying towards Han Sen like a bullet. Han Sen cast his Dongxian aura to try to dodge it. But the coin looked alive, and it managed to twirl and mix up its approach to confuse its target while airborne. It changed direction just as it got close, and looked likely to strike Han Sen's body. With sudden shock at the realization he was about to be hit and wouldn't be able to dodge, the only thing he could now do was cast Sonic Thunder Punch to deflect it. Pang! Sonic Thunder Punch was powerful, but only its first gene lock had been opened. The punch was broken by the projectile, and the coin was able to cut through the force and hit Han Sen's fist directly. Han Sen used all his strength in an attempt to punch that coin away, but to his surprise, the coin that cut through his Sonic Thunder Punch did not strike his fist hard. It fell flat against his fingers, as if it had been magnetized. The next second, Han Sen felt as if he was much heavier. He felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his shoulders, and it made him drop to the ground. This Toad has a weird power. Han Sen was not keen to remain lying down. He managed to drag himself back to his feet, but the intense, crushing weight remained. With this speed impediment, it'd be impossible to escape the Toad now. Ribbit. The Toad did not relent, it croaked and fired another coin towards Han Sen. Han Sen wished to dodge, but the phantom weight inhibited him from doing so. He was unable to move a single step, let alone evade the coin completely. Using his hand like a sword, Han Sen simulated Steel Knight King's green light to strike the incoming projectile. But the unbreakable green light of the second god's sanctuary was practically useless in this realm. The coin zipped through the green light and attached itself to Han Sen's hand. Pat. His body was dragged down by the weight of mountains, and it brought him to his knees. Being crushed under the weight of both coins, Han Sen could hear the bones of his body creaking, ready to buckle and snap. Ribbit. The golden Toad was unrelenting, and it fired another gold coin towards its aggressor. Unable to dodge this one, as well, the coin planted itself firmly on Han Sen's face. He fell to the ground, and so great was the force, an imprint of his body formed as he sunk into the soil. There is a big difference between the first and second gene locks being opened. If I unlock my second gene lock, I might be able to fight back. This Toad has a strange power, and if it attacked like any other creature, my flight might have been successful. But the coin's weird power prohibits my movement. Han Sen then focused his own power. His kidneys were kicked into overdrive, creating a massive amount of energy to gather the momentum he needed to move. The toad's coins did not kill or inflict direct damage, they just added excruciating amounts of weight. The pressure on his body was enormous, and if he was hit with a few more of such coins, his inner strength was sure to give way. He'd be crushed. Arg! Hansen shouted. Despite his most valiant attempts to generate energy for a triumphant rise, he was unable to move. His arms now trembled, and things turned awry. Ever since the first coin landed on his hand, he'd found himself in a dire circumstance. Pat. Another coin landed on Hansen's body. His arms could not withstand it, and there was no room for any more resistance. His entire body was pinned to the ground, as if he was paralyzed. The toad watched Hansen sink into the soil, and its grimacing look seemed to reflect a certain amount of joy. It looked ready to spit out another coin. But suddenly, Hansen felt a horrible power arise. This new power was like a volcano, erupting violently. The golden toad was equally shocked at the emergence of this new threat, and looked at Hansen. Hansen was slowly being crushed, pushed into a pit shaped by his own body. But this power was emerging from within himself. Suddenly, this power revealed itself as a bright ball of light. Using all his power, Hansen had been determined to fight back against the phantom weight. He had resisted it with all his might, but still, it wasn't enough. He was exhausted and still unable to move. But suddenly, a power emerged from inside his cells and coursed through his entire body. The white light was coming out of his cells, turning his skin white as virgin snow. His hair followed, and with its new color, it rapidly grew to the length of his entire person. His black pupils turned white, and even his armor started to shine white through the bright light. Hansen's entire body was emitting holy light, and he felt the ceiling of his body's strength heighten. He was taking on the image of a god, looking magnificently holy. His appearance was supreme and without a single flaw or blemish. He looked like Apollo Helios himself, and all who looked upon him would undoubtedly turn away in shame. No one would believe themselves graceful enough to merit a glimpse of such a stunning man. Pang! Hansen's body continued to shine in this manner, as he raised his hand and gripped the ground. Then, he stood up from the pit. The coins that were across his body all fell off, and then Hansen turned to look at the golden toad as a greater power brewed inside him. The once cocky, devilish toad now looked frightened. It was so afraid, it wasted no time in running off. Boom! Hansen's perfect body carried this white light. He teleported in front of the toad and punched it in the face. This turned the toad's fear into anger, and so it spat out another coin. Immediately after it did this, it turned around and tried to jump into the river. Pang! Hansen's fist struck the coin, and it ricocheted back to touch the toad. Then, its body cracked. The warts collapsed in on themselves, as its toxic blood drenched it, oozing uncontrollably. The toad squealed, and its body sank into the rock it had leapt onto. A crater, shaped like the toad's form, was pressed into the stone. Slowly, as it sank deeper and deeper into the stone, its body was crushed. Primitive creature coin toad killed. No beast soul gained. Consume its flesh to obtain 0 to 10 primitive geno points randomly. When the announcement sounded, Hansen was ecstatic. But his body felt so empty, as the power inside him completely drained from his cells. His legs turned soft, and he almost collapsed from sudden exhaustion. It almost made him want to cough up blood. Super body exhausted, super king spirit status cannot be maintained. Super body exhausted, super king spirit status cannot be maintained. A warning sounded in his head, and repeated itself over and over. This surprised him. He was surprised to learn it was his super king spirit status that had been activated. The power it bestowed upon him was incredible, it was simply a shame it had only lasted for 3 seconds. What kind of super king spirit mode was that? It made me a 3-second hero, couldn't I any last longer? Hansen's heart sank. Still, his excitement about what he had achieved prevailed. When he was in Super King Spirit mode, one punch was enough to kill a toad that had 3 of its gene locks opened. The Alliance said it was nigh impossible to kill a creature that was 1 tier above you, and if that difference was 2 tiers, you'd be dominated. When Han Sen became a Super King Spirit, he one-hit killed a creature that was 2 tiers higher than him. That power was unlike anything he had ever seen before. The only bad thing was that his fitness wasn't ideal for it. The 600 fitness could only grant him 3 seconds of its incredible power, so Han Sen believed the requirements were too high. Still, it made sense. That mode was for a Super King Spirit, and Han Sen had yet to achieve a single Geno point in the 3rd God Sanctuary. It was acceptable. If Han Sen had not maxed out his Super Geno points before he became a Surpasser, it was unlikely he'd have lasted a single second with it. Han Sen was exhausted after what had transpired, but he managed to lug himself over to the disfigured corpse of the coin toad and place it in his pack. He walked nearer the water vine and applied one of his water drops to its roots. He watched the positive reaction from the water vine, which instantly absorbed the water drop. Then he mounted Golden Growler and took off home. In the backyard, Chu Ming and Chu Lanqi had not returned yet themselves. So, Han Sen used this opportunity to cut, clean, and prepare the toad for dinner. He made stew with it. He wanted to eat it with his new friends. They had done much for him, and treated him well, despite of what he did before their first meeting. He wished to treat them well in return. It was only an ordinary creature, after all. There was no need for Han Sen to be so stingy when it came to the sharing of an ordinary creature. Han Sen was not a remarkable cook, and he lacked many talents of the profession, but he could prepare basic dishes to a simple, enjoyable degree. For half a day, he used a small fire to cook the contents of his stew, and the fragrance of the simmering meal scented the entire house. After dusk, as the sun finally dipped below the horizon, Chu Ming and Chu Lanqi returned home. They looked happy. "Ah, you're back. I hunted a creature for us all, and prepared a stew. You should come and give it a taste." Han Sen handed out 2 bowls of the stew. "You hunted? Where, might I ask?" Chu Lanqi asked with much surprise, as she looked at the stew given to her. "I slew it on the banks of the Jadescale River." Han Sen was going to say something further, but he was interrupted. "What is this? A toad?" Chu Ming looked at the toad's meat, still bubbling in the hot stew. He put the bowl down and brought forward an entire sack of meat. Then, he said, "Why are we eating toad? We have brought the flesh of ordinary creatures home with us, blood goat meat. We got it all for quite the cheap price. Toss this crummy toad out the window and let's prepare this, instead." They had been there for many years, but the duo never dared slay ordinary creatures, and they only continued to buy such meat. They didn't consider Han Sen had managed to kill an ordinary creature, and that was what had been prepared for them. Chu Ming would not have turned up his nose at the toad given to him, had he known its origin. "My stew," Han Sen wished to explain that this was an ordinary class creature, and because it was the complete body, it had contained far more Geno points than the bought cuts of meat. But after saying 2 words, Chu Ming picked up the pot of stew and pushed it into Han Sen's hands, and said, "It's fine, we'll have yours tomorrow. We don't often get to dine on nice food. So, let's enjoy this tonight, instead." Chu Lanqi then said, "It is fate that brought us together. Not often do we get to enjoy a luxurious dinner. Now, I have wine with me, a bottle that I brought from the 2nd God Sanctuary. I am going to open it tonight, as a warm welcome dinner for you. I will cook it, then." Han Sen was touched by their words, so he shelved the stew he had prepared by distributing it in separate bowls and putting them away. Then, he started to cook the lamb instead. When the meat was done, Chu Lanqi opened her bottle of wine. The 3 of them dined merrily on the sizzling mutton, and they made sure to enjoy every last morsel of the meal, as it was quite tender and succulent, and they did not have much of it. They did not care that the amount they had made it impossible for them to increase their geno points. Brother Sanmu, this meat tastes good, doesn't it? Ordinary meat is different, don't you think? Chu-Ming was getting a little tipsy, but he was in fine spirits. It is, I know. Han-sen nodded in agreement. He was exuberantly happy now, too. He was beaming with delight for his fortune of encountering two friendly and welcoming humans on his arrival at the third god's sanctuary. And what's more, the meat there really did taste great. Sanmu, you have almost completely healed. Are you going to go find a job? When we deliver the goods to the spirit, you'll be screwed. If our ink sword tree hadn't been destroyed, we might have been able to help you. But alas, we now cannot. Chu-Ming said. Chu Lanchi chimed in to say, yes, once you are at full health, the place where they pit beasts against each other is where you should go. You will find much welcome there. This tree won't grow fruit for another decade, so don't place too much faith in it just yet. I'll go there and take a look tomorrow, and see if I can find a job, Han-sen said. After Han-sen beat the toad, he wasn't willing to underestimate the power of a single ordinary creature in this new realm. The thorn forest may have indeed been too much for him to handle, so he wasn't yet willing to venture there. He'd need a lot more preparation before he even started to think of doing that. Han-sen did want to learn more about the Qingming shelter and Thorn shelter, however. He also wished to return to the Alliance and talk with his mother and Ji Yanran, who he was starting to dearly miss. Han-sen asked Chu Lanchi about the Colosseum she had suggested, and about Qingming shelter. He was going to go there the next day. Although there hadn't been much meat, it was enough to fill their tummies and warm their hearts. The same could be said for the wine, as well. The next day, Han-sen woke up to a different sort of rooster. He looked out into the yard and saw Chu-Ming and Chu Lanchi being approached by a knight that was riding a tiger. The man had green eyes, meaning it was a spirit. Aside from that man, there were a dozen creatures there. They all stared at the duo. The spirit looked at the tree and said, "Continue to look after it, as you have. If you grow it successfully, you will receive benefits from it. If the tree dies, forgiveness will not come easy." "Yes, Mr. Qingming." They both looked terrible and they lowered their heads, not willing to object to anything that was told to them. "Ah, so that is Qingming Knight?" Han-sen watched the spirit leave, patiently. It was only a Knight-class spirit, so it wouldn't take that much for Han-sen to become stronger than it. Han-sen was able to control when and how the tree was supposed to grow, so he was not going to allow a spirit to assume control over it. Crap. Qingming Knight found out about the tree. All those buckets of water, it was all for nothing. And if the tree dies, then we are sure to die with it. Chu-Ming looked miserable. Chu Lanchi merely sighed. She knew she couldn't have hidden the existence of the tree from Qingming Knight forever, but she hadn't realized he'd find out about it so soon. The tree won't grow for another 10 years, at least, so don't get too depressed yet. I'll go heat up the toad for you both, so come and eat. I'm sure you'll feel better after a hearty breakfast. After comforting them both and heating up the stew, Han-sen brought them their bowls. I'm not in the mood to eat. I'm going back to the garden. Chu-Ming waved his hand and walked outside. Lanchi, how about you try some? Han-sen asked, as he passed her the bowl. You have only just arrived here and yet, you haven't gotten a start on earning geno points. I have maxed out my basic geno points, so you should eat this. It'll improve your working performance, no doubt, she said, and then pushed the bowl away. Han-sen wished to explain, but Chu Lanchi had already left the house and headed into the garden to catch up with Chu-Ming. Han-sen merely shook his head and started eating the meat by himself. Coin toad consumed. You have received 1 ordinary geno point. After finishing his bowl, Han-sen earned 3 geno points and a filled-up tummy. I'll just leave the other bowls out here for them, they may come back and eat it for lunch, after all. Han-sen covered the bowls up and then went outside, heading back towards the river. Han-sen wanted to take a look at the water vine, and see how its development was faring. He had given it one water drop the day before, so that should have provided its growth a few months' boost. When he arrived, the water vine's copper coins were already the size of eggs. They smelled rather pleasant, despite looking like copper. The areas along the vine where the fruit hung were like dry spots. The fruit looked mature, so Han-sen did not delay in his collection of them. They felt heavy, like genuine copper coins. As curious as this was, it led Han-sen to being unsure whether or not they were edible. He examined the coins for a while, in the hopes of understanding what benefits or boons such a coin fruit might provide. No matter what it was, it had to be something good, at least. It was an ordinary class geno plant that had birthed those things, after all, so they had to be useful. Han-sen picked up the 3 copper coins and put them in his pocket, with plans to examine them more thoroughly later. Han-sen wanted to collect the life force of the water vine, following his collection of the fruit, but it immediately died and withered away upon the final coin being retrieved. Han-sen was not a greedy person, so he was happy enough to have simply received those 3 fruits. After this, he took off in the direction of Qingming's shelter. It was situated a dozen miles away, and Han-sen caught sight of many creatures along his journey there. They were all owned, however, so they did not attack. They would only attack if their masters commanded them to. Han-sen saw a castle in the distance, one whose walls had been composed of green cobblestones. When he reached there, and walked inside, he was greeted by the appearance of many creatures and even lesser, squire-class spirits. These shelters were different than human shelters, and there were far fewer shops available to peruse. They only had a market to trade goods, and this was a place many hawking creatures came to, presenting the goods they wished to trade. Han-sen was quite amazed at what he saw, not expecting to ever see creatures able to trade just like humans did. There were only creatures in the market, and no spirits. Still, the creatures must have had spirits as masters, and it was their goods they were most likely flogging. Han-sen was very interested in seeing what was offered, so he walked towards the market. Most of what was on offer were geno seeds and geno fruits. There was the occasional slab of flesh available, too. Han-sen saw a giant beast that was twice as large as an elephant. This beast did not put anything down to trade, but Han-sen watched in awe as a creature approached and provided the elephant a geno seed. Then, in return, the Goliath beast cut itself to provide the seed-giving creature a bucket of its blood. Wow, creatures will even sell their own blood? As Han-sen continued to walk, he felt something tug at him. He turned around to see a red monkey pulling him away. What? Han-sen frowned. Ooh-aha. The red-haired monkey spoke, pointing towards Han-sen's pocket. Then, it revealed its own goods, wishing for a trade. You would like to trade? Han-sen asked, bringing out one of the copper fruits. The red-haired monkey nodded, and presented one item of its own to Han-senator. Without a delay, the monkey immediately tried to take Han-sen's copper fruit. Han-sen was quick to pull his hand back, however, and tell the monkey, I don't want that thing. The red-haired monkey quickly put that item away, and then presented something else to Han-senator. Then, the monkey said, ooh-ah-ha. I don't want that, either. Han-sen had no idea what the items and fruits the monkey was offering were, or what good they posed, but he knew they weren't as valuable as what he was carrying. The red-haired monkey then presented 2 items at once, an offering that was quickly turned down by Han-sen, shaking his head. After this latest offer, Han-sen decided to squat and examine the contents of the red monkey's pack. The monkey was quiet, watching Han-sen rummage through its goods, but it looked antsy. It was clearly dying for the copper fruit. The reason Han-sen wanted to search through the monkey's goods, though, was because of what his scan revealed. Before he bent down to scour the monkey's items, he scanned it and discovered the presence of a special life force. Han-sen found what he was looking for, and found it to be geno seed that was the size of a singular yellow corn. It was black, however, and it looked dry and shriveled. The geno seed's life force was exuberant and comparable to the life force of the copper fruit. Yet strangely, despite the fact that it was dying, it still possessed such a life force. It was possibly a mutant genoseed. After some careful examination, Hansen decided to take a look at the monkey's other wares. He picked up different fruits of the monkey and suggested to the hairy merchant, "How about I take all this, and in exchange, give you one of my copper fruits?" Hansen had quite a few water drops on him by now, and he wanted to grow a higher-tier geno plant with them. But unfortunately, Qingming Shelter was only a night-class shelter. This was the only mutant geno seed he had found, all throughout his search there. The red monkey was happy to accept this trade without a single moment of hesitation. When it grabbed the copper fruit from Hansen, it ate it ravenously in front of him. After munching on the monetary fruit, the copper coin exuded a pleasant fragrance. After some more chewing, the monkey spat out the shell of the fruit. Hansen watched this, and as he did, turned around ready to depart. But the monkey was keen for some more, so it grabbed Hansen and pleaded another trade. "I'm done trading." There was nothing more from the monkey that attracted Hansen. But the monkey was not willing to give up, and so it tried to steal the 2 copper fruits Hansen owned. Hansen did not move. He cast the Dongxian Sutra, which had his fingers generate a coin, and fired it at the approaching monkey. Pat! The coin stuck to the monkey's head. Almost immediately, its head swiveled down and the body followed, collapsing to the ground. Writhe as it might, it could not get back up. The red-haired monkey tried to scream, but when it opened its mouth, Hansen fired another coin. It landed directly on its lips, shutting them completely. The added weight propped the monkey into a position not unlike it was bowing to Hansen. Hansen looked at the monkey once more, turned, and left. Hansen had managed to simulate the power of the coin toad that he had observed during his battle with it. He had only unlocked his first gene lock, so he couldn't simulate it perfectly. Its effectiveness was not half of what it could be, once Hansen had his next few gene locks open. Still, it was enough to suppress the advance of the monkey, and it did more than his Sonic Thunder Punch could ever hope to do. After dealing with his simian aggressor, he went to the other side of the market to see if there was anything useful for sale. After a short while browsing the wares, a spirit cut in front of Hansen and blocked his advance. "Has the monkey's master come looking for me?" Hansen frowned, and put himself into a state of silent alert. The spirit looked like a man. Its ears were like the fins of a fish, and it only possessed one red eye. "How might I address you?" Surprisingly, the spirit bowed before Hansen. "My name is Sanmu." "What's up?" Hansen asked. "I saw you teach that monkey a lesson. The power you have seems efficient in restricting the movements of your opponents. With that power you possess, I am hoping you will be able to help me out on a certain matter. I can pay you spirit genes, in return for your compliance and aid," the spirit politely requested. Hansen initially believed the spirit had approached him in a hunt for trouble. He never expected it to come looking for his help. "How can I help?" Hansen asked. "I want to tame a wind beast. Unfortunately for me, its power is grand, and the likelihood of it submitting itself to serving and obeying me seems low. It is my desire that you suppress it, buying me the appropriate time to do what I must to tame it," the spirit explained. "What is your level? And how many spirit genes are you willing to pay?" Hansen was interested in the proposition. "My name is Yu Yen, and I am a knight. I can pay you with 10 fire element spirit genes," the spirit said. "Okay. But if you are unable to tame it yourself after I do my part, you must still pay me," Hansen responded. "Of course, in fact, how about I pay you in advance?" Yu Yen reached his hand out. A fire was birthed in the palm of his hand, and it then drifted through the air towards Hansen. Hansen caught the drifting fire, and the golden flames melted into the skin of his own hands. Night class fire gene +1. Yu Yen gave him 9 more of such flames, and Hansen accepted each one. The fire gene wouldn't make Hansen physically stronger, but it would serve well whenever he wished to deal fire damage. His fire attacks and fire resistances would both be increased. If he did not practice the works and arts of fire, it would have been a waste. But Hansen could practice every element, fortunately. After receiving the spirit genes, Yu Yan and Hansen left the market. They went to a serene park that was situated elsewhere in the shelter. There were many ordinary creatures around, and it was quickly and clearly established that Yu Yan was a high-level spirit in the vicinity. In a cage, Hansen saw the wind beast already trapped. It was a lime-green giant wolf that kept casting blades of winds at the bars of its suppression, growling and howling ferociously. Hansen fired a coin at the wind beast. There was no fear of missing, due to it being trapped in the cage, therefore, the coin landed where he wanted it to. The wolf looked slightly heavier and more bedraggled, but it didn't collapse to the ground just yet. Knowing what was happening, however, the wolf did its best to attack Hansen. He fired another 7 coins at the wolf, and after that, the wolf no longer looked as angry. It was heavy and of a glum, hopeless mood. The first tier of the Dongxian Sutra really is much weaker. If I was like the toad, creatures such as this would only have to suffer 2 of these coins. I really need to get to work on opening my gene locks, Hansen thought to himself. Yu Yan was happy with the results, though. After the wolf's desire for violence came to an end, he opened the cage without delay. Then, he leaned forward to leave his mark on the beast's forehead. But the wolf, despite hardly being able to move, was not willing to accept the stamp. Yu Yan drew a whip, and with a lash, flames enwreathed its leathery length. He whipped the wind beast's body, inflicting a nasty burn mark across it. After a few more lashes, the wolf's fur had been mostly seared off. It was a wretched sight, the proud animal's thick, full mane of fur having been reduced to dark, smoldering skin. But the wind beast still wasn't willing to submit. It growled repeatedly at Yu Yan and Hansen, and it didn't look likely to submit anytime soon. Yu Yan did not stop whipping, though. And before long, the wolf could no longer move. Its body was pitch black with its charring, and it could no longer stand. It collapsed and continued to whimper down on the ground, as if it was going to die. Yu Yan got tired hitting the beast, and with much disappointment, regretfully said, "This beast is too far gone. With how wild it is, I fear I'll never be able to tame it." Perhaps it shouldn't come as a surprise, it is a creature that hails from the thorn forest, after all. It comes from the thorn forest? Hansen looked at the wind beast in shock. Yes, I found it during my venture there. 4 of its gene locks have been opened, and it took the sacrifice of a dozen ordinary creatures to capture it. Yet despite all that, I cannot tame it. Killing it solely for its meat would be a grand waste, Yu Yan mournfully explained, as he watched the dying beast. Hansen's heart jumped. He looked at the beast and said, "Would you be willing to sell it?" "If I can't tame it, of course I will." "How much are you willing to pay?" Yu Yan smiled. "Well, how about this?" Hansen pulled out a coin, "a copper fruit." "That is a copper fruit, they tend to grow in the tangled depths of thorn forest." "Where did you get this from?" Yu Yan looked surprised. "I collected them from a vine that was growing in the Jadescale River," Hansen said. "You are incredibly fortunate. The seeds must have been carried along the stream somehow, and grew along the banks of that river," Yu Yan hypothesized. "Would you accept this in exchange for your wind beast?" Hansen asked again. "Yes, that sounds like a fair deal. Had I tamed it, its sale would go for more than 1 single copper fruit. Alas, I failed, so 1 will do. It is a fair exchange, I would say. Go on, take what remains of the beast." Yu Yan accepted the copper fruit and allowed Hansen to take the beast away. Hansen removed the coins that were weighing down the beast. Due to the injuries it had received, it couldn't move or attack with or without them. With Golden Growler carrying the wolf, Hansen returned home for the day. Hansen wanted to see if he could tame the beast. If it had indeed come from Thorn Forest, it had to be knowledgeable about the area. A companion such as that would be invaluable when the time came for him to enter that place. If Han Sen could tame it successfully, entering Thorn Forest would be a far safer trek. If he failed to tame it, progress would be slow. Chu Lanqi and Chu Ming returned home before Han Senator. They saw a couple of bowls laid out, filled with meat. Looks like Sanmu saved it for us. Oh well, I suppose we should eat it. Chu Ming heated the contents of the bowls up for them to eat. Our basic geno points are full, though. 'Tis a waste to eat it, don't you think we should save it for Sanmu? Chu Lanqi said. It's just meat. We'll give him other meat, next time we cook. Chu Ming tucked into the meal as soon as he said this. The coin toad was ugly, but after being skinned and prepared properly, its flesh was soft and succulent. It was better than the average toad or frog. After downing a mouthful, Chu Ming stopped still and said, "What the hell? What's wrong with that meat? Is it raw?" Chu Lanqi asked, in confusion. This is ordinary flesh. I just had a bite and lo and behold, my ordinary geno points increased. Chu Ming was so shocked that he struggled to get his words out. No way. Are you certain? Chu Lanqi could not believe it, and she believed he was pranking her. But when she tried it, she too froze. See? This is ordinary flesh. By the sanctuaries, Sanmu killed an ordinary creature. How is such a thing possible? Chu Ming ate more and more of the meal, and his ordinary geno points went up in tandem. He finished the stew, and just like Han Sen, his point total went up by 3. Chu Lanqi looked confused, struggling to comprehend how Han Sen had managed to kill an ordinary creature. We have to ask him where this coin toad came from. Perhaps we can slay a few more. Chu Ming said, with much excitement. They waited for Han Sen's return, and before long, he came strolling through the yard atop Meowth. Golden Growler was by his side, carrying the severely wounded wind beast. Sanmu! Where did you get the... Holy Shura! Is that a wind beast? Before Chu Ming could finish his sentence, he saw the ravaged body of the wolf and was delivered another shock. Wind beast! Chu Lanqi said, in fright. She looked at Golden Growler, which was carrying the beast. When Yu Yan managed to capture the wind beast, he made sure to show it off and let everyone know it had opened 4 of its gene locks. It was a creature that everyone knew about. But since then, no one had seen it. Everyone eventually came to the correct conclusion that he had not been successful in taming the beast, else he would have been showing that off, as well. Sanmu, where did you get this from? And where in the sanctuaries did you kill that coin toad? Chu Ming had a lot to ask. Didn't I tell you? I killed that toad along the banks of the river. And as for this wind beast, I received it from Yu Yan after trading it for a copper fruit I managed to obtain. Han Sen disembarked Meowth and brought the wind beast further into the yard. The wind wolf was dying, and it could hardly whimper. Still, it looked at Han Sen with eyes of contempt. Even in its bloody, charred state, it looked like a beast that shouldn't be trifled with. Wait, what copper fruit? And furthermore, how did you slay an ordinary toad? Chu Ming's confusion was only getting worse. I came across an injured coin toad by happenstance. It had a strange vine near it, which had 3 fruit growing on it. Han Sen told them his tale. He mostly told them the truth, save for the coin toad's injury. You are incredibly fortunate. But dumb, too. Why would you trade 2 copper fruits for a seed and a wind beast? Copper fruits come in handy when it comes to evolving creatures. They are far more valuable than seeds. The wind beast was a great get, but it is a waste if you are unable to tame it. You could buy 2 whole creatures' worth of meat for 1 single copper fruit. Chu Ming looked at Han Sen as if he had squandered a lottery winning. Well, I'm going to see if I can tame this thing. Han Sen smiled. Impossible. We are humans, we can't tame things. How are you going to tame it, when the night spirit failed? Chu Ming shook his head disapprovingly. Nothing is impossible, but that attitude can certainly make tall tasks seem so. Hansen smiled again. Hansen had managed to tame many creatures in the second god's sanctuary, and he didn't think getting their allegiance was a difficult task. Chulanchi only listened to their conversation. She believed Sanmu was someone quite special, and the things that he did shocked her a lot. Killing the coin toad and obtaining copper fruit didn't seem to be something he had happened to stumble upon through luck alone. And for that dragon blood tree to come back to life following his arrival, that would be far too much of a coincidence. She looked at Sanmu with a complicated expression, but she did not say anything. They hadn't been together for long, but she did not think Hansen was a bad person. His achievements came as quite a surprise, though. Is there a person named Han in the alliance? Chulanchi frowned. Hansen was afraid something bad might happen, so he stuck to using the name Sanmu. He had been there for a long time, so had grown accustomed to him under his assumed name. But once, during a conversation, he let slip that his real surname was Han. Chu Ming and Chulanchi had been in the third god's sanctuary for far too long, so it was unlikely they had heard of the name Han Senator. They actually believed Han was a fake surname he was trying to use to trick them. Chulanchi thought about it quite a bit, though, trying to think of which family could raise someone so powerful. But she didn't let the thoughts consume her. All she knew, deep in her heart, was that Hansen was a person she should cherish. It was worth being friends with him. Sanmu, are you really going to try to tame this wind beast? Chu Ming looked at Hansen, who was squatting down near the wind beast. He believed him to be a madman. This beast hails from Thorn Forest. If I tame it, it can guide us through that knotted labyrinth, and help us avoid the more dangerous hotspots, Hansen said. I suppose, but it is almost unheard of for humans to tame creatures. We aren't like the spirits, to whom it tends to come easily. If Yu Yan failed to tame it, how will you find success? Chu Ming asked inquisitively. I either do it or I don't. Hansen stroked what remained of the beast's fur, and in response, it opened its bloody maw and tried to bite his hand. But it was heavily injured, and it could barely move its head enough to reach. The best it could do was growl beneath its weakened, raspy breathing. Hansen continued to stroke the beast and stroked its head. Then, he activated his holy light and used it to heal the wolf. Chulanchi and Chu Ming both looked incredibly surprised, watching Hansen heal it with a healing skill. Very few humans had this power, and women were the most likely to choose to learn that sort of hypergeno art. It was rare to see a big man like Hansen choose such an ability. But the power of the skill was still capped at Hansen's first and only open gene lock. In the third sanctuary, its effectiveness was not nearly as high as he wanted it to be. It didn't seem to do much good for the wind beast, at first. After 10 minutes of healing elapsed, however, there were some visible reductions to the severity of the wolf's wounds. It was getting better. Energy returned to the wind beast, and it tried to chomp Hansen's arm. He expected this, however, and so he made sure to dodge. He fired a coin at the wolf's head in retaliation, and pinned it to the ground. The beast was ruthless, and it wasn't grateful for the healing it was receiving. It still wanted to attack Hansen. But it was still injured, and its movements had been inhibited by the weight of the coin. The wind blades were all crushed by Hansen. Hansen fired a few more coins at the wolf to completely suppress it. No longer could it cast wind blades either. Alongside the continued healing, Hansen fired more and more coins to prevent it from retaliating. In this way, Hansen spent the next few days. With it pinned, he continued healing the wolf and getting closer to earning its affection. But the beast was indeed wicked and cruel. If it wasn't being suppressed by the coin, Hansen would already have been ripped to shreds. He knew this was a process he could not rush, so he diligently kept with it, for long stretches of time each and every day. Hansen went to a hidden spot along the river and placed the dry mutant seed in the soil. He gave it a water drop, and when he returned the second day, it had already started to grow. Hansen tried to provide it with more water drops, but it could not receive more than 1 year's worth of energy at a time. Providing it more energy would not help. After it started to grow, it looked very much like a pine tree. But it was only 1 foot tall, and was beetroot red. Every day, when Hansen came back, he gave the tree a year's worth of energy. Its size always remained the same, and the only visible change was how red the tree was becoming. Still, Hansen believed this to be for the best. If it was a big tree, it'd be discovered far more easily. He didn't want it to end up like the dragonblood tree, which was discovered even within the confines of their yard. A small tree such as this would be difficult to find, and that was ideal for him. But mutant gene plants took over 100 years to produce fruit, and he only had 30 years worth of energy. He did not have enough to make it fully grow. All the wild gene plants within a few dozen miles had been harvested by Hansenator. If he wanted to collect more, he'd have to venture further. Quite possibly, he'd have to venture beneath the rotten boughs of thorn forest. If I follow the stream, I should be fine. Hansen decided to follow the stream up through the forest to find the plants he wanted. He walked another dozen miles and noticed the presence of many wild geno plants growing along the banks of the river. There were around 30 in total, and Hansen managed to gather another 20 years of life-giving water drops. After harvesting those, locating more only proved more difficult. This time, instead of continuing upstream, he went downstream. He stuck to following the river, as there would not be many geno plants if he ventured away from it. I need to tame the beast sooner, if I want to venture deeper into this forest. Hansen felt annoyed. The wind beast's soul had proven even harder to train than Hansen first believed, and it failed to respond and become tame through the kindness he was showing it. If neither kindness nor cruelty quelled its hostility, Hansen was going to run out of options. So what other ways can I try to tame it? Hansen pondered on his return to the quaint cabin of home. As he approached the wind beast, it cast gusts of bladed winds. But as usual, Hansen was able to break them all with a punch. He saw a coin on the beast had broken, so he made sure to add a few more. I have heard some people eat and sleep with creatures. If they lived with them long enough, the creature would believe it was of the same kind. Should I try doing that? When he turned to look at vicious, drooling maw of the beast, Hansen dropped the idea. But as he did, another idea cropped into Hansen's mind. He spoke to the beast and said out loud to himself, perhaps this might work. Hansen came up with an idea of what to do. People often got close with creatures by pretending to be them. After doing so for a while, they would often end up adopting their smell. This lent them credibility with the animal, and helped the animal to acknowledge them as one of its own. This method wouldn't work on the wind beast, but Hansen had a better idea on how to make the wolf think he was the same type of creature. What's more, Hansen was the only person who could use this method. With Dongxian aura, he simulated the wolf's energy flow so that they would be the same. Then, Hansen inched closer to the wolf. Much to his delight, the wolf's hostility seemed to have subsided. This brought Hansen much joy, and after realizing the success of this method, he made sure to simulate the wolf's energy flow each day. Although it was still alert to Hansen, given what he had done to it, the wolf's concern grew less each day. A month later, the wind beast was no longer hostile. Even without the coins, he would not attack Hansen. When Hansen did not simulate the energy flow, the wind wolf did not attack him then, either. But it only accepted Hansenator every time the wind beast saw Chu Lanchi or Chu Ming. It showed great interest in attacking them. So, Hansen built a little house for the wind beast to live in. Hansen continued practicing his Dongxian aura, taming the creature more and more each day. He hoped to one day hunt alongside it in Thorn Forest, and hoped that day would come soon. The water drops he collected were almost all used up, and it wouldn't be long before he'd used them all. He needed to find more geno plants soon, otherwise, his blood pine would stop growing. Fortunately, in the second month, the wind beast had learned to adhere to Hansen's commands. And by listening to Hansen, it would not attack other people. You really tamed it? You really tamed the wind beast? Chu Ming said to Han Sen as he looked at Wind Beast. He couldn't believe it. Yeah. How lucky am I, eh? Han Sen was feeling pretty smug, especially since he had trumped a spirit and become the only person capable of taming such a ferocious beast. How? How in the sanctuaries did you do that? Chu Lanchi asked with much shock, as she too stared at the wind beast. It was an ordinary beast that had unlocked 4 gene locks. It was as powerful as Qing Ming Knight himself. Yu Yan Knight had tried to tame it for the longest time, using everything he knew. They found it difficult to comprehend how Han Sen had managed to do it in only 2 months. I suppose it's all down to talent, really. Han Sen had no genuine excuse, but no matter what, he wasn't going to tell them about his ability to simulate energy flows. I am bringing Little Wind to Thorn Forest with me, so I'll be gone for the next couple of days. Don't fret for my well-being. Han Sen could not wait to enter that knotted domain. The water drops had almost all run out, after all. The Bloodvine's water drops had been rationed, and its speed of growth had slowed down considerably. You may have Little Wind by your side, but you yourself are still fairly weak. Isn't it a little risky for you to go to Thorn Forest right now? Chu Ming expressed concern. It may be risky, but I have no other choice. With the spirit ruling us, such drastic times call for drastic measures, Han Sen said. I'm going with you, Chu Lanchi suddenly said. Lanchi? Chu Ming and Han Sen exclaimed in shock, both at the same time. Let me scout the vicinity out first. If I can confirm it to be a safe enough area for us to venture there together, I will bring you there, Han Sen said. Chu Lanchi said, then you will be risking it all by yourself. How can we sit idly by, while you risk life and limb for us? I can't let you go there alone, it wouldn't be right. Then let us all go there together. Chu Ming said, firming his jaw. Chu Lanchi shook her head and said, no, you should stay here and take care of the garden. If we emerge from Thorn Forest without the rewards we seek, this will be our backup. Chu Ming looked as if he wanted to say something more, but she cut off whatever he was about to say. My powers are best put to use in Thorn Forest. Don't complain or try to stop me, I am going. Chu Ming's mouth just hung open, and he did not say anything. Although he did not express it, he seemed to agree with what she had said. Han Sen was curious as to what power she was referring to. He only knew Chu Ming had certain fire abilities, but Chu Lanchi was still a bit of an enigma to him. Regardless of what powers she had, though, she had only opened her first gene lock. Han Sen didn't believe she could help out much, in their time there. He would have bid for her to remain at the house, but she was too stubborn, and he knew it would be futile to protest her accompaniment. It was far more difficult for humans to open gene locks than it was for creatures. Surpasser humans traditionally only had a fitness level of 300. Unless you were super talented, opening a second gene lock would be next to impossible. According to the Alliance's research, the ordinary fitness of a human allowed for only one open gene lock for every 300 fitness. That meant humans required a fitness of 600 to open their second gene lock. But for surpassers, reaching a fitness level of 600 wasn't easy. 100 normal geno points could increase a person's fitness by 100. 100 ordinary geno points could increase a person's fitness by 200. That meant a surpasser would have to max out both their normal geno points and ordinary geno points to reach a fitness level of 600 and open their second gene lock. If they were lucky, they could gain mutant geno points and sacred blood geno points. If they did, opening gene locks would be easier. 100 mutant geno points could supply a person 400 additional levels of fitness. Maxing out sacred blood geno points increased a person's fitness by 800. As for super geno points? No one knew. Chu Lanchi and Chu Ming had only maxed out their normal geno points. They did not have many ordinary geno points, and so it didn't seem likely they had opened their second gene locks. Han Sen had an advantage over them. His Dongxian aura had already almost reached the second tier, and it wouldn't be long before he could unlock it. Don't worry, I may have only opened my first gene lock, but I won't slow you down. I'll prove more useful than you might expect, Chulanchi said. Do you mind telling me what powers you have? They were about to venture into a realm where the possibility of death resided behind every corner. He had no choice but to ask. Scent. My power is that of scent, Chulanchi said. Scent? What kind of power is that? Hansen looked shocked, having never heard of this before. I can mask our scent, robbing the creatures that could locate us through our scent of their abilities to find us. Furthermore, I can detect the faint traces and scents of those that have gone before us. I can read the area, Chulanchi explained to Hansen. Hansen was surprised. Her abilities did not lend themselves to combat proficiency, but they would be extremely useful, all the same. She would undoubtedly prove valuable on the trip he was planning. There was no discernible reason for Hansen to deny her presence, following this revelation. So, he planned to go with her. The ability to erase one's scent was an incredible talent to possess, otherwise, creatures could find, stalk, and attack you with greater ease. The next day, Hansen took Chulanchi with him to the forest. Hansen was a little anxious, almost flat-out worried, about venturing there. He wasn't powerful enough to compete with what was said to lurk beneath the knotted boughs and tangled roots of that domain. The entire place was veiled with mystery and tales of anguish. If it wasn't for the wind beast at his side, Hansen wouldn't even have dreamed of going there at his current stage of development. The duo had now walked half a kilometer beyond the edge of the forest. At this stage of their journey, Hansen discovered his first wild genoplant. When Chulanchi wasn't looking, he absorbed the plant. With the wind wolf leading their way, Hansen managed to absorb a dozen such plants. They made for quite the prize. They were only at the edge of the forest, yet the grass was overgrown and impeded their travel. The foliage was thick and coarse, and the trees grew tall and menacing. It was said that further into the forest, the thorns of the forest's namesake would reveal themselves. Spiked vines and woods would choke all paths, and the creatures would be far more numerous and threatening. They weren't in too deep yet, so there was no immediate danger. But suddenly, Little Wind stopped. It began to growl, in a signal of warning. Hansen comforted the beast and used his Dongxian aura to scan the vicinity. His ability had its limits, however, and so he couldn't detect whatever Little Wind was trying to draw his attention to. It wasn't too close. Chulanchi's eyes burned like molten silver, though. She looked around and said, I can detect the remnants of a scent, left by a creature around 8 hours ago. There were 2 of them, as a matter of fact. Can you discern which creature came by? Hansen asked. Unfortunately, no. I have never smelled such a scent before, so I don't know what could have left it, Chulanchi answered. Little Wind stayed alert, however, and its fur straightened and stood up on end. Hansen knew that a dangerous creature had to be around somewhere, so he brought his companions with him to hide in the midst of a few bushes. As they did this, Chulanchi used her scent-masking ability. Unless the creature saw them directly, they'd be difficult to detect. After a short wait, the brush on the edge of a glade began to rustle. A metallic red porcupine revealed itself. And so, we have already come across our first ordinary creature. I can only wonder how many gene locks it has opened. Hansen scanned the porcupine, and noticed its life force was almost as strong as that of Little Wind. The porcupine came out of the bushes and went towards a tree. Then, it began to burrow beneath it. It unearthed some subterranean fungi and started eating them ravenously. Wait here. We're off to go kill it. Hansen was excited to see a lonely, ordinary creature. Be careful, okay? Chulanchi was nervous, and cared for Hansen's well-being. Hansen allowed Little Wind to wait where he was, and snuck behind the porcupine by himself. His basics hadn't left him yet, and so he used one of his assassination talents to approach undetected. When he was 3 meters away, the porcupine was still enjoying its meal, blissfully unaware of its nearing aggressor. When he was 2 meters away, Hansen suddenly fired a coin onto the porcupine. The porcupine instantly became enraged. It turned around and looked at Hansen with fiery eyes, and its spikes straightened out with a desire to kill. Like a projectile, one of the spikes was fired straight at Hansen. Hansen cast Dongxian aura and evaded the spike successfully. It was going for his face. Pang! The spike drove through a tree, then bounced off of a second tree and fell down to the ground. The vegetation of the third god's sanctuary was stronger than the vegetation of the second god's sanctuary. In order to pierce through a tree, the force of the spike was horrible. The porcupine ran towards Hansen with the speed of a sports car. If Hansen was unfortunate enough to be caught in the roll of that porcupine's spikes, he'd be very dead. Hansen used a formation, and with an analysis of the environment, circled the porcupine. Little Wind came charging forward, a blistering gust of wind whipping from its mouth. Its gaping maw suddenly became a cannon, one that was primed and ready to fire at the porcupine. Pang! The cannonball of wind could only be cast if the creature had successfully opened its fourth gene lock. The air cannon's ammunition was like a bomb, and hit the porcupine with tremendous force. Many of the spikes were ripped away by the wind, peeling the skin as they went. The porcupine was bleeding. The porcupine spared no time to tend to its wounds, so it just looked at Little Wind and screamed at it. The spikes of its back suddenly burst into flames, and like bullets, rapidly fired towards the wolf. Little Wind did not move away to avoid the incoming projectiles, however. It stood its ground and howled to create a flurry of wind that blew away all the spikes. Not a single scratch was dealt to him. Hansen fired another coin at the porcupine, and since it was distracted by Little Wind, it did not dodge. Its speed was reduced immediately, hindered by the crushing weight each coin dealt. Little Wind opened its mouth and fired his air cannon again, and after the porcupine had been slowed down by the coins that kept hitting it, it was unable to evade that, either. Through the cooperative efforts of Hansen and Little Wind, the porcupine was rendered paralyzed. It could not move. Little Wind fired a few more cannonballs of wind, and for the finisher, Hansen brought down his sonic thunder punch on the porcupine's head. Ordinary creature flaming porcupine killed. Beast soul gained. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 ordinary geno points randomly.